It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Wednesday, March 27, 2024. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. It is great to be here on a lovely Wednesday in New York City. We love Wednesdays, sort of like our Fridays. You know, it's the end of the week for us over here on the program, and we end the week with a bang, so to speak. Can't wait for today's show. A very eclectic show, a different kind of show. And what I would say to those who are maybe saying, not enough MMA fighters on the show, I would say, yes, you're right. There aren't enough MMA fighters, or there aren't many MMA fighters on the show entitled The MMA Hour, which isn't even an hour anymore and hasn't been since 2010. But I will say there is going to be a lot of MMA talk on this show because, as you know, on Wednesdays, we like to shoot, we like to answer questions. And last I checked, there's like 160 questions. So I'm going to try to get to as many as possible on today's show. And just trust me on this one, friends. Trust me. It's going to be a great show. It's going to be a great ride. And this, I would like to tell you, is the future. In the very near future, this show is going to evolve. It's going to change. The name of the show is going to change. It's going to evolve. The amount of times we do the show is going to change. It's going to evolve. This is a window into the future. It won't be less. It will be more, but it will be evolution. Do you understand what I say? Evolution. Bow down to the. Anyway, today's program, as always, brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. More on them later in the program. We appreciate their support. And we want to remind you that DraftKings, the crown is yours. Also, thank you very much to our good friends over at BetterHelp for their support. More on them later in the program as well. All right, so back into the show. The pressure is mounting. Less than a month away. The Parlay boys. Tick, 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 tick. How many shows we got? Atlantic City. Then there's the
we got 3 more chances.
Vittori one. Well, you was Vittori. Brendan Allen. And then it's 300. Golly, it's rapidly
more
approaching.
shots at this thing.
Yeah, rapidly approaching.
I'm getting nervous.
You're getting nervous?
Been nervous.
Confidence low?
As low as it can possibly get.
Has it ever been this low?
Never been this low. Picks are fine. Picks I feel all right about. In terms of the Parlay Pals, though.
You don't have to answer the question, but is there a weak link? Do you historically?
Whoa. No. If anyone is the weak link right now, it's me. I think I've missed like 4 straight.
Can I tell you something?
Track.
You were saying that the the hair has been a big topic of discussion. On Monday, you said it's time for another cut.
Yeah.
I actually like this better than Monday or last Thursday.
Okay. All right. So
I like a little something.
I like a little something too. Yeah, it feels like I'm looking in the mirror and I'm starting to like it more.
Oh, I don't even remember I literally don't even remember the other way.
The pale skin with the the bright studio lighting doesn't do me a ton of favors.
I mean, your skin hasn't changed. It's still the
might
same
have to go get might have to go hit the tanning bed.
Nah.
Maybe some fake tanning. I don't know.
Maybe
I
some
still need
orange?
to do that Irish DNA test. A few people are starting to ask me about the Irish DNA.
Some bronzage? Bronzer?
Yeah. No, I got it. Yeah.
People do that.
Yeah, but 3 more chances for the Parlay Pass.
3 more chances. And just curious, just wanted to update a developing story that we talked about on Monday. Have you FaceTimed your girlfriend yet?
FaceTime, yes. She actually
What's
happened
the
to be
ratio?
tuning in.
Oh, no.
During it.
Probably for the best.
And now I'm wondering if she's making up for it.
Overcompensating with
overcompensating
it's a mess.
with FaceTime.
All right. Well, good luck. Anyway, I can't wait to see what the picks are. Back into the program. 5 o'clock, we'll get those picks. Prior to that, we will be joined by Saul Milton, a.k.a. Chase, from Chase and Status. Now, I've been told by some of the British fans that it's actually Chase and Status. Now, I would say that's more to do with like how you guys pronounce things as opposed to us. Like you say schedule, I say schedule. You know what I mean? It's the same word. Of course, I know it's Chase and Status, but yeah. I think it's Status on this side of the pond. You guys say Status. Now, they are an electronic drum and bass British duo, DJ duo, And so I will lean into how you want to say it, but I will ask him. In any event, he is an absolute legend and a great guy who I've never met in person, but we talk online. He's part of a legendary band that just won, or a group, I should say, that just won the Brit Award for Producer of the Year. And why he is going to be on the show is not necessarily to just talk about his music, which I am interested in because it's a world that I really know nothing about. He's a gigantic MMA fan, like hardcore, and I'll explain just how hardcore when he's in studio. So trust me on this one. He is one of us, hardcore fan. Looks a lot like Josh Gross, if you remember the veteran MMA journalist. A great guy, and I can't wait to have him in studio. It's an honor, really, to have him in studio. They're in the midst of a U.S. tour right now, playing in Brooklyn on Friday. They were just in Miami. This is going to be fun. I like to talk to people who are gigantic MMA fans, but successful in other fields. And honestly, to hear how they are watching and keeping up with the sport in the midst of their busy schedule, sort of like how we were talking to Steve-O about all of this. So that's to come at 4 o'clock. He is, by the way, Chase of Chase and Status. Status is Will Kennard, his partner in crime. Prior to that, at 3 o'clock, we're going to be joined by the man. Yes, the man is going to come around. Becky Lynch, one of the greatest women's wrestlers of all time. She is going up against Rhea Ripley at WrestleMania 40, not this weekend, next weekend at Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia, the Showcase of Immortals. But why she is in New York on this beautiful day is because just yesterday, her autobiography came out, and I have completed it, and I absolutely loved it. I blew right through it. It's one of the best pro wrestling books I've ever read. And I was just saying a few shows ago that I love pro wrestling books. And the gold standard, in my opinion, has always been Mick Foley's Have a Nice Day. There have been some other great ones. Bret Hart's autobiography was tremendous. I love that one. Mick actually wrote a few. Chris Jericho wrote one. What are the other ones? I've read some on The Business. Something in my throat. Excuse me. Anyway, she wrote it all herself. Fantastic life story. Can't wait to get into it with her. She will join us at approximately 3 o'clock. 2 o'clock on the nose. I thought we were going to have a shorter on the nose, but as it turns out, we actually have a full hour. So we're going to get to a lot of questions. Like I said, I'm looking forward to getting into that and answering as many as possible. Rapid fire. You guys understood the assignment over on the Substack, and I appreciate that very much. And so we will get into that at 2. At 1:35, we're going to be joined by Ben Shalom, who is the CEO of Boxer. There are 3 major boxing promotions based in the UK. One of them is Queensberry. One of them is Matchroom. You have heard from Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn on this show. Eddie, obviously, multiple times. We had Frank Warren on recently. The third is Boxer, and they're the newest kid on the block, but their TV deals with Sky Sports, which for the longest time has been, the home of boxing in the UK. Obviously, now there's DAZN and TNT Sports. And they have a big show this Sunday, which you could actually watch here in America on Peacock, live from the O2. And it's a pretty damn good card. And a gentleman who was on our show very recently named Ben Whitaker, the silver medalist at the Olympic Games back in 2021, the showman, the MVP type of character, he's going to be on the card, among others. And Ben has a great story. He's just 29, last I checked. I don't even think he's 30 yet. And it's pretty remarkable what he's done in a short amount of time. And pretty remarkable that he's able to, get his elbows out with the big dogs. So that's to come at 1:35. But first, let us say hello to our first guest of the day. He is, as Bruce Buffer likes to say when introducing people before fights, he's an MMA fighter. And he's a damn good one. And we just saw him in late February in Riyadh, defeating Clay Collard in a very impressive performance in that Bellator PFL super fight card. He's one of the faces of Bellator and has been for quite some time, and wanted to talk to him about that in the future and everything in between. We're joined now by the mercenary, the one and only AJ McKee. There he is. Hello, AJ. How are you?
Hey, What up, Ariel? I'm doing well. How are you, my brother?
I'm doing well, my man. What's going on behind you there? Is that like are you in an office? Is security cams? Is this your house?
Nah, I'm at
Oh,
home.
there he is.
I'm
There's
at
trouble.
home. Yeah.
Trouble in paradise. Hello, sir. How are you?
But it's a good trouble. It's a good trouble,
yes,
Ariel.
yes. How are you, sir? Mr. McKee, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great. How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's great to have your son back on the show, and congratulations to the both of you on the win. Are you wearing an IFL T-shirt? That's not possible, right? Underneath there, it looks like a fist. No, Antonio. What is that? What are you wearing underneath there?
That's Monster.
Oh, okay. So
We monster on Monster.
I thought it was the fist from the old school IFL logo from back in the day.
Well, that was legendary days back in the day with Chris Ordesky.
Yes.
That dude is a banger right there.
A lot of those guys.
Where's he at now, Ariel? He's all beat up in retardation.
Who's that? Chris?
Ordesky.
He's in Canada. Why? You have beef with him?
No, I have beef with nobody. I have beef with the type of trauma that he took to his head at such a young age and didn't get compensated financially for that style of fighting.
That is true. Yes, that is true. I mean, that's kind of the story of every fighter, right?
No, not AJ McKee. He don't get hit.
That's
he do all the hitting, and Daddy didn't get hit either.
That's true.
I did all the grappling.
That's true. Are you? How do you feel about the? This is kind of a different direction that I thought we were going, but since you're here and you're going down this path, the antitrust, the fighters settling before it went to trial.
Are you asking me or are you asking AJ that?
I'm asking you, Antonio, because I feel like this is something a little near and dear to your heart because you're from that era.
Well, you know what? It's great, but they shouldn't have settled, and it does nothing. What's changed?
Yeah.
Nothing's changed.
Yeah.
So I basically seen a bunch of attorneys sell out.
Would you say attorneys and fighters or just attorneys?
I think it was attorneys because the attorneys took most of that money. I was in on the original lawsuit. I still have the paperwork, and the way the percentages are split. The only person that won here was the attorneys. Okay. Smart move on the UFC to settle.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right. Well, AJ, like I said, congratulations on the win. What was the experience like? And good to see you, Coach. What was the experience like in Riyadh for you? Before getting into like the whole, Bellator, PFL, you guys were going head to head, but just being there for the first major MMA show, what was that like?
Man, it was phenomenal. The people out there, the culture out there, it was so loving. Just from the first step off of the plane till the end of the trip, everybody was just so embracing and loving. And I don't know, the fight world, to call that the capital, I always feel like America's kind of the capital, but they definitely value the sport. It was not as intense as fighting in Japan. I feel Japan is by far the best at like culturally loving the art aspect of the fight, but Riyadh, man, it was different. I love it out there. I can't wait to go back. Hopefully I get to go put another show on out there.
Did it feel to you like, for us, it was being sold as PFL versus Bellator, but now, I mean, you all work for the same promotion now. You all are paid by the same promotion. Did it feel like you were Bellator versus PFL? Like, were there those bragging rights among the Bellator guys, or was that all kind of just promotional talk?
I don't think it was really bragging rights, but it was definitely more of like, yo, we're going in here and we're making the example. You know what I mean? Yeah, you guys may have acquired us, but we're coming in here to show you we're still some of the baddest people on this planet, regardless what organization you fight for or who you fight for, And that's what went down. We went out there and we made a loud statement per usual.
Mm-hmm. I had heard that originally there was some talk of it being you versus Brendan Loughnane. Did you hear the same?
I don't know. There was a couple names that came through. Like I've always said, I've been willing to go down to 145 pounds. It just has to make sense, Ariel. There's no point in cutting 30 pounds for no reason. But sure. Yeah, man, you send a name, I'm going to sign the contract. I don't care who it is or what weight division it is. Okay, so overall, how would you say the transition has been with one event under your belt? And there was obviously the Bellator event, like the full Bellator event in Belfast on Friday, which you made a cameo during the broadcast from America, of course. How would you say the transition has been from, the Viacom era to now the PFL era? It's pretty smooth, transitioning over to PFL. At first, I'm like, all right, it's all just strictly business, and then come full circle, they make it a very comfortable environment. They make it very work-friendly. So it's like having a second home, you know. But overall, obviously, I'm always gonna miss the people that I've worked with since the beginning of my career. You know what I mean? That's building a relationship. But the transition's been pretty smooth. It's been pretty easy overall. Those are still doing their shows. PFL's doing their shows. So I don't really know what's next. I'm trying to figure out what's next, who's next. You know, I don't really care who's next. I just want to know who's next.
Mm-hmm. So it's interesting about that because I'll be honest, I've had a lot of people hit me up. Very few of them actually want to speak on the record who have complained to me about the transition, X, Y, and Z. They don't like this. They don't like that. They're not getting the call. They're not getting as much money, et cetera, et cetera. Would you would say your experience has been the opposite? You're relatively happy with the transition.
Yeah. Well, even prior to Bellator doing what or PFL acquiring Bellator, like what I had was already set. You know what I mean? So everything that's in play is in play. You know, it's just kind of finish doing what you're doing. You know, there's no real switch up besides the name for me. And obviously fight activity. Like as long as I'm fighting and we're in a frequent matches, I'm fine. I train every day. You know, I'm going to go to the gym after this, go put in some work. Don't know when the call is. Don't know when I'm going to get that fight. Don't know what weight class. But like I said, for the right fight, I'm willing to go back down to 145 pounds. If not, 155, I've got a skill set that'll hold me over in that weight division as well. And I've done well enough proving and showing that, you know. So it all has to make sense at the end of the day.
Was there any talk of you, and I was wondering if this was going to happen with you in particular, because, you know, you're such a great young fighter and you've done a lot in Bellator, to have you in the PFL tournament, the season, and have you transition over? Like we've seen now some fighters are transitioning over to PFL. Clearly, at least as of right now, you tell me otherwise, you are not because they've already put out the rosters. Was there any talk of that before the season?
No, it was never mentioned to me.
Would you like that?
Come on, man. Of course I would have liked that.
How is this possible? How is it? Why would they not put you? I mean, you'd be such a huge addition. And I know they were talking to you, right? When you were a free agent, when you were about to be a free agent.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, at 145, I don't think fighting 4 fights at 145 would be ideal anyways, especially having a career going into the 155 lightweight division as well. At 145, I feel like it's more of like super fights, you know? There's no point in me going to 145s unless I'm fighting Pineda, if I'm fighting Patricio again for the trilogy. Like, other than that, who else is there really for me to go fight?
No, but what about the 55 tournament? What about being a part of the 55 tournament?
There's not a 55-pound tournament, is there?
There isn't. It's hard to keep up if I'm being honest. But honestly, if I have,
I don't even know.
If I have AJ McKee, I make a 55 tournament around him.
I'd make a 50.
It's legit.
You're a smart man, Ariel.
I'm being serious.
You're a smart man.
I've seen the people coming over, and no disrespect to them, you are the crown jewel.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So that are you? So can I ask? Are you disappointed that you're not a part of that as opposed to staying in Bellator?
A little bit, but not really. You know, the way my career has been my entire life, I've always been an underdog, Ariel. We know this. I'm the only second-generation fighter out here making real noise. And stat-wise, who's doing better than me besides John Jones? Khabib? Okay, you can name legit 2 people in the world. We're talking in the entire world that have better stats than me. I don't worry about it. You know what I mean? At this point in my life, I'm just worried about securing my family's wealth and my future family's wealth. You know, one day I want to settle down. After 33, I want to get married. I want to have kids. I want to relax and just wash my hands with the fight game and pursue other goals. But at the moment, you know, it's 2024. I say it's the year of Kobe, and that's where I'm looking forward to, is being a champ again. That's what I've always worked hard to be as a champion, to be an outstanding warrior, the best of the best. So for me, this year is just about becoming a champ. However it may be, however it may come, that's my only focus this year, is having another gold strap wrapped around my waist.
Were you surprised that they kept Bellator as a separate organization and didn't just roll it all under, you know, the PFL banner?
A little bit, but I honestly think it's smart as well. You know, it kind of keeps a separate entity, but at the same time, it softens people up to the fact that, okay, hey, you're gonna eventually have to come full circle and watch PFL. You know, so it gives the fans a little bit more of what they love, which is Bellator at their home in their own environment. And then coming full circle, obviously, we're going to have to step into that PFL cage, but it's kind of just prepping everyone for it.
What do you think of the show on Friday?
The one I commentated for?
Yeah. Did you feel like it was a big
sick.
difference between, this era and the previous era?
Fighter-wise or promotion-wise?
No, just like the look and feel. I mean, it was all pretty much Bellator guys on the main card, some PFL on the prelim, but just like the vibe, the look and feel. Obviously, different broadcasters, right? But I was just wondering what your perspective was, since you were such a mainstay.
I wouldn't really be able to say, because being on camera and actually being there in person is two completely different vibes.
Yeah.
And like I said, knowing everyone in the arena, knowing the whole work staff, who puts the cage together, who does this, everyone that plays their parts, it's different because I don't know who was there. I didn't get to see who was there. You know what I mean? But overall, it looked like a pretty well planned out show. It looked good to me.
Okay. What do you think of Patricio's win?
It was nice. He wants to still fight everybody besides me, so it's okay.
This is a
he
massive...
called out my boy Pico.
Yeah.
He called out my boy Pico. I didn't like that.
But I mean, I sort of, correct me, I know you've just talked about 45 if the situation is right, but like I just at this point kind of view you more as a 55er, so he would have to come up, right?
Nah, why not?
You want to cut that extra weight at this point?
Like I've always said, for the right fight, I wouldn't mind doing it. We know damn well he's not going to come up to 155 pounds to fight me. That's completely out the picture. Completely out. So to get the trilogy that everybody wants, if that's the match to make, I would be willing to go down to 145 pounds again. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
Why has it not happened? I feel like this should have happened already.
I have no idea. I don't even care, Ariel. I've put that behind me, and I'm on to bigger and better things, which is the 155-pound title. If I could get that, that's where it's going to be. If not, like I said, the Pineda-Patricio fight was going to be a big fight for me, just to see what happens. If Pineda beats him, okay. Us joining PFL, this once again becomes two kings meeting each other to show who's the baddest man in the middle. So Pineda beats him, it gives me a reason to go claim the best and baddest 145-pounder in the world still. If he doesn't, then okay, what's up? We still got a trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
If that doesn't happen, all right, cool. Well, what's up? There's a 155-pound title that's vacant right now. Clay Collard beat the PFL champ. No, he lost to him. I'm sorry. Clay Collard lost to the PFL champ, and then he retired. So in my eyes, that match against Clay Collard was like, yo, this is pretty much showing him, like, you're going to be the champ. And then obviously you have Usman coming from Bellator and the whole tournament situation and all of that. So I don't care. Let me get this PFL belt and he could be Bellator champ, and then we come and fight for the baddest of the baddest like they did in Saudi. I think that would be something epic as well. That's the other fight. At 155 pounds, you can't make a better fight.
No, for sure. It doesn't seem like they're going to play out that tournament. How do you feel about that? I know that doesn't affect you, but I've seen some complaints regarding that.
Obviously, it's a little. I feel it's a little bummed for the guys that were in it that obviously fought and they put a lot on the line to be in that position and to continue fighting. But in regards to me, I don't think any man should have a belt with my name on it unless you actually beat me. So I was happy because, like I said, put me back in there, allow me to fight. If somebody else pulls out, if somebody gets hurt, somebody tests dirty, whatever, throw me in there. I'm ready. I was out to an injury, staph infection. I've never had staph before, but it was some nasty stuff. And I would wish that upon no one. But come full circle, yeah, man. I think maybe that's the next move is start another tournament.
Where was the infection?
It was on my knee,
Damn.
my right knee.
And
I had 2 big holes in my knee.
oh man, was that before the last fight?
Literally, I was supposed to fight Patricky. That was the first round of the tournament. We were at Anthony Taylor's fight in Tennessee, and we were gonna leave from Anthony Taylor's fight and head over to Japan. And my dad was like, "Nah, bro." He's like, "These antibiotics, you don't understand. To fight 5-5s on antibiotics with 2 holes in your knee, it's not the move."
No.
So
yeah, we just saw Benoit Saint Denis in the UFC. He had a staph infection in his forehead a week before his fight and was on antibiotics. Gruesome stuff, and then got knocked out by Dustin Poirier. So probably made the right call there. And I'm just curious. Last time we saw Usman, obviously, was Bellator 300, and then there was a suspension. How do you feel about the story? Do you feel like it was a miscommunication? Do you have any suspicions there? How do you digest all of that?
I don't really care, honestly, Ariel. Whatever you're into, you're into. At the end of the day, it ain't gonna stop me from doing what I'm doing. And when you step in front of me, just be prepared, because you're gonna have a battle on your hands. You know, I don't really worry about what anyone else is doing. I'm more focused and fixated on what I'm gonna do and what I'm doing. You know, everything else, like I've always said, they're just I see people as pawns in this game of chess. You know, and we just gotta continue to do what we're doing and kick ass, take names. That's what the mercenary does. That's what he's all about.
So the interesting thing about Bellator in 2024 is they've already released their entire schedule. So we know the dates. We don't know the location of the last event, but we know the dates. The next one is May in Paris, and then there's June, I believe, and then there's 2 in September, et cetera, et cetera. Have they told you at least which date you're going to be on?
No, I haven't heard anything from anyone yet.
Okay, is this frustrating?
You know it is, Ariel.
I mean,
go out there, finish somebody in a minute and 11 seconds. I want to be back in there 2 months later, man.
I get it. But in fairness to them, that was a month ago, right? That was February 24th, right?
Yeah, it wasn't long. I just been enjoying snowboarding, man. I got backflips on lock now, which is sick.
Yeah, we
going
have
X Games mode.
We have footage of this. We're showing it right now as you speak. Can I be honest with you? You fight in a cage for a living? This is absurd. What are you doing? Why are you doing this? I see you falling here on your butt a couple of times. Why would you do this to yourself? You put your body through enough.
I get bored, bro. It's better than driving 180 down the freeway, you know?
Why does it have to be one or the other? Why does it have to be one or the other?
It has to be something filled with adrenaline, Ariel. Like, it has to. So if it's not pushing me and I'm not able to live that little edge moment, trying to chase the fear factor of, like, can I do it? I can do it. Damn, I just ate it, but I still think I can do it, you know? It's always trying to push yourself and reach new heights. That's what it's about. I love to push myself.
But is that a weird one? Because, clearly you have to do it over and over again, right? And if at first you don't succeed, you keep going, but like, you can hurt yourself while you're trying to succeed. Have you had any close calls in that regard?
Oh, definitely, dude. This past weekend I was up there and I face planted, literally just face planted on a rail. And I got up and tried it again.
You're not worried about this?
The risk has to be, nah, man, life is too short, Ariel. You got to just live your life and enjoy life, man. And, you know, at the end of the day, yes, I make a very well amount of money, but I mean, this sport's different, man. You know, once I'm done, there's another me right behind me. So I'm not going to not live my life to fulfill things when it'd be different. Like, say if I was fighting in a month, I wouldn't be snowboarding. I don't know what I'm fighting. So I'm going to enjoy my life and just have some fun, you know, go kick it with my friends and enjoy life a little bit. You know, I've dedicated my entire life to mixed martial arts from the age of 6 years old to being 28, almost 29 now. My entire life has been revolved around wrestling and fighting. So it's cool to just get outside sometimes and take a little break and clear my mind a bit.
That's true. And I totally understand that.
In a healthy way.
Yes, of course. I was wondering how your dad feels about this, not only as your dad, but as your coach as well. Does he try to deter you from doing it?
Every time. Okay. Before the last fight, I was like, all right, Dad, I need to go up one time. I was like, I just need one time before the fight. He's like, all right, dude. I go up, and I wasn't wearing my wrist guard. I kind of post down a little bit off the 360. jammed my wrist. He's like, see, I told you not to go. I was like, hey, we're good, though. We're still ready to fight. And, that's all that matters. As long as I'm ready to show up on game day and fight, that's all that matters. We'll work around everything else and figure it out.
Does he go up there too to do this?
No, he don't like the cold at all, man.
No.
I've tried to pay this man to get into some cold water. I do ice baths, all that.
Oh.
He can't pay him enough.
Wow, even that. So forget about the snow. He won't even go into cold water.
No, he doesn't like cold water. Nor the ocean. Good luck getting him in the ocean.
Nothing. He won't even swim, just for fun. Not even float there.
No, he don't like cold water at all.
Okay. All right. All right. So here we are. And by the way, I love that. Oh, I haven't seen that belt. The one right behind you. That's the Maximum Fighting Championship belt, right?
Yeah, that's MFC.
Yo, I haven't seen that.
Check it out. I haven't seen it.
Yeah, that is old school. Mark Pavlich. Did you go to those fights with your dad when he was champ there?
In Canada? No, I never had a chance. That's when I was in like prime wrestling, like middle school and high school days.
Okay.
So I was doing my own wrestling events and stuff.
Did you go to his UFC fights?
Well, there was only one, but yes.
Yeah, there was only one. Was it Jacob Volkman, or am I crazy? Who was the opponent?
No, that was him.
It was
Jacob Volkman.
Man,
yeah.
Did you go to that one?
I did.
What was that like?
It was cool. It was a good event. It was a very big event. I don't remember where it was. I think it was in Vegas.
Yeah, I think so too.
More than likely, it was in Vegas, but it was a pretty sick event. I don't know. I had my own feelings about the fight, but
what are those feelings?
I thought my dad won.
Yeah.
I felt he won, man. But, I'm daddy's boy. Of course, you always think he wins.
Respect.
You gotta feel that way.
Of course. Just curious, how many fights left on this deal with Bellator?
Honestly, I don't even know. I think I might be like halfway through, maybe. I don't even remember. I'm just like trying to get through them at this point, Ariel.
Why is that?
Because I like to fight, Ariel.
Okay. I thought maybe
I like punching people in the face.
I know. I get it. And I feel like when they acquired Bellator in the roster, like I said, you were one of the big fish that they reeled in, and so I thought it was honestly, I thought if they were going to bring any of the Bellator guys over to the tournament, the season, that they would bring you over. Especially because you weren't tied up with a belt. Like, I can understand if they don't want to bring over like an Eblin or Apache, but you don't have a belt and you're a star there. So it made all the sense in the world. And but I guess as you just said, there is no 55 tournament. There was one last year, so it's not like they haven't done this in the past.
Yeah, so they just did it, Maybe they're going to give the 55ers a little break. I don't know. I heard Francis is coming back. Maybe I get on a card with that dude. That'd be a big card to be on. That'd be epic.
Yes, although Don Davis told us, when was it, last week, that it's looking like September for him. I have a feeling you don't want to wait all the way to September.
No, it's a long time.
Yes.
That's a long time.
Maybe hopefully you can get on that Paris card, unless you have an issue with fighting in Paris.
No, man, Paris is sick. I've actually never been. That'd be lit.
Okay, there you go. I'm going to put in a word with Kogan and company, get you on that card.
That'd be awesome. I'm going to call him as soon as we get done, Eric.
All right, perfect. Perfect.
I'm going to go talk my smack. I know, I'm just kidding.
And the win over Clay, I thought was one of your best recently, and also like to get a finish like that, a quick one at 55, it put to bed all this talk of like, oh, should he go down? Should he stay? Like, I just thought it was like a huge weight lifted off your shoulders. Am I accurate in that assessment?
Indeed. I hadn't finished anybody in a while, I actually forgot to do my backflip. It had been so long. Normally I finish people when I finish people and get a backflip in. I completely forgot about it. But it was a fun event, Collard's, he's tough, he's tough as hell. I hit him with a few punches and he didn't go anywhere. So I was like, yeah, I don't want to stand up with this guy. Let's take him down.
Well, great performance. Probably, other than the main event, I would say one of the most dominant performances of the night. Obviously, the Problema knockout of Ryan Bader was very, very quick. But on the Bellator side of things, your performance was one of the very best. So congrats on that. Hopefully you get on that card in May very soon. We see you back in there. And hopefully you stay safe on the slopes, my man. I get nervous when I see these things. Normal snowboarding, cool. Backflips like that, shit, like maybe we could chill out.
Hey, we're going for the X Games. I'm gonna land a double backy soon. You know what I mean?
Are you really trying to go for the X Games, or are you just saying that?
Everything I do, Ariel,
Okay,
I
all
put
right.
my
There's a
fullest
purpose. All right,
potential
all
to.
right, all right.
There's a purpose. I don't just do it to do it. Like,
right.
yeah, it's fun, but if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna try to do it to the best of my potential. That's just the type of person I am. I'm all in every time. You know that there's no ifs, ands, or buts. Well, no. I'm hanging out with young guys that are amateur snowboarders and my cousin's friends, and they're all young 20-year-olds. 22, 23, 24. They're just shredding, dude. This is what they do. They're up in the mountains all week and weekend. So I'll train during the week, hit the mountains on the weekend, and just enjoy myself a bit.
I love it. Well, you have earned that. Congrats on the win. Looking forward to what's next for you. Thank you for coming on as always.
Thanks. Appreciate you having me. It's always a blessing to talk with you, Arrow.
Thank you, AJ. There he is, AJ McKee, the mercenary, the former 145-pound champion in Bellator, and now a mainstay at 155. Very impressive performance against Clay Collard. I would love to see that fight against Patricio Pitbull. That's the one, in my opinion. But obviously now they're in different weight classes, and maybe with him not being a champ at the moment, it doesn't make sense. But at some point, I feel like it has to happen. Now, we move along to our next guest. Have wanted to have this individual on the show for quite some time. This feels like a great time. They have a huge show this Sunday at the O2, which you can watch over in the UK on Sky Sports. But here in America, you can watch on Peacock, which is a great addition to our library of platforms that are showing fights these days. They had a nice debut on Peacock recently. They come back with another great card. And like I said at the top of the show, just a few weeks ago, we had Ben Whitaker on the program. He is one of the big names on their roster that is competing on this card on Sunday. For more on that and a whole lot more, we talked to the CEO of Boxer right now, Mr. Ben Shalom. There he is. Hello, Ben. How are you?
I'm very well. Finally get on the show. It feels like, I think this feels like when people get on Jimmy Fallon.
This is it.
This is it.
Wow.
This is a big moment. This is a big moment. But no, good to be with you.
Well, that is a great compliment. I appreciate it. And congrats on all the success, and especially the success as of late. It's been a great start to the year for you and the promotion. And selfishly, I love the Peacock deal because now I don't have to find other ways to watch your cards. I could watch it very nicely and safely from my home. Can I ask about that first and foremost? Obviously, we know about your foothold in the UK, and you have a lot of UK-based fighters. Why did you make this deal with Peacock? And could you tell me, like, what kind of a deal is it? In the sense, is it just a Peacock deal, or is it a Peacock and potentially an NBC deal down the line as well?
Yeah, it's been a crazy journey. I remember only a few years ago, writing handwritten letters just to try and get on UK TV.
Wow.
We're a young business. For people that don't know us, especially in the US, this has been a crazy journey. I turned 30 last month. A lot of my fighters are older than us. And we went from 5 Spike that you might know. It was Viacom owned. Then we went to ITV4 and BT Sport, only putting on tournaments. We ran these 8-man tournaments and built the business slowly but surely, and then landed the Sky Sports deal a couple of years ago, which has really put us on the international scene. And I think the one challenge we had is we've had to grow our fighters from scratch. And now they're getting to the stage where they're going to be competing at world level. A lot of our fighters are now going into their world title fights, and now getting to the point where they're headlining shows, and you're starting to hear about them, and you're starting to see our shows. And we needed an outlet. We needed an outlet for them in the US, which is such a big market. And so we've been speaking to NBC for a while. They obviously came out of boxing a few years ago, but for various reasons. And so the key was just trying to convince them why we were different, why they should take our shows, why this could be a great entry for Peacock, who have WWE and the Premier League on Peacock as well, why they should get involved in boxing. So it's early days. At the moment, the shows are on Peacock. We do have a couple of slots on NBC each year, and the plan is to build. And they've got a long-term plan. They want to think long-term, and it gives us the opportunity for us to come and do some big shows in the US when we're ready. But things are flying at the moment in the UK, and we have to focus right now on the UK. Some of our stars that we debuted with, guys that we started our business with, now headlining shows and now getting to the top of their various weight divisions.
Yeah, no, and I completely agree. And one of the things that I love about the UK scene at the moment, like I'll listen to Talk Sport all the time, and midday they're talking about boxing. You cannot find that anywhere here in the United States. No one's talking about boxing or MMA midday on any type of like ESPN radio. So it just shows how popular the sport is right now. But your story fascinates me because you're 30 freaking years old and you're among these giants, these larger than life promoters who are much older than you. And I know a lot of them probably don't want you around, and they make things difficult for you. And I know that, you know, as a young boy, you were a fight fan, and correct me if I'm wrong, you used to go to Bolton Wanderers games with your dad, and you would see Amir Khan there. And now, you know, several years later, you're promoting Amir Khan, one of your biggest shows. How do you go from the young kid who's just a fight fan to an actual promoter at such a young age? I know that's a long journey, but like, when do you say, this is what I want to do with my life, as opposed to just being a fan of this?
Oh, you know, when I made the decision at 23 years old, I was going to commit to boxing, people thought I was crazy. You know, it's not a traditional career path. It's decades before it, but especially in the UK. I know over in the US, you've had Heyman and Top Rank running it for decades, but in the UK with Hearn and Warren, it almost seemed impossible. But I think when you're a young man and you're chasing your dreams, almost that naivety is a good thing. And so we just battled through everything. I mean, even from getting my license in those early days to finding our first office, to finding our first venue that would let us do a show. We've had to work harder than anyone else. We've had to think differently. There's been many that have come into the sport with loads of money in the past and not been able to stick around. And we've just always taken a long-term view, a grassroots approach. And as you said, coming into any industry, especially an established industry, you're gonna be met with some huge resistance. But in boxing in particular, it's a brutal sport. I've said it, even outside the ring, never mind inside the ring. And so I think it's just the resilience and believing in that we can do something different, and we can focus on the next generation of the sport and making the sport more accessible, more transparent, more relatable. And that's worked so far, and managed to get, you know, huge broadcast deals, and now we believe the stars of the future. And yeah, sometimes I have to look, and I looked up, you know, to Frank Warren and Eddie Hearn growing up. You mentioned Amir Khan and Anthony Crolla and Ricky Hatton. These were Manchester fighters. I remember being in the top row of the Manchester Arena, and now being ringside. I mean, as you said, promoting Amir Khan against Kell Brook, which was a huge fight over here. It is pinch yourself, but with those promoters, it's now gone from people that, you know, you always wondered how they did it, to people that, you know, you're competing with, and people that some of them, you know, don't want you around. And so it's a surreal experience when I really think about it and look back and look at where we've got to. It's pretty incredible. We're doing some of the biggest shows in the UK now with some of the biggest broadcasters around the world. But I have to say, we're a young business. It's still very, very early stage, and the best years are ahead. So it's definitely an exciting time, and especially to get this Peacock deal and the NBC deal now, it gives us a bit more of an international view of the world of boxing.
Do you feel as though Frank and Eddie respect you?
I think deep down they'll see what I've done without the support, without the fathers, without the business backing, without the money, without the know-how. And they must think, how the fuck how has he done it? How is he resisted all the pressure, and how has he stayed in the game? And yeah, we get more than most. I think underneath it all, they'll understand how hard it must have been to get to this position. And yeah, I think respect is earned over time. So, you know, it's like with anything, like with any business, with any sport, longevity is key. And we're starting to get into we've been around now 4 or 5 years, and we're still here, and we're still getting bigger, and we keep rolling with the punches.
You know, they and typically most promoters, there are some, the Al Haymans of the world, who don't do media. But I would say with those two individuals, they're very charismatic. They love the limelight. They could do interviews for 2-3 hours and not miss a beat. I would say perhaps you're a little bit more reserved and for whatever reason don't want to be as front facing. Is that accurate? And if so, why is that? Why are you not a quote unquote traditional promoter in that sense?
It is. I think for me, the job of a promoter is to make sure your fighters get the right opportunities, but make sure they're fighting in as bigger audiences as possible, whether that's on TV, whether that's in the arena. And so that's always been the focus for me. I think as well, you have to look at the practical elements. I'm building a business from scratch. There's more to my job than just coming on and doing an interview with you. You know, we've gone from absolutely nothing, a shop window, renting an estate agent, people knocking on the window thinking that we're selling houses in the back streets of Manchester, to putting on some of the biggest shows around the world and being able to deliver in the biggest arenas in the world. That takes a huge amount of work away from the cameras. And that means you have to prioritize the things that matter to you most. And that's the fighters. That's making sure they get the right opportunities. That's making sure that they're seen by as many people as possible. Sometimes I think, if I'm honest, the promoter importance is it can be overemphasized. Broadcasters run this sport. Our job is to make sure there's broadcaster interest in the sport, there's money coming into the sport, and the fighters are getting the biggest opportunities. And that's what we focused on so far. So yeah, I think it's a combination of what's important and what the reality is of the business. And as I say, we've gone from 2 people to 25 people to big offices, and that just doesn't happen overnight.
How would you describe the experience with Sky? Because, you know, my view of it is Eddie and Matchroom are on Sky for many years. They take the DAZN deal. Now there's a hole in Sky Sports boxing programming, and perhaps they say, you know what, we're going to take a break. You come in, you strike a deal with them, and now as a result, you know, the little engine that could, the young upstart, has a massive, you know, spotlight on them. When perhaps if the dominoes don't fall that way, you're maybe growing a little bit slower. Now all of a sudden you have to ramp things up because you're with the big dog Sky. Is that a blessing and a curse?
Well, to be honest, when we started the business, we always saw boxing, one, as a global sport, but also one without a language barrier. But then when you look at the way the world was going, broadcasters are competing more than ever. You've got OTT platforms, you've seen Netflix and Amazon, and the boxing's a big sport over here. And we were offered deals before Sky that we didn't take because we didn't think it was the right opportunity. It was the right platform for us to do what we wanted to do. And so we took a bet on the sport, and we took a bet on what we believed in and our vision, and the opportunities, broadcaster opportunities in particular, would open up because the competition now is fierce, never mind in boxing, but in the broadcasting world. And yeah, I think, of course, we're extremely blessed and lucky and excited to have the Sky deal, and we had to do a lot of work to convince them to stay in the sport and the benefits that boxing could still bring to them and all the rest of it. And that was the culmination of a lot of hard work. But for me personally, boxing's in a healthy space. And when you see broadcasters from time to time drop out the sport, but you're seeing more broadcasters coming in. And that was always the plan. And we feel that will increase. And we feel that the sport's only getting bigger. And in the UK, as you mentioned, this is a huge sport. You know, we've got 13,000 people coming on Sunday night for a British title fight. This is something special at the moment. When we've had Michaela Mayer and Clarissa Shields and the US fighters that we've worked with come over here and see the sort of spectacles that we can put on, it's another animal. And so I think, yes, Sky's great that opened up, but the broadcasting world is changing. Opportunities are happening, and we feel we do something different.
Yeah, the fight on Sunday, as you said, British heavyweight title fight, Fabio Wardley against Fraser Clarke. The buildup has been really fun. The promotion has been fun as well. I'm curious, why Sunday? Last event was Sunday as well. Is there a particular reason for that?
Just, we've got Man City Arsenal playing on Sky, 3 million audience, Easter Sunday as well, which means Bank Holiday Monday. We're going to get a huge audience for a great fight. And it's almost the biggest heavyweight British title fight since Anthony Joshua against Dillian Whyte. And that was the platform for both of them going on to huge things and both becoming pay-per-view stars in their own right. So we just wanted the biggest possible audience, with Ben Whittaker on the card as well, and Vidal Riley, who people may know as KSI's trainer, but has taken the sport really seriously and really goes into his grudge match as well on Sunday. And just the biggest audience possible on an Easter Sunday where we can sell a huge amount of tickets. And yeah, it's a big event in the UK.
Okay, yeah, that obviously makes a ton of sense. Can I ask, what do you think when you see Eddie and Frank together in Saudi Arabia with Mr. Turki Al Sheikh, it seems like all of a sudden the two rivals are now the best of friends, and and you're not involved in all of that. How do you feel about this?
To be honest, as a boxing fan, and sometimes I have to take myself out of it, because I was a boxing fan at one stage and I never believed this could have happened. And so to see it happening, yes, of course, it's the money. Yes, of course, we understand it's the backing, but from a boxing perspective, the opportunities and the money that's being poured into the sport is great. We always said the promoters need to work together for the sport to really thrive and succeed, not just here, but globally. And yeah, so from a boxing fan perspective, it's an absolute blessing. And I think it should continue. Of course, we want to continue to work with promoters all around the world. We do on often occasion with Queensbury and Wasserman and Top Rank. We've worked with a lot, and we'd like to with Matchroom in months and years to come. But if I'm honest, it's a good thing, because especially in this country, when Eddie was on Sky and when Frank was on BT, you had about a decade of nothing between them, and it stopped so many fights happening, and it stopped the sport. You know, when you talk about how big the sport is in the UK, and you think how big it could have been had they worked together. So yeah, long may it continue, to be honest. I just hope to see more promoters involved as well, and yeah, I actually cannot complain about it.
Why do you say we'd like to with Matchroom with a smile? What's precluding that from happening?
Look, I think ultimately, I get it. We're like the young, annoying little shit, I guess, that has broken into the industry and is doing well, and as the master, great stable, and probably has some of the future stars of the sport, particularly in this country. And at every hurdle, we keep coming through. It used to be we can't run many shows. We can't do a pay-per-view show. We can't sign an Olympian. We're not going to stand up regularly. We're not going to be able to get sponsors. We're not going to be able to get the venues. And every time we've rose to the occasion, and we keep growing. And so, look, I'd love for them to take a different approach and not see it as they do. And I'd love to be able in the future to be able to work with them. They're probably the only promoter that we found difficult to work with so far. But I do get it. You know, it's an industry that they have ran and been involved with for decades, and in any world and any industry you would expect the same. If I was going to start up a computer business to rival Apple, I'm sure they'd be met with the same disdain at the start. And so I get that, and it's just something that we have to come through, and you've got to have a tough skin in this game, a thick skin in this game, and that's what this is, and we'll continue to grow and focus on what we do.
So on Saturday night, I saw a load of interviews with Eddie Hearn speaking quite passionately about wanting to make the Dalton Smith versus Adam Azim fight. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I've got you back. You back.
So I saw a bunch of interviews with Eddie talking about he wants to make this Adam Azim versus Dalton Smith fight, and he was quite passionate about it. I saw interviews with Frank Smith talking about text message conversations with you. It seems like they really want to make this fight. So what's stopping it from happening? Do you want to make this fight?
Look, as a promoter, and this is where it comes down to, you want the biggest fights. It's the biggest money. It's the biggest gate. It's the biggest viewing figures. But ultimately, first of all, we had to wait till Dalton. I saw people saying, well, we should vacate before Dalton Smith even fought. You know, the McGuigans and Adams team have to wait for that fight before they can even assess what options are on the table. We presented all the options to the team. One of them is Dalton Smith. Adam Azim is a baby. He's a 21-year-old. I'd want to catch him early. I'd want to fight him as early as possible. I believe Adam Azim beats Dalton Smith now, but I believe he wipes the floor with him in 3 fights. And so I get it, you know, and that's the game. And again, it's trying to push and push maybe the team and their team into making a decision. But ultimately, we're the promoter. We present the options to the management team. We work heavily with the McGuigans. You might know Barry and Shane and Jake, who are a big family over here, and they're not going to listen to a promoter, never mind not their own promoter, as to what fight they should take next. So I expect to hear back in the next 24, 48 hours. As I say, one of the options is Dalton Smith. We'd love to see that fight. And it is a huge fight. But ultimately, they'll make the decision that's right for them.
Would it be fair to say that you would be okay with that fight? If they say, yeah, we'll take that fight, are you okay with it? Because I felt like the way it was being presented was you were one of the roadblocks for making that happen.
No, and this is the thing, and I think again, it goes back to this whole matchroom boxer thing. We as a promoters want the biggest fights possible. Cannot pull fighters out of purse bids. It's always their management team, and the management team will make the right decision. Do I want the best for Adam Azim? Of course. Do I think the Fraser Clarke decision was the best decision, and now he gets to fight at the O2 in front of 13,000 people, potentially in front of a million audience, and earn a career high payday? It's proven to be the right decision, and I think Adam and his team will make the right decision. But as I say, he's 21 years old. He's a baby. He's created a lot of noise in 10 fights, become one of the fastest ever European champions that's ever been, graced in British boxing. And so if I was them, I'd want to fight him as early as possible. I really do. But yeah, the options are there, and we'll see what the McGuigans decide. And I'm sure they'll make the right call.
I can't wait to see Ben Whitaker fight again. I love watching him fight. What a personality, what a star. Mm-hmm. How did you feel about how he was treated by the referee in his last fight with all the warnings and whatnot? And are you worried that that is going to change him as a fighter? Because I think part of the appeal, I think he could be one of those guys that really helps in your expansion, especially here to the United States. It was fascinating to see how the American sports fans were like, this guy's the man, and how the boxing public was like, oh, no, you can't do that. The juxtaposition was fascinating, but I think the American fans would really love him. Are you worried that, some of that heat from the boxing public in the UK and from that referee and perhaps other officials to come will kind of change him and stifle him as a showman?
With anyone else, I would say yes, but I promise you, he was warned. He was warned by this referee, and I think the referee was way over the top last time. Remember, I think it was the first time the US audience was seeing him. So the background of it is there was some sort of, we got to stop this type thing. The referee went to see him beforehand, and it didn't stop him that time. It's how he fights. It's how he unsettles his opponent. He's an absolute showman. He's a superstar. As you mentioned, Peacock and NBC are going absolutely crazy for him. He did 100 million views across platforms on his last fight. I've never seen anything like it. For me, he's the future, not just star of British boxing, but future star of boxing. If anyone wants to be entertained, if anyone wants to be introduced to the sport of boxing, but he's not just a showman. This guy is a phenomenal boxer. One of the most talented I've ever seen, if not the most talented fighter I've ever seen. He's been all around the world with his amateur career. He's tough. He's been in with the Eastern Europeans. He's been in with the Russians. He's been in with the Cubans. So he ticks that box as well. I think for us as a promoter, it's just about, as I said at the start of the interview, giving him that window, making sure he's on the biggest platform, because this one is going to fly. Ben Whitaker can be a star for a long time in boxing, potentially a face of boxing and the face of boxing. And to have had the impact he's had in 6 fights, amassed over 1 million followers, one of the most followed boxers now in British boxing and world boxing in this amount of time is crazy. And no one has seen anything yet, because we luckily get to work with him, and we know him, and we know how focused he is, and we know what goes into his craft, and the team around him is phenomenal. And you'll see on Sunday, I think we start at 1 p.m. Eastern time on Peacock, but for anyone in the US that wants to see a potential future superstar, you've got to tune into Ben Whitaker. And I believe he'll probably be our entry into the US, because I know how keen NBC are.
I can't imagine being a 30-year-old promoter in the sport of boxing. Do you find often that fighters, managers, trainers try to take advantage of your youth, try to alpha you, bully you, things of that nature? And maybe that was a thing 7 years ago and less so now, but do you feel like that's something that you continuously have to battle as you're trying to assert yourself in this sport?
Yeah, no, it's a good question. 100%. the older managers, the older promoters. I'm a young guy. Some of my fighters are older than me.
Yeah.
Have a fight, and the ones that I'm closest to are usually the some fighters that I entered the sport with, like say the Ben Whitakers and the Fraser Clarks and the Lauren Prices and the Caroline Dubois. We almost started our careers together. So it works both ways. There's a very, very close relationship that develops because I built my career with them. And so it's a really interesting experience when you get into like the headline shows and you've invested, your whole journey has been with these fighters. So in that respect, it works really well because the fighters can relate to you and you sort of from the same generation, same sort of background, same sort of interest. But yeah, this is a brutal sport and I've had my head in the washing machine plenty of times. I still do. We have our heads spun all the time. It's a sport that you have to be streetwise at the best of times. So coming in your 20s, especially at this level, you're an easy target. I've got no mistake about that. But one thing that me and my team it doesn't bother us, and it's just something that we move forward with. And as you say, happens less now. Still happens, but happens less now. But yeah, some of the stories that I have from being a 24-year-old, 25-year-old promoter running around Manchester and having to make a way are just crazy. And I don't think many people could probably withstand those moments.
So I'm just curious, do you like who is the money behind Boxer? Who I know you're the CEO, but who's the owner? Is there like a singular owner? How does that work?
No, I own the business. I took out I think it was a £10,000 loan when I first got my license. And we have literally run day to day up until this point. Obviously, we have a great deal now, and I'm so grateful for the deals that we have and the partners and the sponsors. But no, I own the business, and that's something I'm very proud of. And it's something that we've always run. We've had to run a tight ship, up until this point. I used to run the shows without any broadcaster revenue. We had to learn how to put on TV shows with just sponsorship and tickets, and the principles of business that teaches you has stood me in good stead. But yeah, we've had to fight for everything that we have. And as I say, we are still a young business. We're still growing. And yeah, it's very exciting. A lot of the people that I started with are my age. We started together. We're still going. We're still learning, and we have a massive future ahead. And so, yeah, to have the stable that we've now amassed and the shows that we had without foreign investors, without still owning our own business and all the rest of it it's an incredible experience.
What can you tell us? What could you say about the article in the Times back in January alleging that there was a relationship between you and your promotion and the infamous cricket spot fixer Majar Mazid? This has created a lot of headlines and some accusations thrown your way. What can you tell us about this?
Yeah, this was it's confusing to me a bit. This was a guy that was involved in the sport way before even I was. And there's a lot of characters in boxing, and there's a lot of characters that represent all sorts of fighters in boxing. And yeah, it's we feel we know where it's coming from. We do feel there's a bit of an agenda going on there, and it's something that will be dealt with. But ultimately, that's part and parcel, and it's skullduggery in this business. The better we do, we know, as I say, this is an isolated. We know where it's coming from, but the better we do, the more challenges that we have to deal with, and yeah, it will be dealt with. But it's a difficult one when we're talking about people that have worked with every promoter, and when we're talking about such it's hard to understand what the wrongdoing is that we're being accused of. And yeah, as I say, I don't want to say too much about it because it is being dealt with. But yeah, it's I think we know where that's coming from.
Can I ask, where do you think it's coming from?
Look, I don't want to stoke the fire. I think it's anyone in British boxing. I think it's pretty obvious to many people what's going on.
And when you say being dealt with, what do you mean by that?
Look, clearly information that we've had no wrongdoing with is being leaked fraudulently. This is accounts. Again, no accusation of wrongdoing, but just anything to create a salacious story about our business. And our business is based on transparency. Our business is based on cleaning up the sport. And so it's definitely an attack on that. And it's something that all things come to the surface. And as I say, there's no wrongdoing on our part. And so sometimes we're sat here confused as to what the accusation is. But look, we'll continue to do what we do, and nothing is going to stop us. You know, Mayor Jonas, Buatsi Aziz, Wardley, Clarke. This is our best start to a year. We're putting on some of the biggest shows. It might in the UK. I don't know how much you'll see it, but we're putting on the biggest shows in the UK right now. The biggest cards in the UK. We have the future.
I see it all. I watch it all.
You see it.
I listen to Simon Jordan. I hear all the craziness. I love all this shit. I eat it up. And that's fair enough. And could I ask, who do you think is the greatest promoter of all time? It could be boxing, but when you think of like, this is the guy, this is how I want to build my business, this is how I want to act, this is how I want to be treated by fighters, and have who do you consider to be the greatest, boxing or not boxing?
Well, I have a hell of respect for every promoter, because it's a hard job and you've got to work hard and you've got to be on your game every single day. We want to do things differently, so it's hard to say I want to be like this person or we want to do our own thing. I have a lot of respect for all of them. I think Bob Arum, to me, only just the longevity of it, just what he's pretty incredible. You know, if you think back to Muhammad Ali and the nights that he'll have been involved in there, and still seeing him do it today, that's pretty special. But all of them, you know, Eddie is a fantastic. I don't think we've seen a better showman as a promoter than Eddie Hearn. I think he's an unbelievable interviewer and a great salesman on camera, and Frank Warren as well. And I mean, to survive in this game, you've got to be talented, and you've got to be pretty special, and you've got to work hard. And I've got a huge amount. Whatever might happen in business and things like that, anyone that wants to be in this sport and can last in this sport, especially those, I think with Bob and Frank Warren in particular, I relate to his journey. You know, he had to start against the cartel, which they were called over in this country, where they completely had a lock on the sport. And I always took inspiration from that journey. I had to start, you know, with relatively nothing and no connections in the sport. And so I think those guys that went through that are the biggest inspiration.
Why should this audience watch on Sunday? Give us the pitch. Whether it's on Sky Sports, I think 50% of our audience is in Europe, so it's not just the Peacock audience, but Peacock here in America, Sky Sports in the UK, and I believe Ireland as well. Why should they watch?
It's a special card. It really is. I think in the UK, everyone already knows why they'll be watching. It's been labelled the biggest card of the year in Britain. Ben Whittaker, the future star, will open the show. Vidal Riley, who's got 2 million subscribers on YouTube, is in his big test against Mikhail Lowell, who just comes out swinging and definitely will do after his performance against Isaac Chamberlain. Florian Marku, I don't know if you know him, Ariel. He's the Albanian king. He sold 25,000 tickets for us over in Albania. He takes a huge test against Chris Congo. We open with Alan the Savage Babic against Steve Robinson, which is just a fun heavyweight fight between a monster and a small guy. And then we have the big one, which is, I think, this British title fight. You may know the history of it with the purse bid situations, and it absolutely blew up as to why it didn't happen the first time. Fraser Clarke still has the chance to become the quickest ever heavyweight British champion against Fabio Wardley, who is a knockout artist of the highest order, on Sunday night. And I don't think anyone can really call it. It's going to be a special event in front of a sold-out O2 on an Easter Sunday. So anyone in the US that really wants to experience a quintessentially British boxing night, which is what this is, with the atmosphere and the heavyweights involved, needs to watch on Sunday on Peacock. I
love it. Much respect. Congratulations on all your success. I also think you have a great, and I'm a fan of women's MMA and women's boxing as well. Caroline Dubois, the sister of the great Daniel Dubois, as you mentioned, Lauren Price, Natasha Jonas, Francesca Hennessy, which is a great story, such a young up-and-comer. You really have a nice roster of female fighters as well, showcasing both. So much respect to you and the team on everything you've done up until this point. Good luck on Sunday, Ben. Well done getting those elbows out there, fighting off all the haters and detractors. Keep doing your thing, and great to have you on the show for the first time, the first of many appearances, I hope.
Respect. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, there he is, Ben Shalom, the CEO of Boxer. And Boxer, by the way, spelled Boxxerr. No, one R, excuse me. Boxxer. There's the poster for at least Ben Whitaker's appearance. And we had him on the show very recently, and he's just an absolute stud. He's an absolute stud of a talent. He's very fun to watch. He reminds me of a young Michael Venom Page. He reminds me of a young Nassim Hamed. He reminds me of, those just super flashy but very, very, very talented young fighters who have all the confidence in the world. And the thing about him is the beauty of Ben Whitaker, and as he just said, it's much more than just Ben. The beauty of Ben in particular is that, he's flashy, he's a hot dog or whatever, but he's an Olympic silver medalist, and he was very close to winning the gold medal. So he's a very good boxer, and he's been around boxing for quite some time. So if on Sunday you are looking for something to do, obviously there's a UFC event on Saturday night, and that is the card in Atlantic City. Parlay boys will be in attendance. Perhaps you're celebrating Easter. Perhaps you're looking for something to do. And if you're in America, it's at a great time. And if you're in the UK after the Man City game, throw this on. This is going to be good stuff. I'm looking forward to it. Love a little Sunday afternoon fighting. So great stuff there from Ben Shalom. Still to come, speaking of the UK, we'll have one half of Chase and Status, gigantic MMA fan, Saul Milton on the program. Looking forward to that. And about 45 minutes time, Becky Lynch, the man, will stop by. One of my favorites to talk to. I am looking forward to that. For now, though, it is time for everyone's favorite segment of the week. It is time.
It's time for a good old-fashioned Q&A, MMA fans.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived to hear from the man himself,
From the
Ariel
Northwest.
Helwani. Live from the Box Studios in beautiful New York City, it's On the Nose. And now, to answer your questions, get out of your seats and
Great
on
day.
your feet, because here he is.
So far.
Excellent day.
Ariel
Is it an excellent day?
Helwani.
I think so.
I really enjoyed that interview. I love the business side of things. I love the fight game. And I also love our good friends over at BetterHelp. I do want to tell you very quickly about our good friends over at BetterHelp. I want to give you guys a little hypothetical. Imagine for a second that you can wake up tomorrow and there was an extra hour in the day that you can spend doing whatever you wanted, truly anything. What would you do? Well, if I had an extra hour, I would perhaps spend more time with my kids. I would go out for a nice little walk, a jog. I would journal. I would meditate. What would you do, Frank?
I would watch Game of Thrones.
Perfect. Anyway, figuring out what really matters isn't always that easy. If you felt a little panic when I asked you, Frank, how you'd spend that extra hour and I felt it, you might want to give therapy a shot. I'm just throwing it out there.
I mean, you're not wrong.
It can help you suss out what is most important to you and find some ways to prioritize it. BetterHelp can make that entire process convenient and painless. Just fill out a brief questionnaire and get matched with a licensed therapist fast. Learn to make time for what makes you happy with BetterHelp. Visit BetterHelp.com/MMA Hour today to get 10% off your first month. Again, that's BetterHelp, HELP.com/MMA Hour. I love BetterHelp, and we appreciate their support very much. Okay, so I asked people on the Substack for rapid fire because I always feel so guilty that I don't get to as many questions as possible. So not only did they understand the assignment, as they say, I got a ton, but they were nice, tight, and concise. And I'll tell you this, because they were so tight and concise, I didn't even pick out my favorites. I'm just going to go in order here. How about that?
Whoa.
Yeah. Should I go top first or should I go chronological?
I think chronological makes the most sense.
Oh, all right, fine. I was going to go top first.
Well, then why'd you ask?
Well, I just wanted to know what you thought.
I get it.
Alex Weber, great way to start. Alex Weber up first. A-Dub, hey, Ariel, show has been great lately. Thank you. What a breath of fresh air Sadiq Youssef is. Also, I've watched the interview with Dustin several times. He's the man, just a man. Where do we stand with the idea of having all non-dominance UFC fighters on the show leading up to the event? I know you've crossed off 10 plus so far and likely have some planned in the coming weeks. Well, let's see. UFC 300. So we've had Alex Pereira on. We have not had Jamal Hill on, and something tells me that's not going to happen. I don't have any issue with having him on, but I think he has an issue, so I'm going to say that's probably not going to happen. But he's welcome to come on if he wants. I'm sure this is going to lead to a 15-minute response on his YouTube channel. Thanks a lot, A-Dub. Have asked Yan. I think she'll be on. Zhang is a little tougher to get in touch with these days because she represents herself, but maybe. Gaethje, obviously not. Max, hopefully. Charles, have we had him on before? Armin, we didn't have him since it was announced, but we had on. Anyway, I think we could have a lot of these people on, but I think we've already had a ton. Holly, we've had Kayla, we've had Sadiq, we've had Aljamain, we've had Yuri, we've had Alexander, we've had Hinato, we've had Jamiller, we've had. Well, actually, they didn't announce official, or they did. Yes, they did. They had just announced it like a day later. So I think we've had a good amount. Matt Smitty, opinion on The Rock dropping an F-bomb on live TV. Don't hate it at all. In fact, I love it. Have you guys seen The Rock's work? I mean, The Rock is not only going back to like 1998 Hollywood rock, but he's like taking it up a notch. And the parallel in terms of like on social media, he'll drop these promos where he's ripping on Cody Rhodes and Mama Rhodes and all this stuff, but then he's also doing like incredible stuff for charity. I just think it's fascinating, and I don't think anyone ever thought in 2024, actor, Disney star, philanthropist, CEO, whatever you want to call him, I don't think anyone thought we'd ever see this version of The Rock ever again, just because it doesn't make a lot of business sense at first glance. And now I feel like he's just flipping the script on all of us. It's been so much fun. I prefer this version of The Rock way more than the wholesome, like, let me come out and smile and kiss babies and all that stuff. He's wearing the Versace vest. He's got the glasses on. He's busting open Cody. He's smearing the blood on the weight belt thingy. It's fantastic. I'm loving it. And I feel so sorry for the people. Like, I responded to one of these people, and it's just like a constant, oh, looks so real, so fake. I don't understand how anyone could like this. What's the appeal? I don't understand these people. Like, when I see people tweeting about Game of Thrones or, your favorite TV show or Call of Duty or Fortnite or anything out there, Spider-Man, Star Wars, Superman, Deadpool, you name it, I don't feel so insecure in my own skin and beliefs to have to go out and tell the person, this isn't real, right? Here's a newsflash for everyone. We know it's not real. We know it is scripted. We still like it. We will always like it. Nothing you will say will change our stance on this. Why do people feel the need when it comes to pro wrestling in particular? Nothing else. Not movies, not TV shows, not video games, not comic books. Why do they always feel the need to poo-poo it? Just fucking scroll right by. Why do you have to weigh in on this? And why do you think that your comment is going to change our stance on it, make us like it less? It doesn't make any sense to me. It's one of the great mysteries in my life. We like it. We enjoy it. It's an escape. It's fun. We understand what it is. We recognize what it is, and we're okay with that. Trust me, we're okay with it. We're fully okay with it. And you like your thing, we like our thing. At some point, we'll meet in the middle. Maybe that middle is MMA. Maybe that middle is NFL. Maybe that middle is something else, politics. I don't know. But I just don't understand the need from the detractors to always want to crap on pro wrestling. I really don't get it. It's an incredible mystery to me. GC, do you understand this? As someone who wasn't a pro wrestling guy and probably didn't like it and may have said some of these things, at least internally, don't strike me as the type to go on people's pages and be like, wow, why do you like this? What is the appeal here? What is the motive here? Why do people do this?
I don't know. I mean, the internet is just a place to hate. That's just what it is.
Everything?
I'm not going to be the guy that's going to question it. I still wouldn't call myself a wrestling guy. I mean, I'm into the Royal Rumbles. I'll get into WrestleMania, but that's about the limit for me. But I can see why people like it. Like when you watch it, it is entertaining. It is fast moving, but the always coming after people that do like it, I really don't understand.
It's not real, right? It's fake.
I mean,
right?
that's the craziest part. Everyone knows that it's not
we're
real.
Aware.
You think that the people who spend their lives watching it think that it's still real as well? Yeah, I mean, it is what it is.
I mean,
You like
even
what you
WWE
like.
acknowledges it's not real. Like they put out documentaries, they put out books. We're all very aware. Just like we're aware that TV shows aren't real and comic books aren't real and movies aren't real and everything else. By the way, I've seen the script. The NFL isn't real either. I got people with that.
Imagine people came out.
They love that one. They love that one. I see this. Oh, here's the Bills fan.
You just gotta ignore them though.
I know.
Gotta ignore them.
I know.
Because you did end. You were like, we do not care if you don't like it, and if we don't care, then you just gotta ignore it. They're always gonna be there. They're all like I don't think pro wrestling's ever going to get to a point where it gets beyond the people saying that it's not real and it's fake and why do people like this. So you just gotta ignore it.
I do want to let you know I've seen the script.
Fill me in.
It's not real. They want Mahomes to win. It's very clear.
Wow.
I mean, how else do you explain?
I thought it was Kirk Cousins comes to
No. How else
Atlanta
do you explain,
and wins the title.
How else do you explain a freaking, what is it, 13 seconds? Like, it makes
What is
no
this?
sense.
They're just repeating the script. It's the same one that they had with Tom Brady.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
7 bowls.
By the way, how do you feel about legendary MMA journalist Mark Ramundi now being a
crazy
beat writer?
Crazy.
Congratulations to Mark.
Yeah.
Great move for him. For your Atlanta Falcons.
Yes. So instead of hounding wrestling fans about wrestling being fake, I now get to hound Mark Ramundi on not holding the Falcons accountable when they lose games.
I love it.
I'm going to be in his mentions all the time.
It's wild because, like, I have lists on Twitter, so things are grouped, and all of a sudden now I'm getting Falcons updates. Like,
and he's just done with the MMA game.
I think he's done
over to the NFL.
I think he's done after 300.
Wow.
Mark,
voyage.
Yeah, Mark is one of the best journalists to ever cover the sport. I consider him a friend. Was obviously a colleague with him here and at ESPN. NFL's gain, our loss. He did incredible work, thorough work, important work. He's literally one of the greatest ever. And I think this sport and this fan base will and should miss him, but I think it's a great opportunity, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he does over there. And I think being a Falcons beat writer is just the tip of the iceberg for him. I think he can do a lot more and have much more of a reach in the coming years. Brandon, what's up, Ariel and crew? Ariel, it has been said that you enjoy a good diss track. Yes, that is accurate. And I still think the greatest of all time is Hit 'Em Up. This past weekend, your boy Drizzy got cooked by Kendrick Lamar. I'm curious how this made you feel. As a huge fan of both, I'm excited for what's to come. Can I be honest with you guys? And perhaps GC, Frank, Rick, you want to weigh in? I saw my general take these days when it comes to social media, when I see people talking about something, I actually go the opposite way. So I see people talking about this Diddy thing. I'm just like, I want nothing to do with this. It feels like an ugly place. I see diss track talk. I'm going the opposite way. I saw something else recently. I don't want to fall into any rabbit holes. So did he get cooked? Is that accurate? Is this fair? And why is he getting cooked? What did he do?
So like Kendrick came after J. Cole and Drake. I'm actually not as well versed as I normally would be in something like this. Future dropped an album. Kendrick was on a feature and came after J. Cole and Drake, talking about there's no big three, it's just me. Now they got beef. I can't give you.
Have you heard?
More details.
Have you heard it?
Yeah, I've heard the song.
Is it good?
Pretty good song. Yeah.
Does he cook him?
I don't know. I don't know if I can stamp officially cooked. I mean, the world says, they got cooked. And then Drake had like he's on tour right now, and he brought it up at one of his most recent concerts. So, yeah, there's definitely something there.
Rick, did he get cooked?
I can't weigh in on cooked or not, but I think Connor summarized it well. I'm opposite you. When I see something trending like that, I kind of like dive in, learn as much as I possibly can, then I'm ejecting. Then I get out. Do like a quick summary, and then I'm out. And that's
sort of
what
like
I've
the
gathered
cliff
from
notes. The cliff notes from
it. Yeah.
I get it. I mean, does Drake still have what he had during back-to-back against Meek Mill?
Oh, yeah, that's a whole thing. Yeah, there's a Meek Mill thing going. Someone asked me yesterday about the Kevin Connolly thing. I'm like, what are you talking about? And I guess all this tells me is that my...
Wait, Kevin Connolly, the dude from Entourage?
Yeah, there's apparently a thing with him.
And his beef with Jersey Jerry?
I guess there was something where people said he owes them money or something.
Yeah.
I'm trying really hard to not.
Barstool, named Jersey Jerry, has like come hard after Kevin Connolly.
Is this legit?
I see it all the time. Yeah. Supposedly he owes him like $41,000 or something. It's all over my timeline all the time. Yeah, and like Kevin Connolly is completely ignoring it, but he's responding to all these crazy DMs. It's big time drama.
Yeah. I guess what this means is I've told you guys I want to be on it less, and maybe it's working if this stuff isn't popping up for me.
Yeah, so
You're
like
doing it right.
the first two things we talked about are kind of like drama. He said, she said. I mean, Diddy's house is like getting raided. That's like there could be some serious legal issues there.
Wow. Okay. You know what's weird about the questions this week? I asked for rapid fire, and I think people took that as okay, rapid fire, but also, I guess in the spirit of today's show, non-MMA. So there's a lot of like off the beaten path questions. For example, what would everyone's fighter nicknames be? This person says, Eric the Ozempic God Jackman.
Ozempic God.
Ozempic God.
I appreciate that.
Wow. I feel like you have a nickname already, Rick. Connor has a nickname.
Yeah.
Frank, we all have nicknames. I have like 5, so I feel like we all have.
It is funny how far we've gotten away now from you like originally being like, oh yeah, GC, Georgia Connor. It's gotten to the point now where people are like, why do they call you GC?
Oh, really?
I sort of have to explain. Yeah, it's quite literally just the state I'm from. It's not that cool.
New fans. What are the team's favorite quotes? This is from FTMMA. I'll lead off. Never argue with an idiot. They'll simply drag you down to their level and beat you out of experience. One I liked as a kid was don't count the days, make the days count. I always liked that one. Another one that I always tried to live by was, 80% of success is just showing up. And then a personal favorite, which is like really, obscure. I think it goes something like, ask not what your country could do for you, but what you can do for your country, which I thought really.
I think I saw that in a fortune cookie once.
Yes. What's your favorite quote, Frank?
Think for yourself, question authority.
Wow.
Nice.
This explains a lot, actually.
Yeah.
Good old Timmy Leary. Yeah.
This explains the hotel room in Vegas.
Wow.
Yeah, bingo.
Fear is the mind killer.
Mine's a little corny. Andy Bernard from The Office.
Oh, my.
I wish someone would tell you they're the good old days when you're in them. Something along those lines. Basically just being grateful for what you have right now.
I love that.
I got to be honest. I don't think I'm as elevated a thinker as the rest of you. I don't have quotes. Like I don't associate with those types of things. I don't have something
That
written
is
on
my
the.
We're going to come
favorite
out to
quote.
Amityville and we're going to paint your favorite quote on one of your walls in your office right back there.
It's not
Looks
going
like
to be
a lot
my
of white
favorite quote
space.
because it doesn't exist. It might have to be your favorite quote. I
The only
don't
thing we have
do
to
that.
fear is fear itself.
That's a good one.
As good as any.
Quietly
Let's get it up.
carry a big stick.
How about this
Let's get it
one?
put up.
Hello, Ariel and crew. In the spirit of rapid fire, I'll keep it short. If when you guys drop merch, and it's coming, okay? Come hell or high water in the year 2024, there will be merch, all right? I just want to tell you that. May I suggest a flannel? It would be unique and more special than a regular t-shirt, cap, or sweatshirt. Just a thought. I just feel like a flannel is tougher to, it's tougher to pull off, no? Like,
I like the idea of a Helwani line of flannels, though. Not necessarily like a merchy kind of thing where it's like logo driven, but like
we're talking about like Jim Nance
curated.
has his deal with Vineyard Vines. You get like a deal with a
That I
flannel
dig.
line, and it's like
That I dig.
the AH line of flannels.
I dig that.
Yeah, that I think is cool, but not merch. Like
I
it
would
can't
love
be
it.
like a logo type thing like that.
Let me tell you something right now. I'll throw this out there because last time I did this, I met Spencer, who's been one of the greatest things to happen to me as far as the social media videos are concerned. If there's anyone out there who wants to make flannels for us, hit me up. And if there's anyone out there who wants to run this store for me, hit me up. I'll just throw it out there. All right. Let's see if anyone takes the baton, because I've thrown it out to the guys, but no one's helping me out. I'm pretty much drowning.
And don't
here.
make sure to hit up Ariel.
Yeah.
Don't hit me up.
No. I mean, like, my DMs are closed, so like, if you want to hit them up to get to me, that's fine. But like, just hit us.
My
up.
DMs are also closed.
No,
so,
they're not. I've seen your DMs.
If you want to hit up Ariel, you can just do that.
Cheeto pancakes. What is up, Ariel? What is the max amount of many days until you no longer eat leftovers? What is the max amount of many days? I guess like how many days until it's not
I think
edible?
you throw them out.
It depends on what it is, but I would say like 2 to 3.
Is there a meal that you make where you're like, man, I can't wait to have these
No,
for
I'm not a big leftovers
tomorrow?
guy. If I'm
All
being
right, that
honest, you
answers
gotta heat it up. You gotta,
What do you think is the worst leftovers food?
Mashed potatoes.
Pizza.
What?
Really?
Cold
What?
pizza. Cold
Worst
No
pizza.
way.
Worst leftover you can eat is pizza?
cold
Flip
pizza.
over iron skillet and just
This
cook the
is
bottoms
this
of
is insanity.
Cold pizza.
This
That's
is
one of the
crazy.
best ones.
You
This
like
is
One of the
crazy.
best ones.
Wait a second. Cold pizza. You like cold pizza?
Cold pizza,
is it?
microwave pizza,
Nah,
throw it in the oven,
microwave
whatever
pizza.
you want to do.
It's all
room
soggy.
temperature pizza.
Oh,
Nah.
I mean, I'm talking like I've been on a bit of a health kick, and I've really learned that like leftover broccoli, in my opinion, is just awful. It's just one of the worst things.
The smell.
'Cause it gets, like,
soggy,
dried out?
Yeah, like it gets kind of soggy and like the condensation.
opposite.
It's
Okay.
just like sort of mushy. It's just not my thing. Pizza is an insane one. I would have ranked pizza like maybe top 5 best leftover foods.
No. Especially not cold. Warmed up.
Oh,
okay.
I'm crushing it cold.
Ugh, gross.
A little AM cold pizza.
Yikes. Ugh,
Yeah.
Disgusting.
Sign me up.
And can I also just say this whole thing about like the turkey the next day Thanksgiving? Gross.
Stop,
you-
dude.
It's gross.
So if
You're
you don't
ranking
eat the
that
whole
in the
turkey,
bottom
yeah.
as well.
Yes.
Leftover Thanksgiving.
Yes. I like it fresh.
I'm putting pizza and leftover Thanksgiving in my top 3 leftover
right,
foods.
that's
What are we gonna get? We're
can
gonna
I
get
tell you what's
sushi
bad?
as your best or something?
Can I tell you what's bad? Sushi's bad. I was just
Sushi,
gonna say
yes. You
because
can't-
That
the
one,
rice is
the rice
is-
gets bad.
yeah.
The fish is kind of sketchy.
Yeah,
you can't do
yeah,
sushi.
yeah. Ruben, saludos, Ariel, from post-COVID era and after. Name 3 of your favorite fights. Good luck this week, Parlay Pals. Wow, 3 favorite fights in the post-COVID era. Top of my head. I mean, Chandler Gaethje was great. Volkanovski Ortega was great theater. What am I missing here? Volkanovski Makhachev last year was great. What do you guys got? Throw some at me here. Best fights of the post-COVID era.
I love and will always love Jan versus Sandhagen. It's up there for me as one of the best ever. I just love that fight.
Volk Ortega.
Unabashedly.
Yeah, I said that.
Yuri Glover. Did you say that too?
No, that's a good one.
Yeah,
Yuri and
Glover's
Glover is
great.
also up there. Yeah.
Actually, it's a fantastic one.
That might be the best one.
I mean, that's an amazing.
What won
Like,
fight
quite
of
a
the year
bit.
last year? Was it Volk Makhachev?
No, I had
Yeah.
something else. I voted for something else though. I can't remember what now.
I think that one though. But yeah.
Drawing a heavy blank.
And before that Yuri and Glover. So yeah.
Grasso Shevchenko was kind of cool. The first one.
What was so good last year that how is this slipping my mind? There was something that
Izzy Pereira 2
that
was
an,
great.
That was an insane moment. I can't remember that. My fight of the year was definitely not Islam Volk. I'm just drawing a blank here. We'll think of it.
All right.
Oh, Pantoja Moreno was a good
Oh
one.
yeah.
Yeah, that was a good
Oh
one.
yeah. That was my pick last year actually.
James is asking, can we get the MMA Hour merch before GTA 6? See, I don't know when GTA.
That's a great race. That's a great race.
What is that? That's the game, right?
Grand Theft Auto 6, yeah.
And it's
Yeah,
been
But when's it?
Just
over
keeps
10
getting pushed
years
back.
before the last
It's
one.
been a while.
Okay, so can we do that? I don't know. When is it coming out?
I don't think there's an official release date. 2025, I think, right now.
Okay. Here's a good one. Makum. Hello, 10-7 crew. What's your opinion on Brandon Moreno taking a short temporary retirement? Much love. So I actually reached out to Brandon Moreno about coming on today, but I didn't hear back. And that makes total sense. He probably wants a break. He came out on his social media, and this was actually translated by the great Danny Segura of MMA Junkie. This is the quote. I just think I've reached a limit in my mind and I'm tired. It's not goodbye or anything like that. It's just wait for me. Be patient with me. Let my body, but more than anything, my mind, my head compose itself and recover. And we're going to get back to doing things right. The last time that happened, I came back and I became a world champion. And I'd like to think I could do the same. And when I return, I'm going to go on a tear. I still think I'm an incredible fighter and I have all the qualities and abilities to be a champion again. I respect it. It doesn't sound like he's retiring. He just says, I'm going to take a break. And maybe rather than the UFC hitting him up or fans hitting him up, he just wants to chill out and recover. He's had a lot of fights over the last few years say over the last 4, and a lot of them have gone the distance, and some of them have been wars, and that's a lot of cutting weight, and that's a lot of getting punched. And there was a lot of drama regarding the team, where he's training, and he goes from his home base to Krause in Kansas City to Saif Saud and company in Dallas, Fortis MMA. Just a lot to handle. And so sometimes a break does the body good. And he's not saying I'm retiring. He's not saying I'm done. He just needs a bit of a reset. And I think that takes a lot of courage, and that takes a lot of maturity. And I think that we'll see him back. But it's been a lot of fighting for Brandon and a lot of long fights. And then the last one obviously didn't go his way. This is not one of the questions here, but I get asked a lot about the James Krause situation. And it's been over a year. And I don't know if this is like, you guys, I think, are a little bit more conspiracy theory than I am. I don't really, especially Frank. Like, Frank is the biggest that I've ever met. Like,
Yep.
I don't know if this is being swept under the rug. No one has information. No one's really talking about it. And so I'll just say, like, I really don't know where this all stands. I don't even know where he is. I don't even know if anyone has had any kind of interaction. I don't know where he lives. It's one of the greatest mysteries right now. And I suspect at some point we'll get some sort of resolution to this story, because even Jeff Molina is not back in the UFC. And other people have been affected as well. But as of right this moment, I don't have an update to share on the Krause story. So that one comes up a lot. And the reason I don't tag it in is just because I don't have anything to say. But because we were just talking about Moreno, I figured I'd bring it up now. Frank the Tank. Mysterious Frank isn't so mysterious. All it took was a quick Google search to find a photo of him. The jig is up, Mysterious Frank. Will you reveal yourself live on the show, or will I crush your persona with a calculated reveal of said photographs? Good day. Jeez. It's not very nice.
Shudder. Shaking in my boots.
Here's my take on Mysterious Frank. You could go online and see photos of the great Rey Mysterio without his mask, or you can just have fun, suspend disbelief, and not be such a negative fucking Nancy and ruin it for everyone. You understand?
Well said.
Just get the fuck out of here, Frank the Tank. No one cares.
Wait a minute. Wait, what?
Wait, not you, the other guy. Mwemwe, Ariel, and crew. If you could build your dream UFC London card, everyone is available for this summer. What would it look like, and who would be the main event? Well, how about those comments from Dana White to Adam Catterall of TNT Sports saying a pay-per-view is coming to the UK? And, I saw a lot of people rejoicing over this, but lest I, remind you that there was literally a pay-per-view last March in the UK. So it's not been this like long drawn-out journey to get to this point, just for the record. Like, we just had one in March of 2023. That being said, of course, the right answer is to go to Manchester or anywhere in England with a pay-per-view when you have Tom Aspinall as interim champ and you have Leon Edwards as welterweight champion. I personally think that the main event should be Leon Edwards. I know it's the smaller weight class, but he's the long reigning champion, and it should be him versus Bilal Muhammad. And I think the co-main event should be Tom Aspinall versus either Cyril Gane or Tom Aspinall versus Curtis Blades. There's some nice symbolism having Curtis Blades on there because they fought back at the O2 2 summers ago, and Tom blew out his knee. I've seen some reports about Arnold Allen versus Giga Chikadze. I like that. Just load it up. Get Patty on there. Get Meatball Molly on there. Get all the friends. I would love to see Ian Gary versus MVP on there. And I saw Ian Gary's reply to MVP, and he said that he's the higher ranked fighter. But let's be honest. I mean, MVP has been around forever, and the only reason why he's not higher ranked in the UFC is because he's just had one fight in the UFC. You can't really go off that. It's kind of silly. So if we don't get the Colby fight, I would love to see MVP versus Ian Gary. I think that makes a ton of sense. The question regarding that card for me is it going to happen on July 20th or July 27th? Because last I heard, July 20th was the Utah pay-per-view, and July 27th was Manchester. You're not going to have back-to-back pay-per-views. So does that mean they're saving Utah for later? And then what happens to the other plans for August? And so I'm curious to see how this all pans out. Or maybe they're just going to replace the Utah pay-per-view with the Man pay-per-view and And then I'm curious about if it's on July 20th and it's an afternoon card here in the United States. Does it go head-to-head with the Jake Paul, Mike Tyson card on Netflix, or does it happen before? There's a lot of interesting things to come, my friends. I'm just kind of blurting them all out, but interesting things. Speaking of Jake and Mike Tyson on Netflix, this is from Connor from Canada. With Jake having his fight on Netflix, it got me thinking, is this the way the competition can catch up to the UFC? Your average person likely won't buy a pay-per-view, but may tune into a well-produced event on Netflix, Amazon, and continue to do so if they enjoy it. Well, to a degree, yes, but like you have to remember the UFC is a well-oiled machine. The UFC is a behemoth. The UFC is an organization that has been around for 30 years. So even if you put a one, like MVP can't compete with the UFC, Bellator can't compete with the UFC, PFL can't compete with the UFC, one championship, if only because they have the longevity and they have the head start. So even if you're on the biggest platform, that might expedite things a little bit, but competing with them, it's going to take a lot. It's, they have the funds, they have the backing, they have the, the relationship with the audience. It is going to take a lot. So I don't even, like this move here, which at the moment is just a one-off, is not necessarily to compete with the UFC. I just think it's the biggest platform possible for a fight like this. And that's it. Yes.
I think it's important to note they're not competitive products. That's like, and I think you alluded to that. Like these are not the same thing. Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson is not the same as Alex Pereira versus Jamal Hill. Like it is just not a comparable product. It is not intended for that goal. It's a one-off event. It's not the foundation of a league organization. It's just different. It's not intended to be that thing. So no, I don't believe it's the start of some kind of, in fact, I would dare argue that it's probably going to ultimately in the long run be beneficial for the UFC if there's a successful live combat sports product and they see the interest in the market, and now there's a new potential player or bidder for the UFC's broadcast rights. So it might end up helping the UFC, if anything, to be completely honest, more so than a competitive product to counter the UFC.
Yes, and as we've mentioned, WWE having their deal with Netflix obviously leads to speculation that UFC could follow suit. Same parent company, right? So they have that relationship, they have that deal, and the UFC deal here in the United States ends next year. So end of next year, end of 2025. This is going to be one of the biggest stories to watch unfold over the next year and a half. Tayshawn8888, shout out to GC, legendary addition to Brotherhood. Best travel romance story with a heart. Shoot. What is he referring to? Like, do we have a travel romance story? Like where we fell in love with someone? What is the question?
I'm not sure.
Maybe like more romantic trip? Like trip with your significant other that was romantic? I don't know. If it's not that, I don't know what else it could possibly be.
Is he referring to like we were on a trip and we like had a romance? Like we met someone?
It's possible. It's not happened to me, but it's possible.
Frank, tell us. When you
Yeah, I think he's referring to what's the most romantic trip he's been on.
Okay.
I can answer for Rick. It's his trip this Saturday.
Yeah, no.
He's ever been on.
By myself at the casino at 4 a.m.
Rolling down together, huh?
Can I say something without you getting mad at me, Rick? Or are you going to get mad again?
No,
you can already.
Well, it depends. It depends on what you say. It depends on what you say, but yes, you can.
I've had a lot of people reach out and say, if you are truly a friend of Rick's, you need to do whatever it takes to get him to not drive after the poker.
How many's a lot?
And even, nice one, Frank, and even if this is what they said. I'm not doing it. I'm just saying what was said.
Yeah. Tell me.
Even if it requires reaching out to his family, wife, mother, father.
Wow.
You need to do what you need to do.
I encourage you to reach out to Holly. I encourage you to reach out to Holly, who will say, I want him home ASAP to take care of these kids. So yeah, it's all good. That's what she'll say.
Okay, so if that's the case, why not just go right after the fight?
Well, some things are for me. Some things are for me. Some things are not for them.
The ultimate gamble is the drive home.
Yeah,
things are for me.
By the way, that's well said. That's well said, Frank.
Funny.
That's well said.
We'll be all good. We'll be all good, people. I appreciate everybody's concern. but we'll be all good. But no, I'm not mad at that. I appreciate it. I appreciate that they're not aware of the levels of grinding that I'm capable of. They're just not. They can't put themselves in that mindset, and that's okay. You know.
Wow.
But
you're saying none of them are committed to the grind like you, huh?
they don't know. They don't know about
real
the
deal
work
grinders.
All day. Yeah, they're not like that. They're not built different. You know what I'm saying? They're just
you
not,
have
they're not there.
set yourself up for like colossal failure. If you know,
what do you mean?
Even if you just get in like a fender bender or something, knock on wood, or a flat tire or something like that.
By the way, there's actually no better time from a logistics driving perspective to drive than that time, because nobody's on the road, so you're fine. Now, will you be more tired? Is there potential danger in that regard? Yeah, certainly. And I appreciate everybody's concern, but no, it's gonna be gravy. Done it all the time.
How are the
No
deer in
problems.
Atlantic City? A lot of deer popping out.
No, not a thing.
I'm just throwing it out.
Clear roads.
Listen,
I-95, baby.
I have said
Straight
my
shot.
piece. I have said my piece.
On the turnpike. I just want to go back to how many is a lot. I always want to quantify that when people say a lot of people have DM'd me, a lot of people have reached out to me. Are we talking like 27, or are we talking like?
I'm sorry, I didn't count them all. No,
one guy thing.
My feeling is, by you asking that question, you're implying that it was only just one person. Is that accurate?
I don't know. People throw around the word a lot.
He's right about that. People do say
me
like
and Rick
a
have
lot
discussed
of people,
this
and
before.
it's like
Everyone is reaching out to me, so I'm doing X, Y, Z.
Everyone.
Yeah,
Who's
that's
everyone?
right.
You got one mention on Twitter?
Everyone.
I'm gonna propose that sometimes people say a lot of people have reached out,
One
and
is enough.
nobody has reached out.
Wow.
No, nobody has reached out. I've seen this before.
Next level conspiracy.
I've seen
All right.
I love this. I love this.
I've seen everybody's asking me. And
Everybody's asking me about the
replies,
sweater I'm wearing today.
And there's nothing.
That's right.
There's nothing. Zero.
Link to the sweater
not one
below.
Person.
I like
Not
this.
one
I actually
person.
love this conspiracy.
You know what?
Rick. I love
Why don't you guys put your conspiracy hat on and find out what happened to James Krause? All right, you do something.
I want to know.
do something
I want to know.
valuable instead
It's
of
a
this.
crazy.
I really do want
It's
to
a
know.
crazy thing that we have not.
No
heard
one's even
anything
heard of him?
since.
This is crazy. Not only crazy, borderline disrespectful. In any event, Cole, which country does the UFC visit first, Spain or South Africa?
Spain.
Spain. Yeah, I think that's a much easier one to get done. Also, Ilya's a bigger star, right? If we're going to compare him versus Dricus at this moment. What about this one from Jax? As a young man who is unfortunately balding, I commend and look up to GC for his decision. I've been flirting with the same idea for some time now, and seeing how happy he seems with his decision is so uplifting and inspiring. It seems that you all, from Ariel to Andy to the people we don't see or hear about, you all have such impacts on us fans in ways that have nothing to do with MMA, and I personally just want to thank you all. Shout out to this community. Much love. Wow.
That's an incredible note.
That's very nice.
My
very
take,
nice.
if you're starting to worry about it, just go ahead and shave it. It hasn't even been a week now. I'm so used to it. I'm getting to that threshold of I wish I had just done it sooner.
Do you mind me asking a question? Is it too prying?
Why are we afraid to ask questions?
Yeah, what is going on here?
No. Well, this is sensitive stuff. You know, it's not like it's a big
Rip
decision.
it, please.
We're talking
What
about
was the number one?
Go ahead.
What was the number one thing that prevented you from doing it sooner? Right? Like, what would somebody out there be thinking that goes, "I'm not ready to do it"? What was the thing that was stopping you?
I think
what
the
was
fear,
number one thing?
fear of commitment. Of like, once I do this, it's a tough road to get back to where I was.
Got it.
Because then, like, if you do it and then you're like, all right, I think I'm just going to grow my hair back out. Then the hair's back out. Then you're still like, man, I'm going to have to go bald at some point. But damn, I really didn't like it. It was kind of just like flip-flopping. And like, it's really just once you shave the head, it's just like any even just crumb of innocence left in me is just poof, gone. 30 years old, bald. I mean, it's just like, where did my childhood go? It's,
Yeah, but by the way, this is
completely-
you made this. You had hair,
I know.
so it's not like you're innocent. Like you've made that decision.
Yes. This is actually exactly what my mother told me.
Yeah, you could have.
I was like, Mom, I'm 30 and bald. And she was like, by choice.
Yes,
You could have
could have
kept
kept
letting
going.
it ride. No, it was a great decision.
You could have done the part. You could have done the comb over.
Oh, God. No. See, I thought I was too far gone. And now the best part about being bald is that I can see guys with receding hairlines now and just kind of give them a comforting pat on the back and be like, just let it go, man. It's all good. Make the step.
Can I
Cross
ask you
on
the
over.
hardest
Come on
question?
home.
The hardest question. At any point in this process, did you consider the trip to Turkey?
Never, not once. That is a combination of a lot of things. I'd have to make the social posts with all the pricks in my head and all the dots.
That's the most brutal part.
You want to know my theory
dots.
with that? You want to know my theory? Is that you're getting ready to pay. You pull out the old Amex to go ahead and give it a swipe and pay. And they're just like, by the way, this is going to be $8,500. 50% off if you just post it on stuff. What do you think?
Brutal.
50% off. You know, we'll save you $4,000 right now if you just give us a quick Instagram post.
For sure.
It's very expensive. I that's just not something I want to spend my money on. And B, I like the baldness. You kind of just owning it.
I hope they're getting a great deal from those posts with the dots because those are tough.
I hope they're getting it for free. I hope they're getting it for free.
It's hard to unsee, right? Like I just feel like
I'll say this though. The outcomes look really good.
Or something.
No, they look good, but
they do look good.
That post has to sit there. Is there?
I actually don't hate it. Though. I don't hate it because then you are owning how you own going bald. Then you are owning that I got fake hair. Like Joe Buck, the great announcer, still has hair at like 60, and he constantly is like, "It's fake. It's fake. Don't worry. Like I got implants. It's fake."
Oh,
I think the worst is when you're a bald guy and then you immediately have a hairline like Rick's or yours, Ariel, and you're just like, yeah, just let it grow back out. I don't know. I just let it grow back out. Shaka Smart on Marquette suddenly has all this hair. Like, it's just like, yep, just let it grow back out.
You see a lot in Hollywood where they were balding 10 years ago, and then all of a sudden they get this.
Gosh. I mean, look at like, guys like Elon Musk. I mean, a lot of these actors and actresses, it's like kind of starting to go. I mean, I read Matthew McConaughey's book, and he's just like, yeah, just a touch of rosemary oil. It's just like, or you just got implants in there.
I feel like you nailed it, though. It's about the comfort. It's about
comfort.
You know,
and
what do you feel?
Just can't express how great it is to just hop out the shower, whoop, ready to go.
Oh, I meant more from the perspective of like, I'm comfortable in this skin, right? Like I'm bald now and this is the way forward and this is how I feel. And if somebody's the opposite, right? Somebody's like, I want to get the hair plugs and that's how they're going to be good. Then get the hair plugs and be good.
Whatever you're comfortable with. Own it. That's the thing. Just own whatever you're going to do.
Yeah. Dig that.
Felix, to the greatest MMA journalist of all time, Ariel, to break the fourth wall when a guest mentions an anime show or a podcast or a TV series, anything that you didn't know about previously, and you tell them, I'll check it out. Do you actually end up checking it out? Or do you just say it to be polite? It depends. It depends. Usually when it's anime, do I even say I'll check it out? I'm not sure.
I love the
anime. What is it called?
I don't know, just anime, you know, you just let it flow. It feels like when you say it, it's like forcing it out. Anime.
Yeah, that's French. What do you
I mean, it's just great.
Have you ever watched an episode of any sort of anime?
Yes, I've seen fucking.
He's about to say SpongeBob SquarePants or something.
You definitely watch like Pokemon or like
Pokemon, even like an episode of Dragon Ball Z.
You know what? Can I just say something about that?
Well, One Piece.
I don't get the appeal. I mean,
here he goes. Here he goes.
Not even the Transformers when you were growing up.
That was that anime.
I mean, yeah.
What's the problem with how I say anime? Am I?
It would be like if I was like
pronouncing.
You're putting the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
What? So you say it, right? So you say it.
Anime.
I think that's more. Anime. See, I say organization. You guys say organization. That's more.
Now we're getting into the status thing.
Status is the guy's name.
A, B.
We're not going to call Sade Sadi.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I come from a different country. Okay, I pronounce things.
He pulled in the sorry.
Yeah,
he switched it.
I come from a different country. Okay, so I'm not going to be shamed into saying this how you lot say it. All right. In any event, no. I think it's a useless waste of time. All right, and I don't get it.
Oh wow!
And if you ask me, the animation sucks. Okay, and worse than that, the storylines suck. All right, the character development sucks. All right, and the acting sucks too. And you know what? You know what pisses me off the most? The freaking VO doesn't even match the lips moving. All right, it's that bad. It's that poorly.
I thought you were going to say that because I thought you were going to say that it's fake. That you're bothered by it being fake because this sounds a lot like the anti-wrestling stuff here right now.
Sounds a lot like the anti-wrestling.
They're not actually flying. They can't fly. All right. What kind of what's a Squidward anyway? Or a squirrel or whatever it's called. The fucking
Squirrel is an
heard-
animal.
yeah, I know that.
is
I've
true.
Whatever that
Squirrels
is.
are
I've
real,
heard-
just for the record.
SpongeBob also.
I've heard
not
very
an
good
anime.
things about Blue Eyed Samurai. I'm thinking about starting, Ariel. Maybe me and you,
On
we both
Netflix?
started.
What is that?
Yeah, I've heard great things about that.
Rick, you are
A
going
lot
to
of people
finish the
enjoying it.
entire series, and Ariel's going to be like, "I love it. I'm 15 minutes into episode 1."
Imagine watching Akira and being like, the animation sucks.
I've watched like 3 seasons of Welcome to Wrexham, and Ariel's just like the first episode. I'm still working through it, but it's amazing.
What about this one from Curtis? Ariel, I appreciate that a mensch such as yourself would never trash the film starring your most notorious guest. But in the interest of keeping balance in the universe, it must be stated in this forum that Roadhouse is a terrible film. After such glowing reviews from the crew, there will be an asterisk next to all future MMA Hour movie recommendations.
What did he want? What did he expect from this film?
Movies
Like,
are all about expectations. It's all about your expectations going into it.
Listen, here's the thing. You guys are the movie experts. You're the ones who go every Wednesday and you go to the Alamo and you
I
go
watch
to
a
this.
lot of movies.
I have
So
said
come
that this was
prepared
the
to this.
first movie that I've gone with my wife to watch in 13 years. So your first problem was actually listening to me, okay? Number one. Number two, what did it require? You sat on your couch. You didn't have you have to factor these things, right? You didn't have to pay a penny. You're an Amazon Prime subscriber already. You didn't have to pay extra, right? They didn't have to pay extra?
No.
No.
So for 2 hours, what is it? 2 hours? You're sitting there, you're watching Conor make his debut, you're watching some fight scenes, you're seeing Jake Gyllenhaal's incredible abs and body. Like, what more? I mean, I could think of a lot worse things to do.
It's funny. I also feel like we were pretty clear throughout the entire thing. Like, I wish we had a counter. We got the question counter. I wish we had a counter how many times you were like, this film is not going to win any Oscars, but it's an enjoyable ride.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what it is.
Actually, you're 100% right. I think we said that like 10 times. It's an escape.
I'd watch it again.
Yeah, I'd watch it again. And by the way, there's some
It was
great
fine.
moments, like him walking in. It's like, let me see what's up in here. The sandwich.
Yeah, when he walks in, he's just like, I mean, I've already seen some great memes coming from
He's
it.
already
Where
dead.
the fuck is everybody?
Yes. Bro.
Fellas.
Kyle, Ariel, and crew, especially Mr. Fight Feast himself. Have you or the guys tried any Filipino food yet? If not, I would recommend adobo sisig. Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing that. Those are bangers. Longtime listener, first time question asker. Have you had Filipino food, Connor?
No, I haven't, but that would be amazing to try.
Yeah.
Who's from the Philippines?
Manny Pacquiao.
Salt? Yeah, I was gonna say Manny Pacquiao,
Yeah.
Salt Poppy, next Salt Poppy fight. Isn't Manny Pacquiao trying to fight?
Oh,
someone?
that's not bad.
Connor Ben.
That's not bad.
Yeah, there was some talk.
Connor
I
Ben.
mean,
I don't
yeah,
want to
there
get into
seems to be
this.
some great Filipino restaurants here. Would love to try it. On the list.
By the way,
I've had Filipino food
it's
quite
great,
a few
right?
times.
I-
It's quite good.
We
Yeah.
went to a wild one this week for AC.
Shout out to Dylan. He actually asked you specifically about the hair transplant in Turkey. We've already addressed this.
Oh yeah.
But how about that? Also, he says, does it bother you that Ariel wastes his head of hair?
Yes, yeah. We've discussed that several times.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I had a hairline like you, I mean, it'd be a problem.
My kids
It'd be a
are always
problem.
telling me to grow it out. I'm like, no, not going to happen. It just feels like steel wool on the head. I can't breathe.
I'm telling you, when you're doing the book tour for Highway to Helwani,
Yes,
well
yes.
after the retirement, it's gonna be Letterman-esque how he's got the massive beard now.
Oh,
You're
it's
just
gonna
gonna
let
have
it
the
flow.
giant fro, and you're just
I'm
gonna
down
be
with
coming
that.
to book signings. You're gonna have these, the glasses are still gonna be intact, but they'll be your retirement era glasses, and it'll be great. It'll be great. The fro will come back. The hair will grow out at some point, just not in the professional.
I'm down with that.
You got
Dylan.
you got the coffee shop and the van. It's
It's going to be great. I'm going to pull up when I'm going to do my book tour. And
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. People are going to ask me to come on and be like, yes, but you're going to get this version of me. There'll be a massive fro. I'll rock up in my Westphalia.
Yep. Kids will be fully grown out the house.
Oh,
It's
the
gonna
best
be
part
good
is
times.
I'm gonna have a surfboard on top of the Westphalia, but I don't surf.
I was gonna say
I'm gonna
you're
be
have
rocking.
not surfed
Oh,
one time.
Shout out to Peyton Talbot. I'm gonna be rocking my. What did he say these are with the thing on the front?
Oh, the toe guard. I think.
Yeah. I wore these just for
Toe
him.
cap.
I actually texted
cap,
him and said, "What What do you got to say to me now? You calling me a poser?" And he said that I would get beat up at the skate park, and that's okay.
That is all right. That's all right. Toe cap, don't skate.
I don't care.
Surfboard, don't surf. It's all
Long
good.
hair, don't care.
There it
But
is.
can I ask, why would we have the surfboards then? Why not just avoid
It's
altogether?
all about
Why
the
do we
aesthetic
need the
appeal.
surfboard?
It's just the look, bro.
And people see him with the hair grown out. He's got
Just
the flow at that
vibes.
point.
Just
People are
vibes.
just like, damn, that Hawani guy's so chill these days.
Yeah. I'm gonna wear Hawaiian shirts like Dustin Poirier. Tell people
you
to
switch
stay
from-
hydrated.
Just switch from the flannels
Yeah,
to the Hawaiian
shirts. I've never been a big Hawaiian shirt guy. I've never been a short sleeve button down guy.
Neither have I. My mom actually back in the day when she was the one that dressed me in like elementary school, so like 2nd, 3rd grade when she's laying out my clothes for me, twice a week I would wear Hawaiian shirts.
Wow.
Yeah,
Good for you.
Yeah, a lot
Hawaiian
of
shirts are sick.
Fridays and I think Wednesdays. Yeah, I mean a lot of my elementary school pictures are like me chubby with a bowl cut and a Hawaiian shirt. It's great. It's a good look.
I love that. Yeah.
I just looked at the YouTube chat and someone said, "Hey Ariel, where does your forehead begin?" I mean, I don't know if that's
Good question. When you wanted that.
the beauty of my situation is the hairline almost connects with the eyebrows. So
Yeah, that's
I mean,
what
that's
he's
a
saying.
deep hairline, man.
Can't quite figure
That's
it
a
out.
hairline many get. You're 42?
I'm 41. Chill. All
No,
right.
I was saying you're 40, comma,
Oh,
2.
yes,
So I was
yes.
actually
Oh,
underrating
thank
you
you,
there.
thank you.
Having that hairline at 40 is great. Shout out to my dad. He turned 67 today. Great head
Whoa.
of hair.
Day
Great
before
head
my
of hair.
wife,
Ooh, happy
Wow,
birthday.
let's go.
the 27th, 67. Tremendous.
67 years old. Great head of hair on him.
We continue. And in a few minutes, we're going to be joined by the great Becky Lynch, who authored this tremendous book, The Man, Not Your Average Girl. And then our man Chase from Chase and Status, Saul Milton, will join us and the picks to come. So buckle up, friends. How about this? ZMP, AH, do fighters ever ask you ahead of time not to be asked about certain topics, or is it all fair game? There have been people who have said, can you ask us or show us the questions beforehand? Can you clear this with us? All that. And I always say no. I always say no, thank you. And we just don't do that sort of thing. So it doesn't happen often, but it has happened, and I never partake. In large part because I don't write the questions in advance. So, by the way, this is from Aunt Evans, Rick, for you. What do we have to do to stop New York Rick from drunk, tired driving? This is literally what
See,
he
this
wrote.
is
What,
this is why I was mad last week.
No.
or
What?
on Monday because you started this.
No.
This is
Was
why
that the
I'm
angriest
mad.
we've ever seen Rick?
Yeah, it was.
on there?
I was worried. I was worried.
This is why, because you started a narrative that is based on falseness.
I was literally just listening to what you said.
But and I appreciate your concern. Come on the road trip with me. Fly in. Just take a ride.
Yes,
Everything will be
yes,
okay.
yes.
You can hop in if anything gets dicey, and you take over the wheel. That's how we'll solve it.
I dare I say they're not ready for us this weekend.
Oh, it's gonna be
as
great.
the kids say. It's gonna be a movie.
It's gonna be fun.
A movie.
Yeah,
It'll be
it's
a
gonna
movie. I love
Atlantic
it.
City's about to be a movie.
This one is from Boxing Blogger. No one from MMA Media ever interviewed Ronda Rousey after she suddenly left the sport. If you can interview her now, what are a couple of the most important questions you'd ask her? Golly, there's so much. I mean, obviously, like how she handled the Holly Holm fight, and more has come out, and she has a book coming out as well. And I think she discusses some of this. More has come out on that, but you know, she handled the Holly Holm loss in a pretty tough way. I remember her coming off the airplane, covering her face. I mean, it was hard to see because she had been so, you know, unbreakable. She was so tough, and then you see her covering her face. Very, very tough. So that moment, and I'd love to talk to her about that. What happened in the Amanda Nunes fight? All those things. There's a ton to ask her about. I don't know if that is ever going to happen. And of course, her WWE run is fascinating in its own right. But yeah, I would love it. Rhonda, if you'd like to come on, we'd love to have you. For now, though, what a transition that is. Thank you to everyone for the great questions. It is a great honor. It's a great privilege. It's very exciting to have the author of this book right here. It is called The Man, Not Your Average Girl. Her name is Rebecca Quinn. She is the inimitable, the often imitated, never duplicated one, Becky Lynch. Hello,
Thank you
Rebecca.
for having me.
Oh, there she is. It is so great to see you. What an outfit this is.
Thank you. I nearly pulled the bicep opening that door.
It's
My goodness.
Yes, it is. You've been here before.
Yeah, I never had to open the.
You didn't-
Normally,
okay.
people open the doors for me. you know?
Chivalry. Joe, next time we have to open the door for...
Well, I insisted. You
Okay.
know,
Oh,
I
you
was
wanted
like,
to do
"Ah."
it. Okay.
This is training. This is training for WrestleMania.
Congratulations. You brought a book too. Is this a signed copy for me?
No.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
No, just in case they do a close-up on me.
Oh,
so
yes, you want to have it in the shot.
Make sure I have it in the shot,
You're in very promo mode.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I ask you a question? Can I break the fourth wall for a moment? Are you exhausted talking about yourself? Because I like to consume a lot of the media, and like you've done so much media, and a lot of the same questions. It just happens that way.
Yeah.
And like I almost feel bad that you have to sit here and talk to me right now.
No,
I feel guilty.
Well, not blown. I always love talking to you.
I appreciate that.
It's never.
But it's got to be exhausting.
Is it like it's tiring, but it's also there was one point where I went into replay mode where like I was saying something and then I just said the exact same thing that I just said and I was like, oh wow, that was a malfunction on my brain. And so like stuff like that's happening. But I don't think it's more exhausting than say running around and pretending to be a zombie like I do when I'm at home with my child. So yeah, no, I'm not too exhausted.
Okay.
I'm not too exhausted.
Is it done today or is there? I know there's
there's 2 more weeks.
2 more weeks.
Well, because so I'll do this. I'll continue on, and then we go right into WrestleMania, and then that's going to be chaos.
Yes.
And then after that, then I've got more stuff out in LA. I'll go back to LA, and then I'll do that. And then it's the European tour, and so then I'll go to Europe, and then we'll do the European tour. But I will make it. I will have made it once I do that European tour because I'm going to be on the Late Late Show. Do you know what that means for an Irish woman?
I love the Late Late Show with the toy Christmas.
Yes!
Yes.
Oh.
I watch this every year. But I know it's a weekly show on Friday nights, right?
Yeah.
And there's a new host now.
Yes.
The other guy is gone. Now, how's the new one doing?
I don't.
You don't
honestly,
know. But this is a big deal because I've seen Katie Taylor on there.
This is a big deal. This is a big deal. I'll have finally made it.
And just curious, like that
I felt like I finally made it when I made it on your show.
That's like a slot below this show, right? Like in terms of making it? Okay.
Well, but like to the Irish.
To the Irish, right.
My ma.
And you've never been on before?
I've never been on.
Wow.
No, we've never been able to line it up. I was really trying to get on the Late Late Toy Show, but
that is a legendary one. There's like a little kid, and then they show like the superstar shows up. Like there's one with Katie I saw one time, and the little girl wants to be a boxer, and then Katie is very. We don't have wholesome TV like you guys in Ireland. Like when I was there last year for the Katie fight, her homecoming, I'm watching TV, and it's like literally what they were talking about midday. And I think I've talked to you about Joe Duffy, his radio show.
Yeah.
But this was after I saw you. They were literally, it was a woman who called into like the midday show saying that her niece went into her makeup drawer and ruined her lipstick. And they were having a panel on what she should do to the niece. This is what they're talking about midday in Ireland.
I love this.
It was incredible.
This is great.
It was like the most
That's
wholesome
amazing.
thing. And then I tweeted about it, and then they asked me to come on to talk about why I found this so fascinating. Like
but also, what was your solution? Did you have a solution?
Well, I just think you reprimand them, but I just, you compare that to midday television here in the United States, and that would never see the light of day. No one cares about this. It just felt very like innocent.
Yeah. Good for us.
Good for you guys.
I always wanted to sit in the crowd though of the Late Late Toy Show when I was a kid, and because you get all these cool toys. Yeah, it never happened.
Well, this is big. When is that happening, by the way, or can you not say?
That's happening April 19th, I want to say.
All right.
Yeah, so the next couple of weeks are a little mental.
Okay.
A little mental.
You've written this, and you did such a great job, and you've poured a lot into it. And as I've said here and on social media, what I love so much about it is it's very honest, it's self-deprecating, it's funny, it's very forthright. Like it's really a window into your soul. And there's certain things that I want to ask you about, but I'm just curious. The anxiety of, okay, it's fun to write it, it's fun to have it, people read it, but now like the world is going to tap into this as of yesterday, right? It came out yesterday.
Yeah.
Is that stressful? As opposed to an interview that's live, it just happens and you move on. Now it's just like this thing that is coming this date, and now the whole world is going to learn about these things that you haven't talked about before.
I think there's a little bit more pressure in that when you write about something and when you're deliberate with your words. When I talk, sometimes I might not be as deliberate with my words as I want to be. So you might misspeak. But with this, it's harder to misspeak because you've thought about it and it's carefully thought out. And so it really represents me. But here at that time, here's the thing, we're always changing, we're always evolving. So at the time, these are my thoughts, these are my opinions. If you want to debate about it, we can debate about it. But was there any anxiety? I don't think there was much anxiety. I think I was excited because I'm proud of what I wrote and I'm proud of my journey. And I think it's it's a coming of age story. It's an overcoming the odds story. I think and it's my love of wrestling in a story, you know, and all the obstacles and the things that I didn't love about wrestling. Like I didn't talk about it as if it's all perfect and it's wonderful, you know. I give the hard parts of it too, but I was proud of it. I think it's the thing that I've done in my career that I'm most proud of.
The book?
Yeah.
More so than anything?
I think so, yeah.
Why is that?
Because it's all my own words, and it's...
No one helped you?
No.
No ghostwriter?
No ghostwriter. No ghostwriter.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's not
Thanks.
common.
No, me and Mick and Chris and...
Yeah, I mean...
There's a couple.
In wrestling, but I just mean like as far as celebrities, there's always a ghostwriter. It's just not talked about.
Yeah.
Well done.
Yeah, I didn't want one.
Why is that?
Well, because I think that nobody could do it justice in the way that I can. I tried to ghostwrite it, but it wasn't for me. I wanted to say my words the way I wanted to say them.
Very impressive. What's harder to write about, like your family stuff, and you talk a lot about your family, or wrestling? Because I feel my perception of you is you really respect the business, and there's certain things like you don't want to break kayfabe, right?
Yeah.
But you do that here. You talk about relationships, you talk about behind the scenes stuff. So what was harder for you?
Gosh, I don't know. Maybe a little bit of a combination of both, because you want to do both, right? You want to protect the things that you love. And I want to protect my family, but you also have to be honest about the struggles of your family, because if you're just talking about how great everything is, well, that's not realistic and nobody has that life. So you have to give it your perspective, but also not be unfair to people who cannot defend themselves. I think that's important, because nobody sets out with bad intentions, or very few people set out with bad intentions. Like, I find that is quite rare. So I think you have to find a way to be fair about things. Like I've written about bad creative in this, and you know, there was a lot of bad creative, but it's not like nobody was sitting there going, how do we write the worst creative for Becky Lynch? Nobody was thinking that. They're thinking about other things. And so I tried to be fair to that too.
I loved learning about your childhood and, you know, like your sort of rise to prominence. Learning that you were once a flight attendant.
Did you not know that?
I did not know that.
Oh,
I didn't know that your mom was like a legendary flight attendant.
Legendary.
Like 30-something years?
29 years.
29.
29
The way you
years.
speak of your mom and write about your mom is amazing. Like the compliments that you give her as a person in and out, really impressive. Like you could see how much she means to you. And then you kind of following in her footsteps. How miserable was that for you? Because it didn't seem like a job that you wanted. But a nice little anecdote in the story, I hope you don't mind me saying, you got to work her last flight.
Yes.
As a flight attendant as well. The photo that you posted is tremendous. It's very heartwarming. I'm sure it meant a lot to her. But for you to do that job while you're trying to find yourself, was it a miserable experience?
It was a little bit miserable. It was miserable. In the beginning, it wasn't. I'm like, God, she beamed. She beamed when she saw me in that uniform, like a pride. And because she wanted me to get out of wrestling so bad. She didn't like it. And I'm like, understandably, like I'm 18, I'm moving across to Canada. I don't know anybody. I'm not good at planning. I don't know what and she's spent the last 5 years with me just completely going off the rails. And to even allow me to go over to Canada and trust me to do that, you know, that has to be hard. As a mother now, I go, how did she do that? And I always think of, like, when I was a kid, I remember my mom worrying and me being like, stop worrying, Mom. And now I have a child. And I'm like, oh no, I am 20 times worse than my mother. Maybe 100 times worse, you know, and for her to be able to let me go and do that, and then see me coming back, see me fail, see me get injured, and then to finally see me in a secure job, and the job that helped her provide for herself and her 2 kids, a lot of the time by herself, because my dad was frequently unemployed, and they were separated for most of my life. So a lot of the time she'd be the sole breadwinner, and so this job and this lifestyle afforded her so much, and I hated it. I felt so miserable in it, and my dad saw that in me, and I think he had all these dreams, and he felt like he obliged his parents too much to follow their dreams. And so when he saw me do the same, he wanted me to do anything else. And, you know, he already didn't like my mom because they were separated. They had a huge falling out. But but so there was that, you know. It was the making my mom proud because I was doing what she loved and what it afforded her a great lifestyle, and not being true to myself and knowing that my dad wanted me to be true to myself and what I wanted to do, but also I didn't know what it was because I felt like I couldn't wrestle anymore. I felt like I'd burned those bridges.
Why'd you burn those bridges?
Well,
why did you feel that way?
Because I when I got hurt, you know, which like I got a concussion, I got a bunch of stitches in my eye, but really I was like, I don't know what I'm doing with my life, and I was 19 years old, and I was about to move over to America to do a personal training diploma, and in Orlando. And my goal was maybe I can get into TNA because the way that they were treating women there was so much better than the way that they were treating women in WWE. So it was like I can make a splash there. But when I got hurt and then I felt like I was just all over the place. I'd done this bodybuilding competition. My hormones were all out of whack. I was just depressed. I was depressed. I was anxious. I was all over the place. And I was just lost. I was lost. And I didn't have anyone to guide me. You know, I didn't have any guidance. Who was going to guide me? My mom didn't know anything about wrestling. My dad didn't know anything about wrestling. I didn't have any role models that were able to take me under their wing and be like, oh, it's all going to be okay, hon. You know, because I didn't know. And so I left wrestling for 7 years. How did I get into that?
Well,
I went on a long tangent there.
No, this is great. This is about the journey.
This is the tiredness.
Yes.
This is when I start talking, then I'm like, wait, what was I talking about?
When you were trying to find yourself, when you were feeling depressed, you said the word depressed. Did you ever, you don't mention this, correct me if I'm wrong, in the book, did you speak to someone? Did you ever talk to a therapist?
I did mention that in the book,
Okay,
actually.
I apologize.
Yeah, well, not a therapist, like guidance counselor.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to a guidance counselor.
How old were you when you did that?
21.
Okay.
I think 21. And it was when I was working as a flight attendant, and I was like, well, I loved wrestling, but I feel like I can't do wrestling. And she was like, okay, yeah, no, you can't do that. Let's look at business. And I was like, oh, okay, business. I'll do business. But the idea of sitting in college learning about business for 4 years just sounded like a prison sentence.
Right.
I did not want to do business. And you know, they give you all these tests, like the what are you suitable for? Do you like to arrange your closet? Like, you know, these things that don't really tell you anything about yourself, but allegedly tell you everything about yourself. And it just was a terrible fit. So I didn't see anybody like a proper counselor in that time. But also that was expensive, and
Right. You didn't
it's cheap.
Right.
Cheap and poor.
It's almost like, as you put it, as the kids say, cringe. Sometimes to read some of your tales of your love life, because like it's like, Becky, just go for it, or don't go. Like, and you're like taking us on the journey. And I'm just wondering if some of your apprehension.
Oh, it's cringe, is it?
Well, you said that. You said that some of this. Well, it was just like you're doubting yourself. You go this. I'm just wondering if your parents' history is why you were the way you were.
Oh.
If you saw that as a kid and didn't want to commit, or didn't feel like you had it in you, or didn't maybe want to recreate that. Do you think any of that had that kind of effect on you?
I think I thought that maybe at the time, but I think having met my husband and having not had a fear of commitment when I met him, and like as in once we decided that was it, then that was it.
It is quite a journey you take us on with your husband.
But it's a short, to be fair, like I write about it, but it all happened over the period of 2 weeks.
Fair enough, okay.
You know what I mean? Like it was 2 week period, maybe 3 at a stretch.
Okay.
But like the flirting, I suppose, happened a little bit earlier. So it's a fun little journey. One of my favorite parts of the book. But do I think I just think I wasn't with the right people. Like I hadn't met the right people, and you know, I grew up being teased about, you know, being ugly and overweight, and so I think that was the image I always had of myself, and so. Any male attention I got, I was like, oh, great. Oh, great, you know?
Just go for it.
Yeah.
No problem. You know, we hear a lot about The Rock's $7.
Yeah.
You had $35.
Yeah.
Don't hear about that as much.
It's
Maybe
not
your
as catchy, I suppose.
It's pretty darn close.
Yeah.
Maybe your production company.
That's with inflation, isn't it?
That's true.
Yeah,
Yes.
5 times. Yeah.
I can't imagine what that is like to look at your bank account and have that as you're about to embark on it. Right, you're at the airport.
Oh, I smiled. Yeah, I laughed.
smiled.
I was like, "Oh, this is great.
Why is that
What
great?
an adventure! You've got nothing to lose.
That doesn't give you a panic attack at the time.
No, you've got nothing to lose.
True, but how do you support yourself?
I figured
figured
that
that
out.
out,
Figure
okay.
that out. You know what I mean? You can always get a job. You know, I had a little job, but yeah, I worked at a health food store actually, but they spent the time selling me supplements and making it sound so appealing that I spent all of my money on supplements.
Oh,
so I was
gosh.
really just working there to support my supplement habit, and yeah, so I had no money in my bank account, and yeah, so it was just exciting. It was like, well, I was about to go have a WWE tryout, which I thought I'd burnt that bridge.
Right.
I thought that was gone. I thought that dream was dead, that I was never going to get it back again. And now I was about to go and take a chance and make it happen. And I had a belief in myself because of everything that I had done all the way to get to that point. And then I only had $35 or €35 in my bank account. I was like, this is great. What a story this will make in my biography one day.
Yeah. There it is, available now. Incredible. So right now, like this book coming out at this point in your career, you still have hopefully many years left. Why did you feel like this was the right time? This is the thing I'm always curious about when a celebrity comes out with a book in the midst of their career as opposed to the end. Why did you feel like this was the right time to do it?
They offered me a book deal.
Perfect. Okay. That was it.
I got to work. Well, I'd always wanted to write a biography.
Yeah.
I'd always wanted to write a biography, front of my mind. My dad was always encouraging me to write. Then Mick Foley was my hero. Mick wrote his book, so I was like, it was front of my mind goals, you know? Main event WrestleMania, write my biography, be an action figure. So it was all of these things that were top of the list goals. And so once they offered me a book deal, I was like, oh yeah. So that's what. And then eventually they gave me a deadline. And so here we are.
Okay.
Yeah,
Was it harder than you thought?
Couldn't push the deadline anymore. Gosh, was it harder than I thought? I mean, I did a year-long writing course
That's interesting too. Most people don't do that.
Yeah. Well, I just wanted to be good. But I also like learning stuff.
You did that in the midst of being an active pro wrestler.
Yeah. And a mother.
And a mother. And a
mother.
wife.
Yeah, I did. It was Tuesday nights for like, what was it, like 4.5 hours or something.
4.5 hours every Tuesday night?
That was including writing time.
Okay. Jeez.
So I would do that. And I didn't always make all of it. Like, I wouldn't always make the whole writing time. But maybe it was 3.5, I can't remember. Anyway, the point is I learned so many skills that applied to writing this book, and then it helped me write a better book. And then I wrote a good book.
Okay, so you
but then there's that reward of like, I did it by myself, and I learned how to do it well.
Yeah.
I hope.
No, it's really
decide.
tremendous. And it does remind me a lot of the Mick Foley book in that it's very honest, open, self-deprecating like him. Like I could see some of that influence. I'm wondering if he has written, I think he wrote.
He helped me.
He helped you?
He helped me. Yeah. In that I gave it to him to read.
Wow.
And then he went, I think we had a 6-hour phone conversation.
Come on.
And he like went through it with like little different things he would suggest. And he was just encouraging me that I had a good writing voice more than anything, because I was going, maybe this sucks and blah, blah. And like this version is far different than the one that I gave him. This version is far better. But he was so encouraging and yeah, went through and
what is that like to go
me.
through that with him? Like,
Amazing.
Imagine like 16, 17-year-old Becky is sitting down with Mick Foley on the phone and he's telling you about your book.
I mean, my singular goal when I started watching wrestling was to get a hug from Mick Foley.
Gosh.
You know what I mean? And to have him help me in writing my life story is amazing. Even I'm just like looking at the back, like Stone Cold Steve Austin, John Cena, Stephanie McMahon, Mick Foley, you know, it's wild. It's been a wild journey, and I feel so very lucky for the life that wrestling has given me, man. And I go like, what if Mick Foley never captivated me? then I wouldn't have had this life. I wouldn't have met my husband. I wouldn't have my daughter. I'm very lucky.
Yes, you are.
I'm a lucky lady.
What kind of blows me away is you are the man. You're very strong on character, but on in your character on TV. But it does seem like you do battle, like you use the word imposter syndrome. I battle this all the time. Why am I here? Why should I be here? Am I good enough to be here? I feel like I'm playing the role of a host. You know what I mean? And so it's wild to see someone who is like that on TV. You talk about this a lot, doubting yourself, questioning yourself. How do you get over this to someone who feels this way? What do you do? Do you just have to keep forging on? What are the tricks of the trade?
What do you do?
I just kind of...
You do it.
Yeah, just keep forging on.
You just do it. That's the trick. That's the secret. I think nearly everybody feels like that. We all do. To a certain degree, there ain't nobody going out there just being like, oh, I am so great. I am so great all the time. Look at me be great. Maybe they want to give that impression, but that's not what's really going on. And especially in the entertainment industry, oh my goodness. Everybody's so insecure and they have such egos. And egos are just another form of insecurity. And so I wanted to be open about that because I think you look at people that are doing things and you're like, oh, they've got it all sorted out. But they don't. But the trick is to just do it anyway and to just get on with it, You just have to get on with it because you don't gain confidence by thinking about it. You gain confidence by being about it and by doing it. And I think it's just a trial and error thing. You learn what works, you learn what doesn't work. And then you fail and you find out that, well, nothing really happened. You know what I mean? Like, it's not the end of the world. Let me try again. And then you try again and you succeed. You're like, oh, I can do this. And it's just constant.
Are wrestlers, to a degree, extremely insecure, if only because it's not a meritocracy, if only because your fate is in other people's hands? Like, you could do the best work, but if someone doesn't like you, if there's politics, or you didn't shake someone's hand in the back or say, you know what I mean? So do you feel like that for someone who is maybe already somewhat insecure, it just becomes worse because of the environment, just the nature of the business?
I mean, because it's a little bit of a meritocracy.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, if you're great, for the most part, that'll eventually come through, because the audience picks up on it. And then there's the navigational things. Like, you have to learn to play the game a little bit. And there's little tricks and tips and things that you can do to succeed, and there's always things. And maybe that's just me. Like, I do hate putting it all on somebody else. And maybe that's a weird control thing, but and maybe you see this is like the self-deprecation, but I'm always like, well, what can I do? What can I do to make sure that they can't ignore me? What can I do to ensure that there's no way that I can be overlooked? And I've often felt like I'm doing everything, but it eventually has worked out for me. And I'm not saying that that's everybody's experience, and I don't want to be ignorant in that too, but I was very average, but got to do some not so average things. And so that's how I kind of have always approached things, is instead of always blaming the creative or whatever it is. Like, when I wasn't on TV, I was always doing promos on digital, or always putting up stupid little videos on social media that I thought were hilarious, And it worked. I got an audience from that, and like, people saw me and they liked me, and they kind of came with me on that journey. And I think little things like that can help, So if you're not being booked, if you're sitting around catering, all right, well, what can I do? What can I do? And sometimes those breaks don't happen, and that's not great. But I do think you have to, as much as possible, put the onus on you. How can I get better? How can I get everybody's attention? How do I think about this differently? So in a way, I think it can be a meritocracy. And then, of course, then there's the people that are plugged in to be superstars. But here's the thing. They're usually all pretty good. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, Look at Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns is on top. Like, would he be on the top if... He'd probably be pretty damn close, you know what I mean? Because he's good. He's good, and he thinks about wrestling, and he thinks about being a superstar, and he's good, and he delivers, you know? And so... So there's people, and look at Rhea Ripley, right? You look at Rhea Ripley and you go, oh, that's a star. Let's push her to the moon. She's also good, you know? And so you can't say that these people don't deserve to be there.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Charlotte Flair pushed to the moon. She was also good, you know?
The creative right now, the product right now is on fire. I think it's incredibly entertaining and riveting, especially at the top with what's going on at the top. Like I said earlier, never thought I'd see this version of The Rock again, right? Like the 1998 Hollywood Rock with the Versace and all that. It's so much fun to see this version of him. Not that the other version wasn't entertaining, but like the kiss the baby, it's fun to see the heel version of him, if you know what I'm saying. How do you feel about how this is all playing out? Because it doesn't seem, at least from our vantage point here, we don't know that this was the initial plan, but how it's all turned out has been incredible, I think.
That's great. I'm glad that you're enjoying it. That's fantastic.
Are you enjoying it?
I mean, I have a husband on the back end.
Sure.
That's
Involved?
going to main event WrestleMania, you know? And it's going to be a huge match where it's going to be him versus Roman, which could be the main event of any show. Him and Cody versus Roman and The Rock. And you talk about The Rock. The Rock is one of the biggest stars in the world. Roman and what do we call him on here?
So that's
It's always so weird
No,
for
you
me
know
to
what's
call him
great?
Seth.
It's actually, I think for this particular show, it's better because I'm sorry if I say this and it offends, but like I think in this world, MMA, Colby, they think of Colby Covington.
Right, okay, yeah, no,
And
not married to him.
I
Absolutely
think your
not.
husband is the complete antithesis of Colby Covington in
Yeah.
many respects. So maybe for these purposes,
Seth.
if there are sound bites and whatnot,
Yeah.
people don't get confused.
So you got Seth and Cody, or Seth and Roman, who have so much history, and then Cody finishing the story. So I love that.
Yeah. I had Bianca Belair and Montez Ford here a few months ago, and I asked them about, you know, you're a couple, but you're both in the same industry, and sometimes one person is up here and the other person is here and trying to get here. And I was wondering if there was ever, you know, some friction or animosity because you're both wanting to succeed, but you're also happy for each other as partners. And in the book, you talk about when you got the call to main event WrestleMania 35 and you felt like Seth wasn't happy for you or didn't say congratulations, and that hurt your feelings. Is this something that, because of that one thing that you addressed, hasn't come up again, or is it something that you always have to be cognizant of? Like maybe he's on top and you're kind of struggling with a storyline, or vice versa. How do you guys overcome that as a couple, but also in the same industry?
Yeah, in wrestling, I don't think it hasn't. I don't think it hasn't really come up in terms of positioning.
Okay.
After that, yeah. Like after that first year, I think we figured it out, and it's been pretty great in terms of just supporting each other. And one time somebody is doing better than the other, but to be fair, for the last 3 years, we've both been doing pretty great.
No, you have.
Yeah.
But is it ever a worry that there will be competition?
Nah.
No.
No, not anymore. Not.
You got that out of the way.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, look, never say never.
Right.
You don't know what will come around the corner, but yeah, no, I don't think so.
Would you prefer not to be an on-air couple?
The first go around was rough. That was rough for everybody involved, the audience included. God, what were they doing?
Yeah.
Anyway, it was a different time. Now, I mean, I wouldn't mind working with him, but I think, as in, I would like to work with him. I would love to work with him. He's a genius, and going to go down as probably the greatest wrestler to ever do it. In my opinion, he's got a mind like nobody's business. And I think if you're not in it and if you're not around him all the time, maybe you don't understand that or you don't see that. But I think anybody who's ever worked with him, he's top of the list. He's so great. And so being around that is always going to help you improve. As long as they just don't beat it to death. The real life married couple, which is what they did before, the real life relationship. Oh my goodness, shut up. We can fight side by side. We can be two badasses, but we don't need to be all mushy and lovey-dovey. But the big time Beck's character and Seth freaking Rollins, I think that those two would go together like a couple of psychopaths, you know.
Is there a massive, it's been almost a year since the Endeavor deal was announced. Obviously in September it became a thing, but is there a big difference in terms of like how the company is run now that Endeavor is involved? Do you feel a difference?
There's yes. I think so, yeah. Yeah, I had to kind of think about that because there was other things that happened that made the company a little bit different.
Sure, I will ask about that in a moment, but I'm just talking about like Endeavor.
The Endeavor part, I mean, there's a lot more shows abroad and so that aspect of it, the business aspect of it, Netflix deal, $5 billion. But that doesn't affect the creative side.
Okay.
How Endeavor are involved, that's the business side of things. That doesn't affect the creative side of things.
Okay. In the book, you speak quite glowingly of Vince McMahon.
Yeah.
Obviously, he was big for your career, and you had ups and downs with him. The day after you won the belt, he got mad at you. You cleared it up. It seems like you really held him in high regard. Obviously, a lot has happened since. And so when you hear about this, how do you feel? And now, a month or so later, maybe 2 months later, after hearing about this lawsuit, how do you internalize it? How do you digest it?
So those allegations are horrible, man, and it's so hard to listen to because that's not my experience. He was so good to me, and Vince had a genius about him, and he was not the easiest to work with. But he had also lived an extremely interesting life in terms of what he built. And so I like learning from him. I like talking to him. He is responsible for all of the things in my life by building WWE. And for the most part, we've had some ups and downs, but he was always good to me as a person, and always treated me with respect. And I felt like I had earned a lot of respect from him, and he gave me a lot of respect. And then you're hearing this other side, which is not the person that I know. And that's really hard. That's really hard, especially when you're a woman in this business, and you're a woman who has been trying to push things to be equal. But look, that's the other part of it, right? Like, it's not, there's not a third party that was making things unequal. You know what I mean? And so that's the other side of things. And that was the kind of things that I think I write about in the book, was kind of a little bit eye-rolly, you know, in that, like, here's a women's evolution, here's a women's revolution. Who are you freeing us from? You?
Right.
You know? And so in that, like, a lot of that felt very condescending in some regards. And so it's very hard to hear about these things because I didn't experience them. And I hate that anybody experienced that in general. But especially somebody that has been very kind to me in my life and my career, and that's kind of going all over the place. I suppose it's my therapy, you know what I'm saying?
I'm sure it's a hard thing to come to terms with because you did have that relationship, and then you read about this, and it's shocking, disgusting,
yes,
appalling.
Yeah.
All those words.
Yeah, all of those things.
Right.
All of those things, and it's like two different people.
Okay.
She's like a grandfather, you know. Like I remember telling him that I was pregnant and how good he was to me and how happy he was for me. And you think of that kindness that you felt, and then you have to hear about this other side, and that's horrible. That's horrible.
Rhonda has a book coming out.
It's horrible to put those two people together.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, and make sense of it all. Rhonda has had some pretty negative things to say about her time now. Did you know about this, or are you surprised to hear her write these things and say these things now with her book coming
things?
out? Well,
so here's the thing, because I like to say I've not read the book.
Okay.
So anything that I'm hearing, I'm taking like it's hearing it out of context. So you don't know what's like a headline grab and what gets more contextualized if you read the book. So anyway, what are we talking about?
Well, specifically, there was a tweet where she said that he still has, as long as Bruce Pritchard is around, he still has some impact. He's just a text away, right? So he's not fully gone. She said that. And then she talked about the concussions and...
that she had?
Yeah, the concussions that she had, and maybe not... feeling, I think, I haven't read the book as well, but I've seen her interview with her sister. She did an interview with her sister promoting it and not feeling like she was maybe put in the best spot. She just seems like she has a lot of animosity towards her time, which I thought was a positive experience coming off her UFC run. And so my main question is, are you surprised to hear that there is some negativity with regards to her experience in WWE? Because for the most part, I know it ended or has ended for now.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like there's a lot of negativity.
Yeah. Am I surprised by that?
Yeah.
I don't think I'm surprised, no.
Okay.
No. No, I'm not surprised. That as in that was her experience, and that's what she's writing about. But in terms of like the concussions, like was she saying that like did WWE know about them, or was she saying?
Well, so I haven't read the book either.
Okay.
So I'm just, again, I'm reading the same stuff and seeing the same stuff. So I would like to read it. Her first book was good.
Yeah. Like, look, I've had a very different, I have a very different view and a very different experience of WWE. But I always wanted to do this. This is what I always wanted to do. I love this. I love this. And is it perfect? No, nothing is. Nothing is. I've worked in little delis that you're like, how does this place operate? The size of WWE and the amount of talent and people that go into making it go live on TV for however, like 5 hours a week when you're just talking about Raw and SmackDown. And then you've got pay-per-views, and then you've got NXT. So there's so many people that go behind that. And so you're going to be dealing with a lot of people. And so you're going to have some negative experiences. But this is my dream. I've always wanted it to be good. I've always looked at myself. How can I be better? How can I make the division better? And I've always worked to make it better. And stuff like the creative, no, it's not always great. And there's been a history of it not making sense to me. But nobody, like I said, nobody's purposely going, how do we make Becky Lynch look awful? But they have so much going on. There is so much going on. And the fact that we pull everything off the way that we do, and even at a time when notoriously the shows were getting rewritten as we were going on live on TV, and we still got them done. We still went out there. We still hit our times, and we still made the show work. And no, it was not always great, but a lot of it was, we're all doing the best we can. Nobody wants to go out there and do bad work or make anybody look bad. I don't think anybody is like, how do I make this person look bad? Unless they're supposed to be a heel, and in terms you're only trying to make them look bad. But they're all like, if we do good, the company does good. So I don't think anybody is trying to make anybody fail. And I suppose that is my point. Nobody's like trying to make anybody fail. And I think when you love this, you look to try and make it better. How can I make this better? But she was coming from a different industry. She was a star, and she should have been handled differently in terms of, I think she had such a great first outing that everybody thought, oh, she can wrestle. And I mean this with respect, but she couldn't wrestle. Like, what we do isn't something that you can just have one good match and then, okay, yeah, no, I'm off to the races. It's a craft, and you have to learn your craft, and you have to be diligent about learning your craft. But everybody treated Ronda like she already knew it, because when she first came in, she was good in that first bout, but she was also working with Kurt Angle, she was working with Triple H, Stephanie McMahon. It was a well-rehearsed match, you know, because everybody wanted her to succeed. And then it was like, okay, she can do this off to the races. And that was mishandling her, because she was, you know, a star in her own right, and she had done so much for MMA, and so in terms of that and booking, that wasn't done well. But my experience coming from nobody thinking that I was going to be worth anything and making myself very valuable to the company and very valuable to wrestling in general, it's because I loved it, you know, because I loved it and I sought out to do it. And she came in and I think she found a place that she enjoyed, she liked, but she never like sought to do it from a young age. And I think that changes the experience that you have when you go into a place, if that makes sense.
It does.
That was a very long
great,
answer.
and I appreciate it.
Is the time up
No,
now?
we're good. We're almost done. We're almost done, I promise. Are you surprised Punk came back?
Yeah, I was very surprised.
Where were you when you came back? Did you have...
I was in Gorilla.
Okay, so you saw him. Did you know he was there?
No.
You just saw him appear?
Yeah.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Did you say anything to him? Or was there no time?
There was a fist pound.
You see this guy who 10 years had not been in the company. We thought he would never come back. Hell freezes over, and it's just like, yo, what's up?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And then my husband was going crazy by the ring.
Had no idea.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Can I ask? And
then everybody's you have producers on headset going, Seth's freaking out, and I'm like, oh no, this is going to be a rough night.
Is that disrespectful?
What?
That he didn't know. Should he have been given a heads up? He's not going to leak it.
No.
So why not give him a heads up?
I believe the deal happened very late. As far as I know, I believe the deal happened very late. And I believe that... I believe the deal happened very late. Sometimes the tiredness hits.
No.
So just,
we're almost there.
But anyway, so the deal happened late, and then he had a match. He was working on his match all day,
right.
You know, so... I don't know.
Crazy.
I don't know what happens there.
What a business.
But he felt disrespected. But like I said, like we think of ourselves, right? We are the universe, right? Everybody is.
Sure.
We are the universe. But nobody's going, I want to disrespect him. So we may feel disrespected, but nobody's intentionally going, let me disrespect this person. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So consideration, you know, should of course that should have been taken into account. You should have told your top stars, of course. But like I said, nobody's going out there going, how do I disrespect my top star? You know, my world champion.
Right.
How do I disrespect him? Nobody's thinking that.
Is this the final year of your contract?
Final 2 months.
Final 2 months. This is fun. I like this. And
if you wanted me to be honest.
Yes, you do love honesty. And any talks of a renewal?
Nobody said nothing to me.
Are you interested in renewing?
We'll see.
What do you mean we'll see?
Oh, we'll see.
What happens after 2 months if you don't have a deal?
I don't know.
Can you talk to others?
I'm WWE.
Okay, so it's either WWE or bust.
Yeah, I just don't know.
Is there a chance this is your last WrestleMania?
I doubt that.
Is this common that it would be 2 months out and no deal? Maybe that's the difference between the Endeavor era and this old era. Interesting. Are you nervous about this? Are you anxious about it? Do you feel disrespected that there isn't a new deal in front of you?
At this stage in the game, contrary to a lot of the thoughts in this book of where I was coming up, I am so confident in my ability and my worth. Nah, I'm not worried.
Okay. Do you think this gets settled before Mania?
I don't know. There's a lot coming up before Mania.
Yeah.
There's a lot coming up before Mania. I just gave you my schedule for the next month.
Sure.
I don't know when I'm going to get to play a zombie again, you know, for my 3-year-old. So I don't know.
Okay. Speaking of your 3-year-old, the great Rue.
Yeah.
She was mentioned on Monday by Rhea Ripley, and that led to a tremendous punch on your part. I think we even have the punch. I was very impressed with the technique, the way you hit. I mean, it was.
This is the MMA hour.
This is the MMA hour.
Yeah.
It was legit.
Couple of months. This is what I'm talking about. TKO, we're all under the same umbrella.
Is that?
I think I'm tough.
No,
I'm tough.
You are tough. I've seen you.
I'm tough.
You've done some crazy things.
Yeah, I can take a lot.
Is that too far?
To her mentioning my daughter?
Yeah. Is that too much?
Saying my daughter is going to call her mommy? Way too far.
Even just saying her name, I would imagine.
Saying you can say my daughter, but you can't talk about her in that way. You can't talk about her in that way. Because the thing that I am most proud of is my daughter, and I know it's the thing that my father would be most proud of me for is being the mother that I have become, and so that line wasn't like a line that you can just throw out and think that's going to be a zinger, because that's not a zinger, and that's not funny to me. You can talk about how great my daughter is if you want to say that, but you can't talk about that. You can't talk about taking my child. You can't talk about her. You can't go there.
Your feelings on Rhea at the moment, very popular, right?
She's very popular.
I see now she's doing the...
Yeah, she's very popular. She likes to talk about why she's so popular, you know?
She's doing the stink face. People are sometimes offering up their services for that. I saw that.
Yeah.
How do you feel about all this? Second coming of China, people say. Most dominant women's wrestler since China. A lot of accolades being thrown her way.
Sure.
Deserved?
She's very good. She's got a finesse, a natural ability in the ring. Look, I have always tried to get by on my merit, and I came from a different time where I was trying to change things like women doing stink faces and that being the thing that people talked about. And maybe it's a different time. Maybe when we're the main event and we're taken seriously, that people can do that and it's just fun and whatever. But I came from trying to stop us being relegated to people just viewing us on how we looked. It was how we talked. It was the stories that we told, how we think, and what we do in the ring. And to me, that is fighting constantly. So when you go out there and you say, well, I can just post a photo and people will go crazy, or I can just post a video of my ass and people will go crazy, well, then that just feels like we're kind of going back. And I worry about that. Because if that's what people see, and that's what people see as your champion, oh, that's the women's champion. Oh, what do I think of when I think of the women's champion? Oh, I think of her ass. Then we're just going back and we're making an ass of our business.
Is she overhyped?
I think she has amazing potential. I think she is incredible in the ring. She has this amazing look. She is a star. She is a star in the way that you look at Roman Reigns and go, that is a top star. But when you go to relying on that and saying that that is what you want to put forth, maybe it's just because that was what I was trying to fight against. I was trying to fight against being relegated to how we just look. So when you're saying that that is all that you need to do to get ahead, and you're admitting that, and you're owning that, and you're saying it publicly in a promo, then I just go, ugh, gross, disgusting. I don't care about how you look. I care about what you can do. And she can do a lot. She can do a lot. Do not rely on that. Don't become that. But I don't know. Maybe it's just a different time. Maybe I'm the turtleneck wearing feminist. You know? I don't know. You tell me. Am I? You tell me.
I don't think you are.
You tell me. Let's debate about this.
I mean,
let's debate about this. Yeah. Because when I was watching women's wrestling and I was seeing mud wrestling matches and bikini matches, I was like, that's not what I want to do. That's not what I want to do. I want to be like Stone Cold. I want to be like The Rock. I want to be like Mick Foley. I want to be taken seriously. You know?
And you're afraid that this is going to take things back to those days?
I don't know.
Maybe the fame is getting to her head. Maybe she feels the comments on Instagram, people fawning.
Everybody's fawning.
Yeah.
Everybody's fawning. Of course they're going to fawn. She's a hot chick rubbing her ass in somebody else's face. Does that take away from what we do?
I was looking down when you were talking, so I apologize.
Her whole bare ass.
Yeah, it's a lot.
You know what I mean?
It's a lot.
There was a lot of ass. To be fair, though, mine hangs a little bit on my ear, so I can't talk about that. But
they're telling
not rubbing
me,
it in anyone's face.
My guys here on my Slack channel here, do you know what Slack is?
No.
It's just a way to communicate on a computer. You wouldn't have to do that as an athlete. People sitting behind
technology in general. Just, woof, that was the hardest part of the book.
Writing.
Technology.
Yeah. Anyways, they were telling me that we're live right now, and she was watching the interview, and she wanted to call in. I don't like doing those things because out of respect to you, I don't like someone like, kind of crashing the interview. So they said that she sent in a video in response to some of the things you said, like just a few minutes ago. They could load it up, or we cannot play it. Would you want them to load it up, or would you rather her not steal the shine?
This is what I'm talking about, though, at Rhea. She's just looking for attention. Like, that was her whole promo. Give me more attention. She's just...
So this is your moment, she's trying to...
How much more attention do you need? Why don't you try wrestle for attention? Anyway, what's she looking for? Let's give her some more attention.
Right.
You know?
She hasn't been wrestling lately, right? She has something on her arm?
Oh, I don't know what's going on with that. Maybe that's her Roman Reigns glove, you know?
Anyways, guys, you can load it up because we just have a couple minutes left here, and we'll play it in a moment. They'll load it up in a minute, and then we can get your response to it, whatever it is. They just told me that they have a video from her. So WrestleMania 40 is not this weekend, next. Do you know if you're night 1 or night 2 yet?
I think night 1.
Okay.
I think night 1.
All right.
I've only been night 1 on the 2-night boys.
Oh, wow.
I like the night 1.
Why is that? So then you can enjoy night 2?
Yes, there's an extra element of excitement from the crowd, you know?
Yes.
You know? Like night 2 of anything, I mean, look, it's WrestleMania, it's huge. But they've seen the stage and everything like that, you know what I mean? But the first night, it's that level of excitement. The first time they see the stage, the first time they're seeing everybody, you know? And maybe people are, their voices may be a little bit tired from night 2, but I haven't wrestled on night 2, so I can't tell.
Okay, yeah. No, I like night 1 better. I like that. It's Saturday night. I like Saturday.
Saturday. Nobody's worried about school the next morning.
Exactly, yeah, that's a big concern. Anyway, okay, here's the video. Here's Rhea Ripley responding to stuff that Becky has said on this program.
Hey, I've been listening to Becky, and if you want to talk to a real champion, then I'll be in New York on Monday if you want to talk to a real champion.
Okay.
I didn't hear what she said.
Could
you hear that?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
She said that she is the real star and that she's been listening to your nonsense, and that if we want her to come on the program on Monday to talk to the real star, the real queen, the real champion, she'd be happy to come because you guys are in Brooklyn on Monday, right?
Yeah, we are.
I've never had her on the show. I'm interested, but I feel a kinship towards you and allegiance. How do you feel about her coming on the show on Monday?
I mean, it's your show, man. You don't have to ask me for permission.
I feel like I'm somewhat,
Oh, thanks, man.
Team Bex,
I appreciate
good
that.
crack.
We
crack is 90.
we have the banter.
Yeah.
We have the banter.
Bands, yeah. Are you okay with that?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure, give her the attention. Well,
I don't want to be like everyone else fawning. I don't want to be that guy.
Well, you don't but if you want to give the attention, I don't know.
Okay.
A big attention whore.
All right, fine.
Can I say that word?
Yeah.
We can say, we can say that.
This is the internet. Last thing.
Oh,
for
okay,
you.
yeah. It's morning. No, wait, is it?
You could say F that.
Afternoon. Okay.
You know. Thank you again for coming on.
Standards and practices.
Well, soon, no more, right? On Netflix, you can say whatever you want.
Oh, really?
Maybe, I don't know. I'm just guessing.
Still,
No one's told me
PG,
that.
still
Yeah.
a PG product.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And I got a daughter.
That is true. The book is fantastic. It's out now wherever you get your books. You're going to Ridgewood, New Jersey.
I am.
For a signing from here.
Yep.
Which is tremendous. My final question to you is, and I really do, I'm not just saying it because you're here. It's really fantastic, and you should be really proud. And as I said to you privately, honored to know you. And you know what? I just wanted to say before I ask you my final question, I'll never forget this. I was backstage at Elimination Chamber last year in Montreal. I don't know if you remember. And it was a whole hullabaloo and a thing. And
I was sitting and watching. Yeah.
And so on the Friday there was a whole hullabaloo, and then with like Tony Khan and all that stuff. And then I came back on the Saturday, and I was feeling like I didn't know, like, you don't know like where to put your hands, you don't know who to talk to, you don't know what to say, where to look. Paul Heyman in particular like really took me under his wing, but I was in the catering and I was standing around and I kind of like found the broadcasters.
Yes.
And you came up and talked to us. It was me, Kevin, and Peter Rosenberg.
Yep.
And you stood and talked to us for like 45 minutes, like as one of the biggest stars. And I remember thinking like, you didn't do it for any other reason because I think you just wanted to talk. But I just remember
we were having great chats.
We were having great chats about Joe Duffy and whatnot. And it calmed me because I was very nervous being back there because I felt like an outsider.
Oh.
And I felt like you just talking to me, to us, was like, okay, I'm just a part of the team. This was great. And I really appreciate that. And I don't know if you did it on purpose or not. I don't think you did.
I didn't know that you were.
Yeah.
I didn't know that anything was going on.
I just felt like, who do I talk to? Who do I
always
look
like
at?
the chats.
So I appreciate that. So thank you. I never said that to you. So thank you very much. I really appreciated that. One of the last things that your grandmother said to you before she passed away was, I hope you live out all your dreams, right?
Hope all your dreams come true.
I hope all your dreams come true. I apologize. Do you feel like they have all come true?
Oh my God. Well beyond. Well beyond. I mean, there's still a few more dreams. I just keep dreaming up new ones, you know? We'll see when the New York Times bestseller comes out.
Yes.
We'll see how they're doing. But yeah, no, I'm so lucky. I am so lucky. Very grateful.
Well done.
And I love what I do. And I have a great family. And a great little baby.
It's incredible.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. It rocks. And I've got a book that I'm really proud of.
You should be. It's out right now. Get it wherever you can get your books. It is called The Man, Becky Lynch, Rebecca Quinn, Not Your Average Girl. And it's really a great read. And dare I say, a great read, even if you aren't a pro wrestling fan. Just about like finding yourself, dreams coming true, taking a chance, the ups and downs of life. It really has nothing to do with pro wrestling in many respects. Obviously, it's more fun if you're a wrestling fan because you know the characters. But even a couple of times, I'm like, who's Fergal? Oh, yeah. You know?
Yeah.
It's just like, it's just a whole different world.
Yeah. And that's what I wanted.
Yeah.
That's what I wanted. It's like a coming of age story.
Yeah. Even spent some time in New York as a bartender. I mean, so many great things. So well done. Congrats. And good luck, WrestleMania 40. And I'll send Rhea your regards on Monday when she's in studio as well.
Me too.
But Team Bex. Hey. There she is. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with Chase from Chase and Status, not Status, Saul Milton. Can't wait for that conversation. For now, here's my conversation with Peyton Talbot from Monday's show. He was victorious on Saturday, another thrilling victory for him. To me, it was one of the best performances of the night, and he is 1,000% a rising star for so many different reasons. I'm so excited to have him on the program for the first time. He is Peyton Talbot, representing Reno, Nevada. There he is. Peyton, what's happening, my man? Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me on.
It's a pleasure, and congratulations on the win. So excited to have you on because there's so much I want to talk to you about, and it seems like the fans are interested in hearing more from you as well. So this is great stuff. First off, tremendous win for you, and what a knee that led to the victory. That knee, man, like I was saying earlier, it sounded like when you're a kid playing baseball with an aluminum bat. Like that sound isn't like a normal sound that you hear. When you feel that connection, when you feel that impact, when you hear that sound, what is going through your head?
It was super loud, but watching it back was even louder. That's what was crazy. But it felt really good. Like it's just hitting that sweet spot. Like right when you, I think I landed it right here, but right when you feel bone, like on a sharp object like your knee, that's exactly what you want to feel. And I was surprised that he didn't go down.
Yeah, but eventually that was sort of the beginning of the end. It was an incredibly impressive performance from you once again. And now I feel like you get the Contender Series fight out of the way, you get the UFC debut out of the way, you get the second one out of the way. Now do you feel like you're just now you're just in the UFC career, right? Like this is now a thing for you. You don't strike me as a jitters kind of guy. You don't strike me as a nervous kind of guy. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but now it just feels like you're flowing now with the career.
Yeah, it feels extremely normal. I think even leading up to that fight week, I was like oddly calm and didn't really have many nerves, and my mind was like wondering. I felt so present walking into the cage. So I was like, "Is this a problem?" But I think it's just it's just normal. It's my career now.
Are you usually typically in your career prior to this fight a nervous kind of guy before a fight, an anxious kind of guy?
No, I mean, I have some nerves, but they usually come throughout the day when I'm just waiting around for the fight. But as soon as I start moving my body, I feel great. Like I don't have any nerves.
Okay. Can I ask about the celebration? Last one was interesting. I saw this time on the ESPN MMA account, you said you didn't quite hit the celly. The celebration I enjoy. It's different. Why didn't you like it? And what is up with the celebrations?
That's like a crumping move. It's like somebody getting like shocked and like, stomping or whatever. But I've like done that before when I'm like out dancing with my friends, and it looks sick when you have like clothes on because the clothes are shaking, like especially if you have baggy clothes or whatever. And I've never done it just with a shirt off and fight shorts. And I like watched it back and I was like, there's no like effect. It's just me like shaking like a retard. Like, but I mean, I guess it looked cool. It was different, but not my best.
Have you done a unique celebration after every one of your wins?
Yeah, most of them. It's usually that slow-mo walk. That's kind of my thing, but I like to change it up every once in a while, just like with my walkout music and everything. I like to keep people on their toes. So,
I know that people have asked you a lot about your hair, and you said you have no interest in braiding it. There has to be like a point where you can't let it get much longer, because at some point and I know you said it's like a force field that protects you and all that stuff, but it's rare to see a fighter with such a large amount of hair. Do you feel like there's a point, or are you just going to keep letting it grow?
No, I trim it. I'm going to keep it out of my eyes. I've actually been in the back room, like warming up. And if there's like a lock, like over my eye, I'll just grab the scissors and just cut it.
Okay.
So I'm not like too attached to that, but one of these days you're going to see me looking just like you. I'm going to shave my head and just like surprise everyone one of these days. Yeah. I've been bald. I was bald for like 9 months straight. Really enjoyed it. Like so underrated just being bald. I'm sure you understand.
Yes. I used to have a massive afro too when I was in college, like essentially the same style of hair, very thick hair, very curly hair. And then one day after a year and a half of not touching it, I went to this and haven't looked back. That was like 40 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure you had a big fuzzball on your head.
Yes. So I can understand the appeal of this. In my case, the girls didn't like it as much. A lot of the girls were telling me to cut it. They liked this more. I feel like in your case, the girls like it. What do they say? What do they say about the hair?
Yeah, I think if they saw me bald, some of them would get scared away. I look kind of scary when I'm bald.
Okay, all that's great. Now, can we get into the YouTube channel? Because I was doing a little prep, as I like to do before guests come on, especially for the first time. And I came across your YouTube channel. And this is a piece of work, my friend, because we have a lot of fighters right now doing YouTube stuff, right? They're all doing breakdowns. They're doing clickbaity stuff. They're doing debates. Yours couldn't be any further away. Some of the responses that I got, I tweeted about your YouTube channel, just telling people how fascinating I thought it was and that they should check it out. And then some of the replies to the tweet were hilarious, made me laugh out loud, just comparing it to like old 90s and one mixtape VHS, compilations and like being on an acid trip and just like avant-garde type stuff. And we're showing some footage right now. Could I ask, what is the inspiration behind doing videos like this on YouTube? First and foremost, what are you drawing from when you're doing this?
Just my brain. Like, I feel like those videos are, somewhat oriented towards fighting in the day-to-day, but I try to get as much of just like my brain and subconscious out onto the screen as possible, me and my editor who I worked with. So I think there's so many, deep rabbit holes that I've gone down on in terms of like taste and all of these passions that I've collected throughout my life. And I like when I'm spitting back out to the public to just kind of summarize and almost just be like brain food for people to like, if you get the reference, you get the reference, and it's like, it's enjoyable.
It's extremely enjoyable. Now, the second question was regarding the channel. Who is the editor? I was wondering if it was you. Clearly not. So what is the process here in terms of putting this together, and how long does it take to make one of these? They seem to be like 12, 13, 14 minutes.
Yeah. So William Allen Harris is the main editor. I edit a good portion of the stuff in there, like some of the acute stuff that I like. I'm like, hey, I really want you to put this in because I love video editing. And I can get a lot of my personality out into the video because of that. But me and William are becoming more aligned, so I trust him more. But he works for like some kind of agency, but he's done a lot of like special projects for like music videos and stuff. But I just really loved his style, and I thought that like we would click for sure. And the last video I posted was like perfect. That's like
it's amazing.
Both of our brains on the screen for sure. Yeah.
You studied psychology in college, right? You're a psychology major. Am I right on that?
Yeah.
What
got my bachelor's in it.
What kind of psychology? Like, is there a specific type that you studied, or just general?
Well, I did general, but towards my later years, I got super into the neuroscience courses, and those were more interesting to me. But I started out wanting to do clinical.
Okay, and so how did you end up in fighting, in cage fighting?
I got into that when I was a senior in high school, like right when I graduated. I like didn't have sports anymore, and I was just super bored. And I'd always been interested in psychology, so I did both of those. I was an amateur fighter and pro fighter while I was still in college, getting my degree.
Did you grow up doing martial arts?
No, I wrestled in high school, but that's it.
So how did you transition to just even taking an amateur fight?
I trained for about 8 or 9 months, like pretty consistently, almost every day. And I just loved training. And my coach finally came up to me. I don't think we had really any fighters at the time. And he's like, hey, the gym that I trained at used to be notorious for like just a fight gym. Like back in the day, we had tons of fighters in there. And then it went a very commercial route. And then I came in and he's like, hey, I'm thinking you should fight soon. Like, how do you feel about that? And I was like, fuck yeah, I want to like put my skills to the test, and I love competing. So yeah, the rest is history from there.
I believe your mom is a plastic surgeon, right?
Yes, she is.
How does she feel about her son? You're a good-looking guy getting punched in the face and maybe having to need plastic surgery at some point in his life.
She didn't like it at first. I think she still struggles with it a little bit, but she just trusts that I'm like having fun, and it makes me really happy. And she just takes comfort in knowing that if anything were to happen to my face, even though it hasn't yet, she'd be able to stitch me right back up. She actually did like a surgery on my nose when I first started because my nose got like extremely broken.
Wow.
And I always tell her like, I'll never go to you for surgery again, because she just treated me like her son, like not like a patient. It was terrible.
Oh, come on. Your mom, that's a dream to have no one's going to treat you better than your mom.
No, that's so not true. She was like a car mechanic, and she treated me like a beat up old pickup truck.
Really? This is her boy. That's crazy to me. I would love to go to my mom as a doctor.
Yeah, no, she wasn't gonna give me like anesthesia for this like nose splint she was gonna put up my nose like super deep, and she went out of the room, and I like rifled through the drawers, took a bunch of these pain pills, and I guess she found me like passed out in the middle of the hallway in her office and was like livid and like dragged me back into the room. I was like barely conscious, threw me into the chair, and like just did the small surgery.
Oh my gosh. Did she watch your fights? Will she watch them live?
Yeah, she was at the last one live.
Oh wow, she was at the Apex.
Yeah.
Now I understand you've never actually been to a UFC event as a fan. Like you've never been to an event with fans, like a full arena, right?
Yeah, never been.
Is there a reason for that, or just not lined up in terms of not like as a fan growing up, you never you live in Nevada, so not too far from Vegas.
No, I was never a fan of MMA until I started doing it when I was like 18 actually, 17 or 18.
Wow, so you didn't grow up watching anything. Were you even aware of what the UFC was?
No, I didn't even know what it was until I was sitting at a sushi restaurant and I saw Conor McGregor highlights or something for some fight that was coming up, and I was like looking at it, I was like, there's no way that that's actually a thing. Like people are actually allowed to fight in a cage. And then I started thinking about it. I was like, I'd like to try that. Like I'm super bored. So, but I never knew what it was before then.
What, as a kid growing up, like, what was your dream? What did you want to become?
I thought I wanted to do football for a while, and then I stopped growing. And then I thought I wanted to be a musical performance guy. I played guitar and bass. Thought I wanted to do music therapy. Thought I wanted to be a psychologist, but I hate people's problems. And then, yeah, I didn't want to start really being a fighter until I was like 2-0 as a pro. So
I hate people's problems. What do you mean by that?
it's just like the mental health field. Like half of them just don't want to help themselves. So it gets like really frustrating coming from me. Like a person who I am is just like a very like simple problem fixer guy. Like try to give these people these tips, or I try to walk them through how to get better. And it's just like, at the end of the day, they don't want to help themselves. You know, they just want something to feel upset about. So I got pretty burnt out on that.
It's interesting to hear you say that, because I saw in the post-fight press conference, you were talking about the Doberman shirt that you were wearing. And one of the qualities was sensitive. And you said, well, I'm not sensitive, like comparing yourself to. All right. That's my conversation with Peyton Talbot from Monday. Thank you very much to Becky Lynch once again, the man. I guess we just found out that Rhea Ripley, the women's world champion, is going to join us on Monday. But how about this breaking news? We do have some breaking news on Monday's show. In studio, we are going to be joined by the best in the world, CM Punk. Yes, CM Punk is going to join us in that chair right over there, in studio, live on Monday, in his first live extended interview since signing with WWE, since returning to WWE, since leaving AEW. No restrictions, nothing off limits, no holds barred, nothing is taboo, one-on-one. Once again, Helwani Punk. Haven't talked to him in several years. We had that string of great interviews at his home before his UFC debut, his second UFC fight, etc., etc., etc. So much has happened since. He is back. He is currently injured. There is a lot to discuss regarding his return to WWE, everything that has happened since then, everything that happened before, going to AEW, leaving AEW, coming back, leaving once again. So much to discuss. Monday, live on the program, CM Punk in studio. We're cooking with gas, my friends. Can't wait for that. Thank you, Frank. I was waiting for it, but I know you're doing a lot of things. Now, that's exciting. Having Becky in studio is exciting. Having Rhea in studio on Monday is exciting. But I am so excited to say hello to our next guest. Oh, what a legend this guy is. If we had intro music, if we had the rights to this, I'd be singing ba-da-dam, 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 bam-bam-da-dam, bam-dam-da-dam, bam-dam-da. This guy is an absolute mensch. He's an absolute talent. He's one half of Chase and Status. We're going to get clarification on that in a moment. They just won the award for Producer of the Year at the Brit Awards. Extremely prestigious award. They've been doing their thing for well over 20 years. They are the leaders, the faces of drum and bass over in the UK, coming over to America for a tour. They're in Brooklyn on Friday. They were just in Miami. What a legend this guy is. And most importantly, a massive, massive, massive MMA fan. He is Chase of Chase and Status. He is the one and only Saul Milton. He's joining us in studio now. Is he here? Is he finally here? My good friend. There he is. The man. How's it going?
Yeah, very well, man.
It's great to have you.
Brother. Good to meet.
Good to meet as well. I feel like we know each other.
Indeed, man.
Send each other
Indeed.
voice notes and whatnot. But this is fun.
Wow, thank you for having me, man. Yeah, I'm very good, man. Very good. How surreal for me. Yeah, mad.
Welcome.
Thank you, man. Yeah, amazing. Beautiful place. Incredible. Forest, good evening.
Yeah, shout out. You're a Liverpool guy, huh?
Yeah. My wife and her family are staunch Reds.
Okay. And when you say
Liverpool.
Reds, to me is Forest.
Of course.
Yeah.
So, but in Liverpool, there's red and blue.
Yeah. Wait. So are they Forest fans? Your wife?
Oh no, the Liverpool fans. They're close.
Sorry.
They're staunch, devout Liverpool fans, and I've supported Liverpool forever, but I know nothing in comparison to my wife. So.
Oh, she's a bigger fan than you.
She's a crazy
really
soccer fan. Yeah,
she's watching the games, and you're like, eh.
Yeah, I was pissing around, making beats, smoking, and supposedly fathering the kids. Not really. She's doing much more than me. Yeah. She's the devout. Like,
wow.
She was devastated the other. Like, it was a really sad day in the house the other day with a loss to Man U.
Yeah,
it was a tough time. So yeah, it's deep. It's deep at home.
Okay, well, as you know, we're hardcore Forest fans here.
I do, yeah.
I mean, we've been living and dying with the team for many, many years. But this is incredible for multiple reasons, because you're incredibly talented and you guys are doing amazing things, but you're also a gigantic MMA fan. In fact, I like to do some research, deep dives. I stumbled upon an interview that you did for Brad Pickett's podcast 7 years ago. It was after
him and Brian
Maymack.
Lacey. Yeah.
It was after Maymack, so it was like a time capsule.
Yeah.
And you're talking about things like so in depth. And I know that you follow the sport, you're into it, but it was just so cool to see how far back you go. But I would say you probably go even further. Like, when did the fascination? Yeah, get comfortable.
It's hard to say. Like, obviously, I'm a similar age to you, so I've been watching MMA for a long time. But
I still think you're Josh Gross with an English accent. Do you know Josh Gross?
I do know he is, yeah. Thing is, you've only known me since I started wearing these, and I didn't used to wear them.
Okay.
And so, like, 2020, I started wearing glasses, and then you get a bit older and things get very odd. Things get changed. You're wearing glasses, hair's not quite as thick as it was. Now I look like someone else. So, like, it's always a battle to try and kind of look how I used to look a bit. But yeah, Brian Lacey, Brad Pickett, Yeah. That was a podcast back then. They came to my studio.
Yeah.
So I know Nathaniel Wood, the prospect, very well. In fact, one of my greatest nights was at Cage Warriors when I think he was defending his belt, and it looked like he was about to lose. He was like in that the one I mean, and it was like we were at the front screaming, and then he pulled it back from the dead. Great refereeing to keep it going longer. Incredible night at the Indigo. Yeah. So I've known those guys for ages, man. Yeah, Brad's obviously an MMA legend and just a lovely guy as well, yeah.
So I'd like to, just for the audience who may, I'll be honest, I'm not a drum and bass guy. I've become more. I'm listening to Liquor and Cigarettes and, Barada and all that stuff. So I was more of a rap, hip-hop kid growing up.
Well, we do a lot of that as well. We also produce
of course.
for a lot of artists.
You produce for Rihanna?
We produce for Rihanna. We used to be signed to Rock Nation. We produce for a whole heap of UK artists. And I'll be in the studio after this evening. So
wow.
So as well
with Central C, will you be with him?
Not tonight, but that would be. We'd love to do a track with Central C.
Have you ever?
No, we haven't actually met, but
I'm a big fan of his.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of his too. I think Central C on a drum and bass track would be pretty exciting.
That would be incredible.
So fingers crossed we can make that happen.
So for the audience that may not be a fan, you guys are drum and bass, electronic.
Well, yeah, it's all electronic dance music.
Okay.
But yeah, what we make is drum and bass. And I guess over here people would put it in this EDM bracket, but we kind of don't see it in that regards. The EDM kind of sound is like sonically quite different to like where we're from, really. But drum and bass has got a long history. Started off as jungle, actually started off as hardcore in the late 80s and early 90s, then it became jungle in the early 90s, and as it transpired over time, how things go, sound evolves, so on and so forth, and we're at now with it, and it's for me, it's the greatest music there is. It's so ubiquitously British. I love it. Everything about it, what we're sampling is such a UK sound, UK centric, and to see it go around the world and see the reception we're getting in America now, and not just us, lots of our peers, people like Andy C and Boo and Headaches, all these kind of guys are absolutely killing it. If you said we're in Miami the other day, it was a big festival called Ultra. And it wasn't just us there. There's all the guys I just mentioned. They were all there, and the scene is really thriving, man. And it's wicked to be over in America. Lots and lots again, man. Definitely.
And you have a show in Brooklyn on Friday.
Yep, it's at the Avant-Garde.
Yes.
Avant-Gardener. And it's sold out. And
what is the experience like if I go? Because to me, I was talking about with the guys on one of the shows. It's like, I'm not a big, as I put it, with the wacky tobacco. I don't partake, but I see these videos and I'm like, these people are having the time of their lives. I don't know if they're on something or something.
Well, they're definitely not just smoking weed. That's for sure. They're not.
They're definitely. What are they doing? Why are they so happy? How are they so happy over there?
What in the raves?
Yeah, the vibes. Like, what's going on? Tell me what's happening here.
I mean, we know what's going on without getting to the minutiae. Everyone's
everyone's just high on life.
Take a little something exciting, and they're inebriated, and then they might feel worse for wear the next day or the day after that, or maybe even the day after that if it's been that good a night. But that is a massive part of rave culture, I guess. Just like the feeling of the night, going, whatever you take, whatever you're going to have on you, that's going to make you enjoy the music more.
These are long shows, right? For you?
Well, we DJ for like 90 minutes at a time.
Okay.
So not too long.
But the whole thing is long, right? Isn't the rave, doesn't it go
they start at like, I don't know, 9, 10 p.m. and they go on till about 5, yeah. So
5 in the morning.
Yes, the people who go to them go there for a long time, yeah. We're a bit old now to start going for our first time, man.
Yeah.
So if you came to one now, you'd be...
Who are you saying we? You're putting me in the same bracket as you?
Well, we're similar age.
Well, you know.
A little bit younger.
I mean, I feel like I'm young at heart. No, you don't think I can
I'm
hang?
also young at heart.
Okay.
So, but no, if you come now, you'd see it from a different perspective.
Sure.
But, it's not just all about going out and getting mash up, but the music itself is the scene. The drum and bass scene is pretty special, and the people who love it and eat, sleep, and die it, live it basically, are like super hardcore with it. It's got like incredibly passionate following.
Somewhat like MMA, right? Like it's like this niche thing that has kind of exploded now to the point where you guys are winning a Brit Award. Congratulations!
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That's a huge deal, right?
That was odd. Yeah, I mean, we knew we won the award before the actual awards, because there were 2 awards they let you know prior, and that was one of them.
Oh, sick.
And it was a very weird moment being told we'd won it, and I was like, what? Really, my manager said to me, listen, what would you be like, how would you feel if I said you won an award? And I said, oh, I don't give a shit. Trying to act all cool, like, who cares, you know, like, no big deal. And she goes, all right, what if I told you actually had won an award? And I was like, hold on, are you telling me you won a Brit? And she's like, yeah, and for what it was for, and I just kind of like, well, that kind of changes things maybe.
Wow.
I had a brilliant idea to not go and be super cool, like too cool for school, and she was like, you're an idiot, of course we're going.
You thought about not going?
Just like a child, like the 15-year-old in me was like, let's not go. But obviously,
is that a thing?
No, it's just like being a child for a moment.
Okay.
And like being like, wow, you know, I'm not here for awards. But it was actually one of the most incredible moments in the career. Because the Brit is a massive deal. It means a lot. It's chosen by the Brit panels and all the labels. And
would you compare it to a Grammy here in America? Or is it different?
Yes, absolutely. It's on that kind of tier, yeah.
That's huge.
And just for getting it for Best Producer kind of shows like the vastness of what we do. And Will and I have been doing it for a long time, and we never did it for awards or anything else. And when you actually get that award, I kept on the speeches, I kept saying, wow, how surreal, like over and over. But it really was like incredibly surreal to be standing there in front of this room for us making the music that we make. And we're having a really great year at the minute, and we couldn't be more blessed.
So you have this track Baradan, right? Which Baradan is it like you're better? You're like you're better. Okay, that's what. Yeah. Shout out to Dan Hardy, who was wearing the shirt when he was in the studio.
Hardy, yeah.
Veronica Hardy as well. They're huge fans of yours.
Listen, they're great friends of mine. Dan Hardy is a good friend. He actually is someone I would definitely say is a good friend, and he's a really intelligent guy, and it's like a lovely person.
Yeah,
you know? And
salt
obviously
of the earth. Both of them.
An absolute like vicious maniac when it comes down to fighting. I mean, he breathes this stuff.
Yeah.
He's obsessed with it, how I'm obsessed with things as well, and like you can just see like his mind working. It's like incredible, man. He's been a real like inspiring guy to be around, definitely. Yeah. So he came on the show and he was repping the t-shirt.
Yeah, it was amazing.
It was great. Yeah.
I was in when I was in Manchester for the Prime card.
Oh, yes.
The one with KSI and whatnot. I watched your Boiler Room. Set,
yeah.
And I was fascinated. I remember watching it because, and we'll get into some of this. Like I wasn't feeling well, and I was sitting at and we were actually chatting on DM, and so I started watching this video with these kids in back of you.
Yeah.
And this one kid is just like, he is unbelievable. This guy, like everything, you know what I mean? And so I was just fascinated by this. I remember sending it to my friend and yours, Pete Carroll, and I'm like, look at this freaking legend back here. This kid is incredible. Like I was taken by him. And then you guys perform at the Brits, and you invited all the kids from the Discord channel, including this kid as well.
Exactly, yeah. It was that you know.
That's incredible. We're showing some of it here.
I'd love to take full credit for that, but
that
was Ben from our management, who's a great guy. It was his idea. He was like, listen, you've got to bring these guys in. And the kid behind me, I guess he's on my left, but on our right facing.
Yeah.
His name's Dom Lemons. And
you know this kid?
We do now, yeah. Okay. And also it transpired that he basically was at every single show we ever did, always. And he was always at the front, and he always knew every lyric, all the obscure lyrics that I don't even remember, like every single thing. And there he is, bad man.
Yeah, right there.
There he is. Yeah,
incredible. So you how did you like reach out to all these guys?
I guess Ben did it through the Discord.
So there's a Discord channel that's about you guys.
Yeah.
And they invited all the hardcore, the hardest of the hardcore to come out.
All the people dancing there are from the Discord, because obviously, like,
it's amazing.
We wanted to do the performance of the Brits. We wanted to kind of bring a bit of a flavour of what it's actually like at a show. And I guess if you just get like incredible choreographed dancers, you might not really get the real feel. But these are just kids who week in, week out go raving, not just to us, to other people in the scene, on other genres of music as well, from drill to garage to all sorts. And there's nothing more real than just having those guys there. And they loved it. And it was a nice vibe for us, man. And it feels good, you know. It doesn't do much, it's not, how can I put it? It's not much effort from our side, but it does a lot. It makes a big difference to these kids.
And those are your OG fans. Like those
exactly,
are
man. You've got to take care of them.
Yeah.
The people who love you for good or bad, really.
That clip on your Instagram has 105 million views.
Yes.
That's absurd.
It's gone mad, yeah.
Yeah.
And you know how it is, with all that, you get a whole lot of, weird insults. But I guess that's how it goes. I guess. This is
that's
the
just
trappings
the
of the numbers.
Yeah, of course.
You know, can't take any of that to heart. But yeah, I mean, and the boiler room is real weird because it's just, well, it's different for you because you do this every week, so you can basically look at yourself and be like, oh wow, that's how I look.
Here I am, yeah.
Every single week. And but when that boiler room, because Will and I were supposed to do it together, and it was just a comedy of errors basically. So we were talking on WhatsApp. Sorting out the set, like, I think we should play this tune and that tune. No, what about this and that? And he's like, oh, shit. The plane in front seemed to have crashed. And I was like, what are you talking about? He goes, oh, it's flying from Ibiza. And he goes, I'm sitting in the plane. Something's happened with the plane on the runway where its nose is like just dipped and like we evacuated the plane. And I'm like, well, you're not going to make boiler room? He goes, no, of course, it'll be fine. 7 hours later, he's like,
wow.
We're now kind of, we're trying to do anything to get back, basically, because doing the boiler room was a big deal. It was a really big deal.
Yeah.
Again, I didn't really understand the gravity of it beforehand, which I think kind of
Would
helped.
you compare it to like Tiny Desk here in America?
Yeah,
Tiny
that's
Desk.
a really good comparison.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's been some really legendary boiler room moments.
Right.
The Fred again one was massive, and also super cool for the things he was doing and playing new tracks. And the boiler room's experience is you're really close with the fans. You know, they can even touch you, which, as my tour manager who's sitting in the control room can attest to, is my worst thing of all time. My worst nightmare, being close to me, touching me. I need some, you know, it's my
Why?
I'm a bit anxious and, you know, I'm just...
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Are you a germaphobe too?
I'm not a germaphobe, but because I have two massive dogs and I'm always just rolling around in filth, I guess, in that regards. But no, I'm very, like,
just give you
very
your
OCD
space.
about things.
Yeah,
I need to have things on a certain way, the exact same way each time. Like, I'm very particular. And so actually I was like, this is going to be a nightmare because someone's going to be touching my shoulder, someone's going to be like, yes, mate. Like, God, what's going on? Like, literally hell on earth, yeah. And I was like, it's okay, Will will be there. So for half the time, you know, I can just shrug off and he'll be doing his thing. And anyway, he couldn't make it. And we tried ridiculous things like get a private jet, and they said, listen, there's no point getting a private jet because as soon as the runway opens, there's only one runway in Ibiza.
Oh my God.
As it opens, all the commercial flights got to go, so we'll get pushed to the back, just waste your money. So we thought, oh God, thank God we didn't waste all of that money. And then Will found at the last minute I think it was Ryanair EasyJet flight back to Gatwick that got him in at like 1:45 a.m. We're supposed to go on at 2. We put the set back until 3, and we had the thing which is like, look, if he arrives within the first 15 minutes of the set, then we'll jump on. But if he's going to get there too late, then obviously he can't make it. So basically, as he got into Gatwick, I just started playing. There was potentially hope he could get there in time. And then just typical like airlines, they had a problem. This is you can't even believe this. They had a problem getting you know, when they open the doors and the stairs, the jetty.
Oh, geez.
They had a 25 minutes late for the jetty, and that meant by the time he'd got there, it would have been 10 minutes after the finish. So he basically just waited and flew straight back. Horrific night for Will, so I'm sad he had to go through that. But so then it also ends up being me doing the boiler room. And that also ends up being just an hour of looking at myself thinking, God, it's the most, for me, it's a strange experience. Mm-hmm. It was a great night, it was a wicked night, and it's done wonders. And people have seen like what drum bass is for. People like yourself, you can now experience it. And see it differently and understand
I love it
a bit more. But yeah, it's definitely quite disconcerting. Just you seeing all of your, you know, your how can I put it? Your tics, all the things that you can see you do all the time, idiosyncrasies, non-stop.
And so I'm curious because like I've never done DJ stuff, anything like that. Typically, correct me if I'm wrong, it's usually one person. You guys are a duo.
Yeah.
How does that work?
Well, the duo...
And is that rare?
No, there are quite a lot of duos.
There are, okay.
Lots of them, but what kind of signifies us as being a duo is literally the and between our names. And other groups, like, I can't think of any on off my head now, that's how it goes. There are loads of groups who are duos, Basement Jacks, Chemical Brothers, I guess the name in the Chemical Brothers
Sure.
gives it away in the name, I guess. But lots of them who you wouldn't necessarily know are so-and-so and so-and-so. Because when we Will first started, it was Chase versus Status. I wanted to be better than you, he wanted to be better than me. And then we started making music and that didn't make sense, so we just kind of put an and in between us, which is the brilliance of our name.
I love it.
Wow, it's just a ridiculous name.
And Chase is just like your tag name, right? From back in the day.
Yeah, Will was DJ Status when we met, and I was DJ Chase.
And why Chase?
No reason whatsoever, just how it looked cool writing it, C-H-A-S-E.
And so some of the fans have said, because I said Chase and Status.
Well, listen, obviously, back home it's Status.
Yeah, but is that wrong to say Status?
It's just basically what makes sense in the country or the region.
Right.
So if you say Status, then that's how it's said here, But there's one thing I don't mess with, and that's, everyone gets it wrong all the time, is pronouncing of my name, Saul.
Saul.
Correct, yeah. Americans get it spot on, yeah. But for years I've been called Saul, Sue, Cyril.
Saul.
That can run.
Saul's cool.
That can
like
run.
Canelo.
Because listen, the Spaniards, they say that's how they say it.
Yeah,
The Mexicans, that's how they say it. That's cool. But you can't just like lose half the letters and change it to Saul.
Yeah.
That's like heartbreaking for me.
My explanation was like, you guys say schedule, I say schedule.
What's the schedule? No, I say schedule.
You say, oh damn! I've talked to some.
Out of all the ones you could use, that's one of the weaker ones. But
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like I say organization. My colleagues here say organization.
Yep, I understand. Yeah.
I say against. They say against.
You got more of a European twang because you're Canadian. Though.
Yeah, but also I'm like sort of like quasi-Brit at this point.
I understand. Yeah.
They kind of love me over there. Okay, so going back to that, so you have the fans go, you guys play, you win the award. Have you already felt that there has been a trickle-down effect now in terms of your status? You guys have been around for 20 years, 20 plus years at this point, together as a duo. It's incredible, but do you feel like
21.
this has given you like a whole new fresh coat of paint on the career?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, to be fair, we've had a fantastic career and we're very blessed and very lucky to do what we do for a living. We love doing what we do for a living. If we weren't making a penny, we'd still be doing it. It's all we know, so we're super blessed. And we've had a great career, man. It's been a great career. And when Badadan came out and the explosion that caused, actually, and it's not just us, it's Boo and Ira and Trigger and Flowdown on the record, and Takura, all made this great record. And when that, and then Liquor and Cigarettes, and then our album, Too Rough, came out, things have gone. Sorry, Rob. Things have gone, and we can visibly see it, and especially over here.
Amazing.
And there's been, on socials and numbers and all that interactions, absolutely, without a doubt. And like I said, with that you get the good and the bad. But yes, it's definitely taken an upturn, and I could give the same kind of advice to people all the time. They're probably like, you old bastard. But it's like, when you get that moment and it's there, go for it. Don't mess around. Don't like take your foot off the gas and like say, well, cool, we're going to like think of the next move. Just keep going. And let's not suddenly completely change what we're doing. Hey, now we're going to suddenly do this. It's like, no. Let's keep to this. All we're doing is what we just do. And it happens to be working brilliantly. And so let's just carry on and not take our foot off, basically. And so it's very busy for us. So I'm here with you today, which is fantastic. And then tomorrow's studio. Friday, we've got a show in Brooklyn. And then Saturday, we got a little something that I can't really chat about right now that's going to be in New York as well. And then Saturday night, Fly to Holland Festival on Sunday. And then Will and I fly, where do we go? Oh, I go to Denver, then Atlanta, then Coachella.
Are you going from New York to Holland back to America?
Yeah, Holland, then home for literally a few days.
Okay.
Then to Denver, Atlanta, Coachella, and then we fly to Australia and New Zealand for 2 weeks.
Is this hard? You have a daughter, right?
2 daughters.
Two daughters, yeah.
And Will's got 3 kids. He's got 2 daughters and a son.
Is this tough?
It's tough. It's more tough for my wife than me because I'm just pissing around doing this. And she has all the responsibility of, everything.
Yeah.
Taking the kids to school, picking them up, feeding them, dressing them, the dogs.
Oh, jeez.
Like feeding them, cleaning one of the dog's eyes all the time, things that we always do, things that you do as a family together. And I'm like, well, I'm going to bugger off to America and do things that are bucket list things for me, like come on this incredible show, and you can sit in the pissing rain in London. It's difficult in that
regard. You feel guilty?
Yeah, of course.
How do you deal with that?
It's hard.
Does she make you feel guilty?
No, never.
Okay.
No.
Well, then now you know that you've got a good one. You don't need to hear that from me.
She's
of course.
incredible. Yeah. Like I'm, if you've known me for more than half an hour, you'd know that I'm hard work and she's a saint.
Okay.
So it's not going to be easy being with people who are away so much. I will always, and Will and I will always pretty much do everything for chasing status, like what's best for us. Like always. And it's been the priority for my whole life. And then you have things that the new priorities, families, and it's like the thing that we love makes the other things that we love survive and live. So it's all part of it. So listen, these are the what's the word? These are problems that are just not really worth talking about in that regards.
No, I understand.
But so like they're not like real problems like people have. But of course, in terms of time management, like I get to spend a lot more of my time just selfishly on me, because that's what the nature of this, I'm here now in America, not with them, and my wife has to do all that. So it's tough in that regard, but it's also the greatest, for me, the greatest job in the world, and hopefully I get to provide a life for them where we're happy and safe and healthy.
Have you guys ever been close to breaking up? Not you and your wife, you and Status.
Oh,
Status.
No, not at all, actually. We had like a row a few years ago that wasn't great, but we're actually like, what's the word? We've like fine wine. We've matured nicely, and we're on the same page when it comes. I think we'd have split up if we weren't on the same page when it comes to music, because we're kind of like chalk and cheesy. I'm here with all the loud, gaudy jewelry, and he's very slick and laid. He's laid back, and I'm like, super bipolar in that regard. In comparison to him, he's calm, and I'm like, hello.
Yeah.
But when rather the smooth, him and I, and he's probably a bit more mature than me. I'm still doing the same things I was doing 20 years ago that I find fun. But when it comes down to what we do music-wise, we're on exactly the same page.
Okay.
And there's never a time where he's like, this is amazing, and I'm like, oh, it's terrible, or vice versa. And the one kind of rule we live by in terms of our own music for ourselves, that doesn't mean it has to be the same for making music for someone else, because that's about what that person wants. I might not really love what we're doing if you want me to write a tune for you, but if you love it, I'm happy.
Yeah.
And I'll make it the best it can be. But for us, we never compromise. So it's never like, oh, I'm not really feeling it, but let's go with it. Because then if it flops, I'd say, I told you. And then that just leads to bad vibes and just childish rubbish.
Yeah.
So we'll always win or lose, same page. So if we win together, we win together. It's high fives and fist bumps. And if we lose together, it's like commiserations and shoulder squeezes. So it's all in it all together either way, basically. And I think that's what 100% kept us together as a duo for so long, because that is odd. That is quite rare,
right.
Being together for so long.
Yeah.
And literally just because we're on the same page when it comes to the music, I think.
Tyson Fury walked out
to
Baradan when he fought Francis Ngannou. How did that come together? Because you kind of modified, and we're showing some of it here, you modified the song from it was a remix with some of...
Yeah. So basically on that track, it's done with a great artist called Boo, a young kid from Manchester. And it's also got our frontman Ira on there, who basically wrote the hook from the start, the Baladan, the first bit you hear. And then on the drop, on the first bit, you get Trigger and then Flowdown and Takura. And so Boo called us and he said, yo, actually, I'm not going to do the accent on here.
Okay.
I do, not bad Mac accent, but I'm not doing it now. And he said, listen, bruv, Tyson Fury might walk out to Baladan. I was like, what the hell are you talking about? He goes, listen, we've got someone there right now. He's got the tune. He's going to play it to man, see what happens. I said, bruv, you mad? Crazy. And then literally minutes later, he sent me a clip, and it wasn't the walkout. It was the day before when they were doing the open workouts.
Oh yeah. They were playing it.
Yeah, but it was playing it on loop.
Yeah.
And I was like, what is going on? Yeah, he's playing on loop.
That's the first time he's ever played any of your music.
Yeah, I'd never seen it like this. And then they were like, what the hell? And then he was like, yeah. This, one of our guys, one of his mates is down there, and he gave someone on Tyson's team the song, the CD or whatever. I was like, this is mad. And then we got a message from another well-known DJ in the UK called Majestic. And he was like, bruv, what are you saying about Baladan for Tyson? I was like, oh, was it you? He goes, yeah, I'm Tyson's DJ. I basically play all of his music.
Oh, wow.
I go, amazing. Thank you so much, man. What a forward. He goes, no, I loved it. And, it's Battle of the Baddest. And it makes so much sense. I'm like, okay, sick. I said, oh, listen, what are you saying to playing it for his walkout? He said, oh, bruv, Walkout was sorted out ages ago, man. He's got like a 3-tier.
Yeah,
Do you know how it is?
Yeah,
They've got
yeah,
to come out to one thing.
Pretty Woman, yeah.
Yeah, he got his all sorted. He's got a next flex in there for this with Francis. And I was like, oh, say no more, man. All good, all good. And we were watching it. And sorry, before that, he said, the same day of it, he hit up and said, you know what, change of plan. Can you get me a dub of it? I was like, no problem. So I called Boo, who got hold of Trigger, and said, look, we need a new version right now. And within minutes, to give them credit, they sent back a version, sent it over to Will, just tidied it up, sent it over to me, back to them, and then then he played it like the same evening.
Sick.
And it was like, it was amazing, yeah.
But I'm curious, as a hardcore MMA fan,
tough.
Yeah, right? Because I'm sure you were, as a fan, kind of pulling for Francis, just as you like MMA, Tyson.
Absolutely. I mean, that's another conversation about that whole spectacle. But yeah, well, I think the result, you kind of like, how can I put it? Both parts of me were pleased. Obviously, like, the conversation away from the fight is how well Francis did.
Yeah.
And shocked the world regardless when he floored Tyson. I think, just honestly, man, I think when Tyson got that first clump from Francis, you thought, fucking hell, I've not been hit like this for a while, or maybe ever. That was the same way when Francis got clumped by Anthony straight away, he was like, goodbye, he's gone.
Yeah.
Never felt that before, and I think maybe Tyson wasn't too privy to actually how hard Francis hits. So he performed above and beyond expectations. So that was great for an MMA fan, and also for the guy who walked out to our track, who we've also been fans of for many years as well, won. So both sides of me, both my conflicting sides got their appeasement, So
other fighters have walked out to your music, right?
Yeah.
Veronica walked out.
Yeah, she came out to Badadan.
Yeah,
and she won.
Yeah,
and she won decisively. It was a great fight. Brendan Loughnane comes out to a song of ours called Time. He has done forever. I've known Brendan for years. He's a lovely, lovely kid. He's not even a kid now. He's like 2 years younger than me. Yeah. Sorry, man. He's a champ. Yeah, he won the. I think I cried that night. Yeah, amazing night. Amazing. He's an amazing guy. I'm gonna get his name wrong now, but his name's Jordan
Vucinic, yeah.
That's it.
He
walks
Cage
out.
Warriors.
Yeah.
Amazing walkouts.
He walks out to a song of ours called All Goes Wrong, and it's weird to say it's because it's our song, and I don't really love hearing our songs over and over because we play them to death anyway. But man, he's also a crowd favourite, and the electricity when he plays that song and it comes out to it was like really amazing. And like made me kind of fall in love with the song a bit again. So it was really nice to see. But the passion he's got with it, it's nice. And I think Paul Craig used to walk out to a live, and then he lost like 2 in a row and said, "I'm not doing that again." And then I think actually in Cage Warriors time, like way back, Molly came out to a song of ours called End Credits, or something to do with End Credits, to do with her family and a personal one. She used it for something. I think that could be it. Either way, it's a few.
It's a great. How many UFCs have you been to?
Oh man, I kind of haven't missed one in the UK for
really
8 years. Loads and loads.
Who's your favorite fighter right now? Okay, actually, favorite fighter all time.
What a mental question.
Why?
Because it's impossible to answer.
Favorite fighter all time? Who's your guy?
Oh, gee, Willoughby's. I can't. I mean, this is ridiculous. I should have prepped for this. Of all the things I should have pre-thought about. Like, he might ask you what fighters you like. Oh man, I mean, like, you know what? This is obvious and super cliched and rinsed out, but the Conor's rise and how he did it and how he said it, and how he held himself, and the way he spoke things and did them, and everything about it was incredible. Yeah. And also just inspiring on level of just like success. Forget the monetary success at the end of it, just like I'm doing, and that's what we like to do. We like to say we're gonna do something and then do it, you know what I mean? That's what it's about.
Sure.
It's like, I wanna also produce loads of rap and drill for UK artists, doing loads of it. Great, job done. You know what I'm saying? Wanted to do that, Goals, let's achieve them, and then let's have new goals. And that's, you kind of see that in what Conor did, You
were at the Maymac London stop.
I was, yeah. That was crazy.
That was incredible.
To be fair, yeah. Floyd,
you were just sitting there as a fan?
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Because who sorted it out? The people who saw, I think the UFC Yeah, it was ordered. Yeah, he's a great guy.
I know more
as
about your
well.
story than you know at this point.
You do actually. Yeah. he's a great guy as well, man. He's
so you were just sitting there, just like that's how hardcore you wanted. That you knew they were rolling in.
I just wanted to see that, man. Even just wanted to see Floyd's flawless quality diamonds in real life.
Ah, yes.
To see them like shining.
That's when he touched his head, right? Connor touched his head.
That was, you could feel that in the air. It made my shoulder, doing it now, you could feel it. You could see Floyd was like, no, that didn't go. That was a cheeky move by Connor. But the electricity in that room, and, you know, unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend any of Connor's fights.
You've never been?
No, not to one of his, and not to, you know. And to be honest with you, man, I was so invested. Like, the anxiety you feel when you're invested is, like, palpable to nearly being sick. You know, it's so nauseous, you know, it just plays well into my personality.
Sure.
So, like, I mean, I used to put a bit of, well, I'm allowed to, obviously, fighters on. I used to put, like, bets on, you know, every week. Not much, but, like, little accas, because I used to love the sport. Like, I think maybe I had to stop, man, because it's like the anxiety levels that I get is high enough without even having 10 pounds on it. I was like, oh, this is for it. God. You know, and then when you're watching it, like I was flying back from LA as MVP was making his debut against Kevin Holland. And I've known Michael for years. I went on his podcast many years ago. We spoke in private. He's a lovely, lovely, lovely guy. So I basically somehow managed to, on the plane Wi-Fi, watch the UFC. So I watched an entire card on the plane coming back from LA. And, you know, Michael was fighting Kevin. And the anxiety I felt on that flight, like, you know, dry mouth, so clammy hands, like, and I was confident he was going to win, you know, I genuinely was. But I still felt, you know, like I was about to, you know, the kind of empathy that I feel on that regard is quite through the roof. So
is MMA your favorite sport?
Without a doubt.
There's no other sport that gives you this?
No. I love boxing as well. But yeah, MMA, yeah, I don't know what it is about it, really. I mean, it's everything about it. It's got lots of parallels, I guess, for me with other things in my life, like scenes that I'm into. And there's a crossover as well, like, now I'm getting recognised a bit more, generally. But beforehand, never really got recognised much at all, except when I was at UFC, Cage Warriors, PFL, Bellator, like... That's where they were like, brother! And I was like, okay, there was definite crossover there. Because also, it's an exciting, young, new sport. And you've got lots of people getting into MMA now who are training it, as you know full well, are training MMA from the start. So this new, like, wave of young fighters are unbelievable. You know, like, there's a kid called Dom Wooding on PFL, like, incredible. I'm forgetting loads of names of loads of fighters now. But, and it's just a vibrant, exciting, feels like the times of now, if you will, you know, and with music and everything, if you're not, like, in sync with what's happening now, you're finished. And if I said to you, oh, you know, I do love MMA, I do love Izzy, he's amazing, but it was much better when it was GSP and Chuck Liddell, you're an old git. You know, like, you might not necessarily have to love, like, a Sean McNally or... Izzy, everything about them, you know, their kind of swag, you know, the arms, whatever, their clothes and the jewellery, whatever, you might not have to love that, but you have to at least, I mean, I really enjoy it, but you have to at least understand why. Why it's happening, why it's hot, why they don't look odd, why that's of now. Then you're in a good stead. If you're just thinking everything was better back in the day, you're just old and out of touch. You don't have to love it, but you have to understand it and respect it, you know. Same with music, you don't have to love the brand new shit coming out. But if it was like, oh man, it was much better 30 years ago, then you are washed. Yeah.
And are you staying up to watch all the events, or?
Yeah.
Wow, you're that hardcore.
I'm also a bit of a night owl anyhow. But yeah, so I often come off stage and jump in the car, watch the UFC, which is usually the UFC on a Saturday night. I mean, there have been times where, you know, I've been playing and the phone's been on there.
I love it.
You know, like, oh God.
Yeah.
You know, like, without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah, I'm not really one of these, like, watching the card the next day. Can't do it.
No.
Can't do that shit.
Can't do it. It has to be live.
And, you know, listen, you know, obviously people talk about the quality of a card and this and that. I'll still watch it all from start to finish.
But how do you feel about the Apex? I mean, really? Is it not tough?
Of course. You know.
This is not why we fell in love. As someone who's in crowds and the vibe and the scene, right? It's not
course, you know.
If Apex was the thing when you were falling in love with the sport, dare I say you maybe don't fall in love with the sport as much?
Well, you can't recreate that
Showmanship.
electricity.
Yeah.
What about what's his name? The just now who beat Billy Quarantilla?
Yusuf Salal.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
He's like, Vegas, what's good?
Yeah. There's
He's
4
like,
people there, right? Yeah.
Good, bro. You know, I get it. Of course, that's a bit you know, what's the word? Deflating.
Yes.
Fighters, absolutely. I mean, it just you know, it was fantastic for a period of time when it needed to be. You know, and at that period of time as well, even like doing a closed show to people sitting down was something. You know, the period of time when the Apex was around.
Of course, yes.
What was going on was like, that was how it,
yes.
You know, and we were super lucky to get to watch sport or get to watch anything at that period of time because no one else was. So in that regard, it was fantastic. And when you first watching the TV and you hear a differently, okay. And then obviously over time now, you can kind of feel it should get back to the heydays. And by the looks of it, I think it, you know, well, this weekend's Atlantic City, isn't it?
Yes.
It's got
hey, you'll be in town. No, you'll be gone by then, huh?
No, yeah.
Yeah. A 2-hour drive, but yeah, you said
I'd have definitely made it.
Can Conor return to form?
I mean, the thing about, I mean, I'm older. I'm way older than him, and weirdly, we're having like the biggest moment of our careers.
Yeah.
So age is not like restrictive in that regards, but in terms of like sport and combat sport, forget combat sport. In terms of sport, it absolutely is. And the quote, I think one of your old friends, Chelsea, you don't get better at something by not doing it. You know. I mean, as a fan, I would be very happy with Conor just sailed off into the sunset. Absolutely.
Not fight again.
I've for me, what he's done, his legacy is done. It's in like it's good. You're not going to like.
Is part of the reason why you don't want to see maybe a lesser version of him that would affect that legacy?
Well, forget all that. He had the most horrific leg break.
Yeah.
You had Chris Weidman on Monday, right? And also Anderson Silva as well. And like, I don't even think it's arguable. Chris Weidman's leg break was way worse than Silva's.
Yeah.
If you like watch them back.
Yeah.
I don't know why I have done. Anyhow, it's horrific.
It's gruesome, yeah.
And like, even seeing how he came back against Brad Tavares and like, what did Brad Tavares do? Kick the shit out of his leg. Yeah. So that's painful to watch. And like, I've watched Weidman's career for years, but I wasn't like invested like I said was with Conor. And coming back after an injury like that, man, I mean, it's frightening.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But like you were saying to Chris, the thing that why these guys, you know, and why Conor, if Conor was watching that, he'd say, you're a fool, you don't know what you're talking about, is like, they're not built like that. They're like, that's all good.
Right.
They're like, you could smash your leg to pieces now. He's like, yep, let's go.
Let's go, yeah.
You know, and so in that regard, you never ever kind of understand how one can do that. And like, when people walk away from the sport early, wow, that's also quite incredible to see because that doesn't happen often either. I would love to see Conor come back because he wants to, and I'd also be happy to see him not if he chose not to as well. I mean, for me, his legacy is set in stone. You're not gonna ruin it. Obviously, if he came back now on a third belt and third belt class, and that's obviously where he's like, you mad? I can come back and win another belt. And you know, I'm also a big fan of Luke Thomas and Brian Campbell. I like what they're doing. And Luke Thomas is, I think, a brilliant mind when it comes to like analysing MMA and just like fights and, you know, the minutiae like that. I think it's a really brilliant mind. And it's not his stat, but it's a stat that's gone around loads about, what's it?
Over 35, yeah.
Only Tyron Woodley has won, and that was beating Darren Till and Wonderboy a long time ago. And Darren at the time arguably should have waited a couple of fights. You know, they might have, a bit early for that at this stage. And I love Darren as well. I think he still has what it takes to be huge in the sport and be a champ. But man, like, if you just look at numbers and figures and things often are correct, and like, there's not good odds, man.
Right.
Like, like watching Volk against Topuria, again, that was a tough one because I love Volk.
Yeah.
And like, his rise to ascension to where he is was massively like missed by fans because he just slowly like beating shit out of Chad Mendes and smashing up out, what the hell? But doing it like in a way that you'd never seen before, and like beating Max 3 times, and how he did it on the third one was like unbelievable. And it took people until that until like he nearly beat Islam to be like, this guy's amazing.
Yeah.
And by that stage, he's had all of those
I
fights.
think the turning point for him was really Brian Ortega. He almost lost to Brian Ortega, and the people were like, "Holy shit, this guy has a lot of heart. He's got a lot of ball." You remember when he almost got subbed?
Well, he was about that
It's
close
almost
to
like
passing
when
out.
you almost die, and then people start to respect
Like,
you.
oh, you okay? Now?
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, I mean, it's just time. I mean, what's the saying? Father time waits for no one.
Undefeated,
it's undefeated, man. So,
so let me ask you right now. There's UFC 300 coming up. It's been a hot topic.
Mm-hmm.
Did they get it right? Are you okay with it as a hardcore fan? Are you okay with this being the UFC 300 lineup?
I mean, like I said earlier, man, as a hardcore fan, they could have put like the first fight from Friday's fight as the main card. I still watched it.
Yeah.
So I'm biased. I just watch it. I love it. So I'm always going to watch. But in terms of, it's different for us in the UK because we don't fall into this pay-per-view bracket. So I'm not this forking out $70. That's a different conversation.
Yeah.
You know?
But does it feel big? Does it feel important? Does it feel special?
The card itself, from top to bottom, does.
Okay.
I think the card itself has a massive range of great fights. You know, Cody Garbrandt, Davison
Figueiredo
as the first fight. Wow, what a fight to start with. I personally would rather not see Cody get in straight away with someone with such a hard punch as Davison off the bat. So in terms of on paper, wow, incredible fight. I don't know if that's going to play out as to the fight we think it's going to be. But in terms of the name appeal, I think the whole card's really good, yeah. But obviously, it's a bit of an oversell, under-deliver. You're talking about want to have the greatest main event of all time. And we're having a fight for the main event that, as you said in this show, could have been at 301 in Brazil 4 weeks later or whatever. But I think it's going to be, I'll watch it.
Of course. And there's a talk of a pay-per-view happening in Manchester later on this year. Tommy, our guy, and Leon. Would you go to that one?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I drove up from London to Liverpool to watch Darren and Stephen Wonderboy Thompson.
Oh, wow.
Last time. I think that was the last time they were in the UK that wasn't in London.
Oh, yeah, because of the... is
2019.
that possible? Is that possible? Wow.
Yeah.
That is crazy. Yeah, that was in Liverpool, which now they don't allow fights there. What's this, Marks and Spencer nonsense?
It's mental, yeah.
This is what I've heard.
You know, and especially now with...
They've had legendary Cage Warriors and UFC there, and they're just saying no.
Yeah, because Paddy sold out the arena there for Cage Warriors years ago, yeah.
Wonderboy won that fight.
Oh, right, in terms of like actually winning the fight. Yeah, potentially.
Yeah, he got screwed. Anyway, but we love Darren.
I was super biased either way, and I was like, of course he won, scream my tits off at the front, but...
Did you go with your wife to these?
No.
Did you go with Will?
No.
Does he like MMA?
He doesn't dislike it, but he's not.
But who do you talk like on a Sunday after?
I talked to. I've got a good friend of mine, Nick Finney. He's also my personal trainer, and he's a brilliant mind. He's a brilliant mind on MMA as well. So,
but he's not on the road with you, or is he?
No. So actually, my Ira, who's one of the boys on Badadan, he's also crazy into MMA.
Okay. So you have someone to talk to, like, holy shit, did you see that?
Actually, yeah, me and him are like, he'll text me like, yo, you see that? I'm like, of course I saw it. How dare you assume that I've not seen it already? No, and he's, we have good conversations.
You like Leon?
Do I like Leon?
Yeah.
Yeah. Leon, one, is a lovely guy. When we did a little campaign for the NHS during COVID and all that, and loads of fighters donned the T-shirts for us. Leon, one of them, Molly Bisping, some great guys, yeah. I love Leon. I think he's a fucking amazing fighter. And I think he could hold that belt for a while. I would love to see it. I would love to see him get a big pay-per-view fight back home.
Oh, it'd be amazing.
And I'd love to see, I went to Michael Bisping's stand-up show whenever it was, and I know those guys, and I went backstage and we saw Brendan and Tom Aspinall was sitting there. He's fucking huge.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm tiny, I'm 5'8", so I'm literally like this anyhow, yeah, but just a huge human being, yeah. And he just seemed like super lovely, like super nice.
They're all so great.
And I also think he's an incredible fighter, and I think it was interesting watching him and John at the Arnolds, the interaction between them.
The hand on the shoulder.
Hand on the shoulder. I think it's potentially getting like read into lots more than it could have been, but that's the beauty of it. That's the way you keep the story going.
Yeah.
And even if Tom didn't mean to be sizing him up, as in like getting the distance, now that's a story. And it makes
Yeah. No, I loved it.
And even if John was like, don't do that, get your hands off me, or he's like, oh, I've had shoulder surgery, bro, watch out.
Yeah.
There's loads of things it could potentially have been. And like, no face-off. No, I ain't doing a face-off, but I face-off with France. It's just like, I like it. I like all that stuff, you know.
I love this. I love how deep you're into
It's
it all.
fascinating, yeah. I'm like, I'll watch that again. Why? Don't know, but yeah.
By the way, speaking of shirts, Hammersmith FC.
Yeah, they're on their way, man. It's taken a long time to get them made. So I'm got you some...
Have they worn them yet?
Yeah, we're wearing them every week.
They wear them every. So what do you mean getting them made to be sold?
No, I'm getting some.
Oh no, I don't mean for that. For me, I'm just talking about this is a huge deal.
God, I look so terrible there.
Well,
Thankfully, my trainer has sorted my life out since then. But
look at this.
Yeah, this is a really cool, man. Hammersmith men's and women's team sponsored by us, wearing the kit. Yeah, it's great.
This is a big deal.
I mean, I look like a big blob there, but I mean, bad times. But yeah, this is a really great thing to do. We met the teams, wicked guys, wicked girls, brilliant footballers. And for my daughters as well, to be able to hopefully, you know, come to the games soon and see this kind of stuff and inspire them, to show them that women's sport is incredible as well. And, you know, I look forward to the time in the future where
it's amazing.
they will get the same kind of respect and the levels that the male counterparts get, you know.
But where do they play, Hammersmith?
They play I think it's in we did a show there actually, man. It's right near my house. I've totally forgotten.
But which town is it in?
Oh, it's London, man. It's right,
it's London.
It's like 15, 20 minutes
yeah, that's
from
what I
my
was
house.
wondering.
Yeah.
Okay, which part?
West London.
West London, okay.
West London. I mean, also, like, it's great to be in part of, like, grassroots sports and women's sports as well.
Yeah, of course.
What's amazing about MMA is, like, you know, it's maybe the only sport where women really get a super fair shake, you know, and, like, they've, you know...
Oh, they'll be on the top of the card and no one bats an eye.
Absolutely, and, like, in terms of, like, you know, acceptance for differences in it, I think it's actually very... The community is a bit... Online's a bit fucking filthy, but in terms of the actual sport and the people involved in it, it's all kinds, you know, sexuality and everything. So you had Amanda Nunes, lesbian, kids, champion of the world, best in the world, GOAT.
No one cares.
No one bats an eyelid. Whereas you've got footballers who are like embarrassed to like, or don't ever say anything what they are until they've quit the game because they're concerned about how it's going to get treated.
Right.
And that's disgusting and disgraceful. So, you know, MMA as a sport, I mean, obviously forget online and communities because I think anything online is just pretty venomous these days, too much vitriol. But in terms of actual acceptance inside the sport, I think it's an incredible thing to see, you know. And it's a great thing to see that women have so much power in it, you know. I mean, I love it. Joanna versus Zhang. Unbelievable.
Incredible fight.
You know, to me, that's like Rory McDonald and Robbie Lawler level of like, what the hell are we watching here?
Look at this one. Where is he? Where's Robbie, my guy? There he is.
There he
is.
This
guy. Like, that's from that fight.
Incredible,
I remember before this plastic cell, they made these, and it's just like, what can you say about this? These guys are...
The fight or the...
Well, no, not
model.
the... Like this, what this represents. You know what I mean? That's why I always have so much respect and it's like, you know, sometimes I struggle with how the sausage is made and seeing their careers come to an end and they're not left with a lot. And they give us this entertainment, they give us this brain damage, and then it's on to the next. And then for us, it's like, oh, who's fighting next week? And they have to live with this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
and how much are they getting paid for it? And that's why when I talk about these things, people think it's like me being a hater. No, this is actually me loving them more. Like, I care about them so much as human beings. And then when I see them retire, like Joanne Wood, you know, never got the belt, but gave us so many great fights. And
she's a lovely girl as well.
Trailblazer, pioneer. And you just want them to be set for life. You want them not to worry. You want them not to work. I don't know. This is me going on a bit of a rant, but
no.
You know, I think we share a similar love, and we actually have a lot in common. It's funny. I say like we're kindred spirits at times. Like I want to write to you, and you're writing to me at the same. This has happened a couple times. When you won the award, I hope you don't mind me asking. You were rocking the Chai necklace, which meant a lot, and it meant a lot because, and here you are up there. You didn't go up there. You didn't make a speech. You didn't say anything about religion or politics. If you know, you know. And that's huge especially for young people, especially during these times, to see someone successful on stage being proud of who they are. Can I ask you why you felt the need to do that, and if there was any sort of backlash afterwards?
I was going to actually wear it today, but I forgot it on my bed.
That's all good.
So
it's okay. That was a bigger stage.
Foolish. Foolish. Well, you say that. This is also a massive stage, and it's a real honor to be here. And
Thank you.
So why did I wear it? Because I'm super fucking proud of who I am and about being Jewish. And yes, I didn't want to politicize the moment, and I shan't. And the politics conversation is a different conversation. But in terms of just like being proud to be a Jew, I will always be proud to be a Jew. And I will always be proud to show people that our light will shine bright even when it feels like it's getting dark. We're still here and we're always going to be here. And it means a lot to me and my family, and yeah.
It means a lot to me too, because it's been a dark time.
It has been indeed, it has been indeed. And like I said, the politics conversation is a different conversation that people wish to have. There's always time and space for that. But just on a human level, being Jewish is nothing to be ashamed of. It's something to be proud of. Like being Muslim is something to be proud of. Being Christian is something to be proud of. Being Sikh, Hindu, being everything is something to be proud of. And I'm very proud to be a Jew and always will.
I feel the exact same way, and I never thought I'd live in a time where people were made to feel ashamed of being Jewish. And that's how I feel. I never thought I would see such open anti-Semitism, such open, it's just okay. It's okay to be hateful towards Jews. Again, people like to say, oh, I'm just talking about this, I'm just talking about this. I hope you understand when you hear us speak that you are hurting us, you are offending us as a people who didn't ask for any of this.
Correct, yeah.
And it's very disheartening. Like when I see, I saw Natan Levy lose, and I saw the comments afterwards, and I understand he's from Israel, and I understand that that's a sensitive subject to a lot of people right now.
Absolutely.
But no one deserves the comments. Just like no one who is from Palestine, no one who's from Iran, no one who's from London, no one deserves this. And for some reason, I don't know why, it is now okay to speak this way about us in particular. And if you speak about other people this way, God forbid. But I don't know, it's just open season now. So to see someone of your stature up there on such a gigantic stage, just rocking that, not saying anything else, but a kid is out there, the 105 million people watching that and see like, wow, that guy's proud. And that's all that's needed. Especially in London, which, let's be honest, it's been a bit of
it's wild, yeah.
a dark time.
Absolutely. No, yeah. I think I thought I had something poignant to say, but I think I just lost it at the last moment.
It's okay. I'm sort of putting you on the spot here.
No.
But it was great, and it really, really meant a lot. And especially, I mean, there's not that many people who are out and about in your position in the public eye wearing that, right? There's not that many people for young people to look up to.
Also, I didn't want to politicize the moment for us, because for Will and I, that was a really important moment. And it wasn't about suddenly trying to, hey, we want to talk about this.
Sure.
And also I find, another thing I think it's kind of really like, people take those opportunities, those moments to like try and say stuff. But I'm like, how much measured, discerning conversation can you have at 45 to 60 seconds, anxiously mumbling to a crowd? It felt, it would feel a bit more like, I don't know, vacuous, empty. You're not gonna say or get the right thing across whatsoever.
I get it.
So rather than just do something that just would feel, I don't know, misconstrued and disingenuous, I think the statement that I made spoke volumes without having to say anything. And you asked, what was the feedback like? The feedback has actually been pretty fucking good.
Amazing.
Like I said, like you said yourself, that clip has been watched like, I don't know, 120 million times.
Yeah, it's insane.
And so with that, of course, there's a rise in horrific comments aimed at me. But most of it is just gibberish, and most of it is probably from not real people. And like I said, the response has been good, and so it should be.
Much love, my friend. So
Thank
great
you,
to
man.
have you in
Thank you for
studio.
having me,
I
yeah.
really, really enjoyed this and very exciting. And I told you I wanted to come to your show, even though you said at the beginning that I'm too old.
No,
Then,
side of stage,
I mean,
you'll enjoy
for-
it. But in the middle of the pit, I'm
Sure,
not sure if that's for you.
You know what? I can hang. But
Hey.
as I announced on Monday, and as I told you, my sister giving birth means I have to go visit her this
Mazel
weekend.
tov.
So yeah, thank you. I
Fantastic,
appreciate
fantastic.
that.
Yeah.
But I would love to come to one. And Frankie in the back over there
Oh, yeah,
wanted
he's
to
coming
come.
to the show, 100%.
Yeah, he's all
Get the
into
belly
that
on
stuff.
in case people.
Yeah. Well, we have like a luchador mask for him,
Oh,
just in
okay.
case he's out and about.
Nice and inconspicuous.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, no
Absolutely.
one will notice.
Fantastic, yeah.
But the next one is in Brooklyn. So if you're in New York, and then you've got a whole load of shows, and it's on your social media,
Yeah,
the
it's all on-
upcoming
it's all on
shows.
social media
and then
pages.
is it this summer, or did you just do it in, as you say, Ibiza? The 16 weeks. Was that last year?
That was the summer gone.
Crazy.
Yeah, we
You got another one this summer
we're
there?
having conversations about what we're going to do this summer because it's a lot for. We're traveling so much at the minute.
Yeah, it's exhausting.
It's a lot, and we happen to have a good 10, 11 years doing that. And we'll be back on the island. But I'm not sure the plan just yet.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck with the upcoming tour.
Wicked,
All the
man.
best to you
Thank you
guys.
very much.
Check out their music. Just type in Chase and Status, excuse me.
Hey, man. Whatever works.
Wherever you may be. And yeah, maybe any plans of, Tyson's coming up? Is he?
Hey, that would be. We'll see, man.
That would be something.
That would be super cool, man.
And this time you could be all in on Team Tyson.
Also this time, I mean, have you seen how he looks now?
He looks fantastic.
He looks incredible.
I think he took some of those comments to heart that people were making about his physique, and he's coming back with a vengeance.
Before I go, that circles back to about the boiler room things, and I was like, I look like pretty bad, yeah. And then someone made this incredible animation of it, of the moment with me and Flodan, because on the last track, Flodan wheels it up to Batter Down VIP, and there's like a cool moment between me and him, and it went super viral. And someone did a really cool animation of it, and in it, I'm really fat. And someone also, oh yeah, the fat one. And I was like, whoa. It's gone too far. And it was literally like, right, as well as the fact that I'm killing myself, being way overweight, I've got to sort it out. So the same way Tyson might have taken some things to heart and then sorted himself out, I'm doing the same. Sometimes every now and again, you can get 1,000 lovely comments, then one like, he's fat. It's like, that's the one for me to hone in on for life. So yeah.
And what do you, because it's hard on the road.
Yeah. So what I'm doing is, and my personal trainer, he's like, I think he would like to put like a disclaimer out. He would not advise the diet that I'm doing, but he'd rather I'm a bit more grown up and sensible with it. But I'm just trying to eat super low. So I'm only having like 900 calories a day, eating in the evening and then training 4 days a week.
Good for you.
So I'm like fasting basically.
Okay. You okay? You feeling all right?
Feeling great. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm greedy, so gluttony is easy when it comes to food. So I need to step away from it, man. So.
All right, well, keep it up.
Thank you, man. Thank you for having me.
Good luck this upcoming stretch, but congratulations on everything you've done. And I mean, it's amazing to see you guys, like, to learn more about your story and to see this success happen 20 years in. Dare I say, Jorge Masvidal-esque.
Absolutely.
Veterans of the game, and then you freaking are now at the top, and who knows where you go from here.
Man. That was an incredible time, yeah.
Yeah. There he is, Saul Milton of Chase and Status. Appreciate him joining us very much. We'll take a quick break. We're going to get the picks from the Parlay boys, so stay tuned for that. For now, my conversation with the aforementioned MVP from last week. Enjoy. You know who else was victorious at UFC 299? Our in-studio guest at this time, who I do believe is joining us in studio for the very first time. Perhaps I'm wrong. I'm not sure. Let's see the entrance. Is it The Undertaker? What is it? We have music. We have lights. There he is. You know yourself. Wow, wearing the full getup, huh?
Yes,
look at this.
Man.
How are you, my man?
I'm good, man.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in.
No problem.
Please have a seat. Is this the first time?
No. We've been in studio before, in the old studio.
Old studio,
The old studio, but the first time in a new studio.
In this one, yes.
Yes, in this studio. I love it.
By the way, you smell fantastic, huh? What is this?
Try to stay sweet.
What is this? Holy
It's an
smokes.
MVP mask.
Okay. You're going to have one. Ilya is with Dolce. You saw that?
Oh,
Ilya
no,
Taporia.
seriously? Oh, amazing.
Yesterday, he posted a whole thing.
Oh, wow. That's
By the way,
amazing.
why are you wearing the full outfit? What is going on here?
I just came prepared for today.
This is all right. Are we fighting?
No.
Okay.
No.
Yesterday, I saw you all fresh in the outfit at the premiere.
Yes.
Looking good.
Yes. Yeah, it was good to see you there, actually.
Yeah, that was fun.
What do you think of it?
I enjoyed. We did a whole breakdown earlier, and I said, and people are going to say, "Oh, you're just saying it because it's Conor, this and that." I had fun. It was 2 hours. You escape,
I had fun.
Is it going to win an Oscar? Probably not, but it was just good fun.
It was great. I said exactly the same thing. It's a fun film. It's high energy, good entertainment. He plays the perfect role because it's just himself.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And I'm happy for him and I enjoyed it.
I thought he was going to be like 5 minutes, like just a cameo. I didn't realize how big, and it's like you can't help but laugh when you see him up there. Just like it's almost like an exaggerated version of him, and he's larger than life to begin with.
Yeah.
The fight scenes were great, right? As a fighter, how did you feel? Do you feel like they got it?
Yeah, no. The thing is, it's weird because I'm very critical of fight
because you're a big like movie guy.
I love into series and stuff. So that style of fight scene is not my favorite style, but this one was entertaining.
Okay.
Like I still enjoyed it, but because it's very like obviously
exaggerated,
and the thing is, I've had to do shots like that before. It's just like playing around with camera tricks and stuff. So I get what they're doing, but yeah, it's not my favorite.
Okay.
But I did enjoy this.
Have you been in a movie?
No. But I did a short film the other day. And I actually
just the other day?
Boxer. Yeah, literally the other day.
Okay.
I'm actually playing a boxer as well, so we had to do that kind of style fighting. And obviously I've written a script and...
You have?
I've written a script. I'm looking to do, developing a TV show, developing a comic of that same show as well.
Oh, snap.
Yeah. So
you say, obviously, I wrote a script. Like, how would I know this?
I didn't know.
Okay.
my mind is so creative. I just need to get stuff out.
Wow. And what is or should you not say?
Not quite yet.
Okay.
Not quite yet. But
would you be in it?
The plan is I'll probably have a cameo, but I think because it's going to be my baby, I kind of want to see it develop without, interruptions of me trying to focus on the acting side of things as well. But I'll definitely probably have a cameo in it.
Is this a dream of yours to make something? Because I know you grew up watching like the Kung Fu films and all that stuff. So is this something you've always wanted to do?
Yeah, I think it's definitely something that I could see myself in.
Okay.
But it's definitely becoming more of a reality. Even speaking to 50 about it, he was very interested in it as well.
Look at you just dropping 50, huh?
Yeah.
You still boys?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, wow.
Of course.
You're going to see him here while you're here?
No, I don't have enough time out here.
You don't have enough time to see him.
I don't.
I like that. Is he interested?
Yeah, he liked the concept of speaking to his team, so hopefully we can make something happen. If not, but we're speaking to quite a few other people as well. But yeah, no, it's everybody that we've given it to, you can see their excitement, which is nice for me because it was just my brain baby that I just wrote down one day, and it's to see how far it's come now.
You did it by yourself?
No, so initially the concept idea was me and like one of my best friends, she's a film producer herself. So I just asked her, I was like, what do you think of this? And she was like, this is amazing. Like, can I work on it with you? And from there on, it was me and her have been developing it over the last 2 years. So like I said, we're about to finish the first draft comic of the same storyline as well. So yeah.
By the way, as someone who like loves this stuff, I like movies, but I don't consider myself a movie buff. What would you say is the greatest martial arts movie of all time? And I know that encompasses a lot.
Yeah.
But like, what is the gold standard in your opinion?
It's very difficult because different aspects of what you can bring with combat movies. Is it a serious combat movie? Is it a comical one? Like I love the style of like Jackie Chan, Sammo Hung, how he used to develop his stuff, Donnie Yen, some of the serious films. That style of combat on screen for me, it's unrivaled. I think nowadays, again, we try to be a bit as fancy as possible and go too big. I think sometimes the simplicity and the simple, like just choreographed scenes are 10 times better. So yeah, it's difficult.
Did you like all the Bruce Lee stuff back in the day, Enter the Dragon?
It's weird. I didn't. Don't get me wrong, I like Bruce Lee.
Yeah.
But I wasn't raised on him specifically.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I kind of had to. It's more Jackie Chan, Donnie Yen, Jet Li. It was that era. So Drunken Master and those kind of films, and then I kind of went back and started watching the Bruce Lee kind of the films and stuff as well. Okay. But that wasn't for when I was first growing.
By the way, we just had Benoit Saint Denis on, who was on the same card.
Yes, yeah.
I don't know if you were here when we were talking about his staph infection. Did you see the photos?
Yeah, I saw it backstage.
Did you see that? I just want to put it up one more time, if I could, and just get your opinion. Someone like that is some of the worst I've ever seen.
Yeah,
this was 2 days before he left to Miami.
Yeah,
he had this. Have you ever seen it on the forehead like that?
I've never seen it on the forehead like that. That looks really bad, and I can't imagine what the effect of that.
Yes, antibiotics and everything.
Yeah. So that's really bad. I've never had it myself, but
you've never had. That's what I was going to ask you.
Yeah. Touch
really.
I've
amazing.
Had it. So that's good. I know because it's a common gym thing.
Yes.
But yeah, and I haven't actually had it yet.
You guys are just maybe a little cleaner.
The thing is, weirdly enough, I wouldn't see that. If you come to our gym, that would not be the thing. It's happened. Like a couple of guys in the gym have had it.
Okay.
It's just I'm just fortunate to not be one of those people.
I can't even imagine what that feels like
Yeah,
on
that's
your
what I mean.
forehead.
Yeah.
Before fighting Dustin Poirier.
Yeah. Unbelievable. He's such a lovely guy as well.
Yes. Soft spoken. He'll be back. No doubt.
He actually said his first pro gym that he went to was London Shoot Fighters.
No way.
My gym. Yeah,
he told you that?
Yeah.
Did you know?
I didn't know. It's Norbert actually remembered him.
Wow.
And then I was like, I don't remember him. He said, no, but I actually rode with him and stuff when he first came in. And when we was in the same warm-up room and he walked in, he's like, man, you guys, your gym was the first pro gym that I ever went to.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So you were in the changing room with him on the night?
Not on the night. So there's a warm-up room in the hotel.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, all right, we're 2 weeks or less than 2 weeks removed from your debut.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's fresh, but do you notice a difference now that you're a UFC fighter? The way people look at you, talk about you, talk to you, want to talk to you. Mm-hmm. Do you notice that already?
Yeah, there's definitely a big...
Really?
A bigger wave of interest now, which I kind of figured, but when you feel it, it's interesting. And I was saying this because obviously when we spoke, and I'm speaking to the members of my team, and they're like, I said, I've spoken to him already. And they're like, oh, you speak to him? I was like, but Ariel's been speaking to me from way back. Mm-hmm. So before all of this wave of hype, me and you have been speaking.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Again, I've been in your shows and I've always appreciated that as well, because it is that there's so many people that wait until something happens first, and then, they're kind of reactive then. But yeah, I have noticed a difference.
And is that something where you're like, you weren't paying attention to me when I was Bellator, showing me the love? Like, do you keep the receipts?
I'm a petty guy, so yes.
Okay, yes. I appreciate that. So am I.
I'm a petty guy, so yes. But at the same time, I also understand it. I'm also capable of putting my ego to one side as well and just being like, well, it is what it is. You have to keep showing. You have to keep proving to people regardless. I reckon I can get to where you probably think that it's the highest of the highs and still there's going to be something to prove. So it's just part of the game.
Is there any part of you that says, man, I kind of wish I was... Nobody better than we. Nobody better than we.
Nailed it.
Yeah, nailed it. Tommy A is writing me right now. What's up, Tom? The champ. The champ. Yeah, the undisputed champ. Perhaps he was watching at the moment. He's talking about the UK scene. Frank, that was fun, right?
Amazing.
No one could do it like us, Frank. No one could do it like us. No one can go from MMA to boxing to pro wrestling to drum and bass.
Literally one of the best days here.
It's a great day. It's a great day to be alive, Frank. It's a great day to be alive. It's a great day to be a part of the program. It's a great day to be a fan. It's a great day to be breathing. And can't wait for Monday's show. The best in the world, in studio, live and in living color. What do you think that's going to be like, Frank? He's known to drop a pipe bomb or two.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Are you going to be all right?
No, that's just usually like the stuff that he likes to say. He's known to...
That's what I mean. Yeah, like, I'll be fine.
Oh, no,
You'll
I'll be great.
Can you handle it?
No, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. And I can't wait for that. And curious to see what Rhea says. And whomever stops by following the big Atlantic City showdown, which will be attended by 3 of the 4 members of Parlay Boys. And I'm feeling good. I feel like them being in attendance, you guys being in attendance. I'm talking about you, like you're not here. I feel like it's going to be good. I feel like this is going to be really good, and I'm going to go as far as to say I'm guaranteeing. Patrick Ewing used to do this back in the 90s. I'm guaranteeing victory. I'm guaranteeing victory.
I appreciate that.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it, man. Still got to get Juliana's pick, but I feel good about what we're about to lay out there.
Wait a second. What's going on?
He's talking about victory for the Parlay pals.
Yeah, I know, but like she hasn't sent in the pick.
She hasn't sent it.
Oh yeah, we're just waiting on it.
I can't speak. No, I take it back. I take it back.
Oh, wow.
I can't. No, I don't know what she's picking.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought I came in here and I thought we were talking about something totally different, and I just like sort of turned. But yeah, no.
Wait, what do you think we were talking about?
I thought you were talking about the Parlay Pals, but then when you paused for a second, I was like, "Oh God, are we talking about the Parlay Pals right now?"
Yeah, no, we're talking about the Parlay Pals.
Confused.
Yeah.
Well, we talked about a lot of things. We were talking about the big CM Punk exclusive.
Yeah.
We talked about Rhea just sort of inviting herself on the program.
Yeah, Monday's gonna.
I mean, a lot of stuff happening, guys.
It's gonna be big.
A lot of stuff happening. All right, without further ado, time now for everyone's favorite pick segment of the week. It is time for a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Obviously, March Mania is here. DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps, is giving new customers a shot to turn 5 buccarinos into $150 instantly in bonus bets with any college basketball bet. By the way, North Carolina listeners, don't forget DraftKings Sportsbook is now live in your state. And as we discussed on Monday's program, Helwani's killing it with. I picked 14 out of 16 Sweet 16 teams correct, which I think is pretty damn good. Got Kentucky wrong and one other. So if you need me for some picks, you know who to call. You can DM GC and then he'll get the message over to me. I think that's what we've established earlier. Anyway, download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code the MMA Hour. New customers can bet $5 to get $150 instantly in bonus bets only at DraftKings Sportsbook with the code the MMA Hour. The crown is yours. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Or in West Virginia, visit www.100gambler.net. New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY. Text HOPE-NY. That's 467. Please pay responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino Resorts in Kansas. 21 plus age varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. See DKNG.com/bball4. Eligibility and deposit restrictions, terms, and responsible gaming resources. All right, what do we got, guys? What do we got? Got
to throw the old names into the randomizer here. But I'm feeling good about it. Here we go. Rick is going to lead us off this week. I will go second. Frank will finish us off.
I mean, technically, Juliana's finishing us off.
Oh, yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
What do we think?
We're gonna do main event.
Yeah.
Alternate totals.
Okay.
Over 1.5, baby.
All right.
Wait a second. Main event.
Aaron Blanchfield, Wynon Fierro, over 1.5.
Okay. I love that.
I like that as well.
Feeling good about it.
I thought maybe we might do, inside the parlay. We do the after party parlay. We got invited to Algio Blanchfield. But I still like this. I like this a lot.
I did think about Blanchfield money line, but I'm feeling like that's
just need to
that's
win.
the right.
We just need to get on the board. We just need to get on the board, boys. I mean, that's all there is to it. All right, I will also go with a prop. Feel good about this one. I'm going to go with Chidi and Njokuani, Reese McKee to not go the distance. Njokuani McKee.
Oh, I like this.
Does not go to a decision.
This is good.
McKee, all his wins by finish. Njokuani has been finished 8 times in his career. A lot of finishes himself. I think that one's going to be a banger.
Okay.
Speaking of a banger, there's only one pick for me. And
always is. Always is only one for you.
Well, I mean, I'm asked to pick one. But
Just
the only
one.
one I'm picking is Lupe Godinez.
Yeah. Fellow Canadian.
Love it. I think it's plus 103, waiting on Juliana's pick.
Don't screw this up, Juliana, okay? We're here. We're literally here, right?
We will literally be there.
Okay. Well, yes, literally that too. All right. I feel good. Let's go, guys. Nothing else to say.
Nothing else to say. That's all there is to it.
I'm feeling good. Like I should.
Is that what we're going with?
I mean, I'm just very...
I didn't see that coming, but...
I'm really in the music, in the music mode right now after talking to my guy, Saul. Saul.
Great guy. No, not Saul.
Well, he said he's okay with that.
Oh, okay.
He didn't like soul. Like, he didn't like if you don't pronounce the L, is the way I took it. Anyway, what else we got?
we've got picks.
Yeah.
For UFC Atlantic City. I gotta lose the sweatshirt here. I got it down in my.
What is this? What is this?
Oh, nice.
The mic is blocking it.
Yeah. I'll get to it. I'll get to it as I go along.
Okay, interesting.
It's actually as we get on along later in the program. We'll start off. Got to bet in some way, shape, or form on every single fight on this card. Had to do it. Going to be there in person, 10 toes down, boots on the ground in Atlantic City. Got to have some sort of action, whether it's a single, whether it's a parlay piece. We have found action on every single fight. We'll start with Andre Petrosky, Jacob Malkoun. You know, I got a little bit of affinity for a lot of people on this card. It helps if you're from, PA, very close to Atlantic City. There's some Staten Island, Chris Weidman repping New York, a couple New Jersey fighters on here. Julio Arce, Vicente Luque born there, Aaron Blanchfield. So a lot of ties to the surrounding area. You'll see that as a theme as we move through this. But we start with Petrosky, who is from neighboring Philadelphia. This fight is going to be interesting. Two grapplers wrestling BJJ. I mean, Malkoun shoots a million takedowns a fight. I mean, I've just imagined this one is going to end up on the ground. Malkoun has also been taken down. Though sometimes, when it's grappler versus grappler, it ends up being a striking match. Even then, I would favor Petrosky to keep this thing close. Malkoun, not a big finisher, has 0 finishes at the UFC level. I don't see him getting one here. And I think this fight is going to be very close. So the plus 3.5 points, you add up all 3 judges' scorecards. I really think Petrosky wins a round here, if not wins the fight outright. But I think this is a very, very close fight. So plus 3.5, that's where I like. I like minus 155 on plus 3.5, much better than the Malkoun. I believe he's at minus 235 now. Next up, Melissa Gatto-Dudakova moving up to 125. Thought the size helped her down at 115. Not really going to have that here at 125. Getting a more experienced opponent in Melissa Gatto. I like the cardio. I like the BJJ here, especially if this thing goes to the ground. And I like the striking range that she can use, so I will back her to get it done. Frankie said it. We've had the great Lupe Godinez here in studio. Big fan of hers. So I will be supporting. I will be backing her. Not going to be easy against Virna Jandiroba. This feels like a 29-28, maybe a split. We're going to fight for it, but I am going to back Lupe Godinez. Next up, it's the fight that I'm taking, not to go the distance in the Parlay Pals, but I'm going to take Reese McKee inside the distance, this one at plus 300. So this is essentially me playing the number here. I feel like Chidi is going to likely win this fight, and I think he's going to do it by first-round knockout. But here's the thing. Reese McKee has a solid chin on him, and he has heart. He can weather the storm. And if he does weather the storm, he has finished all 13 of his professional wins. So I'm not sure why a guy who's sitting at like plus 130, plus 125 on most books is plus 300 to get the win inside the distance when all 13 of his wins have come via finish against a guy who has been finished in 8 of his 10 losses. So if Reese McKee weathers this storm, if this thing gets to round 2, it's going to become very interesting for our guy McKee, especially holding a plus 300 ticket. Reese McKee inside the distance. Next up, Dumas Ruzabayev. I'm going to take the under 1.5 here. Ruzabayev, I mean, I don't know how great he is. I mean, he looked great last time out against Ferreira, but going back and watching a lot of tape on him, still need to get proven a little bit more. Wouldn't really trust playing him at like minus 300. But if he does win, it's almost exclusively in the first round. 29 of his 33 wins come in either the first or second round. Dumas has quite a few finishes on his record as well, but I think this is going to be a chaotic fight, and I think someone's going to get finished early. There is the off chance Ruzabayev loves losing fights by decision. His last 6 losses are by decision, but I think someone gets finished here, and I think it happens early in front of the raucous Atlantic City crowd that I will be sitting in. Next up, the featured bout of the evening, our guy Chris Weidman taking on Bruno Silva. So it's a tough fight for Chris Weidman, at the age that he's at, coming off of, a bad injury. I know we've got the Brad Tavares fight under the belt. He has been knocked out 6 times throughout his UFC career. Bruno Silva has 20 wins via knockout. It's a tough matchup for him. But on the flip side of that, if he doesn't stand and bang with Bruno Silva and he takes this thing to the ground, which I think is his best path, I mean, All-American wrestler, in the name, Bruno Silva has been submitted 7 times. So I think there's multiple ways that this fight gets finished, which is why I'm going to be rocking with the under 2.5. Bruno Silva submitted 7 times. And, you know, I love losing submission props. So I'm going to be taking Chris Weidman by submission in front of the Atlantic City crowd to get this one done. Plus 900 on this. Chris Weidman by sub. Let me just throw out some stats to you here. Chris Weidman 4-0 in Atlantic City. Not only is he 4-0 in Atlantic City, he's 2-0 when fighting guys with the last name of Silva. He's also undefeated when fighting in the month of March. I mean,
this is deep.
You do the math on all of that. 5-1 against Brazilians as well. I'm just throwing those things out there. A lot of stats favor our man Chris Weidman going into Saturday. This will be a fun flyer, though. It'll be fun to cheer on. I'm going to be cheering for Weidman anyway. I kind of just wanted to find a way to just have a little sprink on him. So Chris Weidman by submission.
I like sprink.
Yeah, I mean, you know.
Yeah, shout out. That one's
no need to waste the time on the LE there. If this thing gets the mat, which I think is his best path, it's going to get real interesting. It's going to get real interesting.
I love this. I love just watching you convince yourself of this in real time. Like, it's just.
I told Frankie, I was like, somehow the knee touching incident came up earlier. I think it was when Saul was like, yeah, when you lose, you just grab shoulders. Yeah. I was like, yeah, there's going to be some knee grabbing on Saturday. I'm definitely going to lose bets. And Frank's like, not with that attitude. I'm just like, well, I bet on every single fight. So like, I'm guaranteed to lose a couple. So as we move to the co-main, let me just take off my sweater here.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, yeah, there it is. A 1 of 1 New Jersey.
Yeah, there
finest.
we go. Oh, wow.
There it is.
Who made this?
This is a Seaburks original right here.
You made it and printed it?
Made and printed.
You now have more merch than we do as an entity.
Exactly. Yeah, these will be on sale on my merch store, gcmerch.com. Yeah, I mean, we got Blanchfield, we got Tony Soprano, we got Bruce Springsteen. I see Frank Sinatra on there, a little Martin Brodeur, Whitney Houston, Buzz Aldrin, and Vicente Luque. Will the doubters say that Luque is Brazilian? Maybe. I mean, there's a Brazilian flag next to his name on Tapology.
Sure.
But you know where he was born?
Was he really?
Where he was raised for the first 6 years?
I didn't know this.
Great state of New Jersey.
No
Garden
wonder
State.
he's on the card.
I got Jersey fever this week. That's all I got to say. Watched Garden State.
Oh, you saw it?
Oh, had to watch it. Had to throw it on. Watched a little Ocean's 11. You know, I know that's Vegas, but they got an Atlantic City scene in there. Rewatched the scene from The Wrestler where they're in Atlantic City.
Jeez.
I mean, I'm all in, and that's why.
Did you play some Monopoly?
Vicente Luque. In all seriousness, if you look at the guy's record, 15-4 in his last 19, and if you just look at who he's losing to, Jeff Neals, the Bilal Muhammads, the Stephen Wonderboy Thompsons, he's losing to all 4 of those losses are to current top 10 welterweights in the UFC division. Joaquin Buckley, I feel like this is a step down in competition for Vicente Luque. I'm not going to say that he's got too much tread on the tires, that he's washed. He's only 32. I know he's been in a lot of fights, but I like Luque here. A lot of people love Buckley, but I'm going with New Jersey's own Vicente Luque, and then it's a no-brainer. I hate to do it. I mean, I'm leaving the Manone Mafia for just one night only. If this fight is taking place anywhere other than the great state of New Jersey, I'm riding with my girl Manone, but on Saturday, I'm becoming a Blanchfield backer. Took Blanchfield about a week ago. As soon as I knew this fight was taking place in AC and was going to be the main event, I knew what I had to do. So Aaron Blanchfield is the play for me. A couple parlays, getting the Lock Rain fight in, getting Algio in there, Senor Perfect, and then a little pacifist parlay, getting the Bazooka Matthews fight and the Landwehr Emmers fight on the board as well. And then lastly, a violence parlay. A little Turkali Aslan fight doesn't go to a decision. Arce Burns fight doesn't go to a decision. Julio Arce, shout out, fighting out of the great state of New Jersey. And then Chidi McKee to finish us off. And those are the plays. UFC, Atlantic City.
This is an absurd amount of picks for a fight night. I just want to say.
Yeah.
This has to be a record, no? I mean, did you do the same for the Long Island card? This many?
I may have even had more because I had a bunch of flyers too. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, win, lose, or draw, we're there to have fun on Saturday, and that's exactly what we're going to do.
Well, I can't wait to hear about it. Good luck to you guys.
Frankie's talking me into making the move on Friday night as well.
What was the original
It will
plan?
be done.
The original plan was Saturday.
No, we're going down on Saturday. He's trying to get me to make the move over to the Avant-Garden.
Oh, to go see. Oh yeah, you guys got to go to that.
Yeah.
I wish I could go.
It's a late night. That's a late night
You
on
can.
Saturday.
Everybody will be asleep.
Nah, it's perfect. Go to that. Get in the car. Drive down. Pull the Rick.
Yeah.
Oh, now we're advocating for it.
Well, I mean, listen. if you're gonna ride like that, just go all in. That's what I say. I mean, how far is? I guess Brooklyn from AC is what? Probably 2 hours.
3.5.
No.
3.5.
Long ways.
No.
It's like an hour 45 from my crib.
Yeah, I did it one time. It was 2 hours. Actually, crazy story.
No chance.
Yeah.
Nope.
I'm telling you, I did
Just
it.
not possible. Not possible.
One time, when I was working for Fox, it was I think Jim Miller, Donald Cerrone card. Was that the one? One of them was in Atlantic City, and I was doing the backstage reporting for the weigh-ins, and I was like, oh, you know, my son was just born, Oliver, so we're talking now almost 12 years ago, golly. And I was like, I'm going to drive in the morning. In my mind, it was 2 hours. I guess you're saying it's not. Anyway, was driving down, didn't have a car, got a zip car, driving down, hit a nail, freaking tire goes out, have to now find a rental place on the way, think I'm going to miss it. I'm working the weigh-in show, made it by the skin of my teeth, and I left 6 hours early, but I had to find the place, rent a car, leave the other car, tell them that I'm leaving the other car. Mess of a situation. That might be the only time I've been to. It was you know who played that night? The Heat beat the Thunder to win the NBA championship. So that was, I think,
2011.
2012.
2012.
Yeah.
2012.
Crazy. I remember watching.
I am Google mapping it right now. From Brooklyn to AC is 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Yes. 5-0 or 1-5?
5-0.
Okay, but you guys are deep into Brooklyn. I was Williamsburg, which for me, I remember it being 2-something.
Yeah,
well, 2-something plus another hour.
Nah, it was
you gotta add in that you're gonna get stuck in some New York traffic. This is a 3 hours for sure.
It's not possible.
Listen, you do you, okay?
I love the pushing one.
I feel like you blocked out the
You
real
picked me
details
up on
of
the
that,
way.
just the
You
zip
picked me up
car.
on the way to Avant-Gardener.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Who, me? I didn't mean to do that on purpose, by the way.
I can't lie. I couldn't tell if Frank played the audio or if you
that was actually fantastic.
I mean, we actually might have to clip that because that was actually, just an even better version.
Yes. Yeah, I'm not available. I'm sorry. But I hope you guys have a great time. And I can't wait to hear about it on Monday.
Fun.
Yeah. On that note, we shall say goodbye. Good luck, guys. Enjoy. No sign of Jim Miller on the shirt, huh? Interesting. Maybe the most famous of all the New Jersey fighters.
Yeah, but he's not fighting this weekend.
Oh, it's only this weekend,
Yeah,
guys.
this is just this weekend fight.
Is Julio Arce on there?
No, I didn't learn about Julio Arce fighting out of New Jersey until after the shirt was printed.
Whitney Houston is
Yeah,
on
big
there.
regret.
Connie Chung, is she on there?
No. Only had selected slots, man. I mean, Martin Brodeur, Whitney Houston, Buzz Aldrin. I mean, Frank Sinatra, legend. I mean, there's a lot of people you can't leave off, you know?
Okay, so you gave me shit for anime earlier?
John Bon Jovi.
I will return said shit. Martine Brodeur is not a female. It's Martin Brodeur. Martine is a woman's
Martin Brodeur.
All right, just, you know.
Also, for the record, Arce, New York guy. Come on. What are you talking about?
Oh, I thought Typology said fighting out of New Jersey. I'm sorry.
I mean, possibly fighting out of New Jersey, but that's a Queens New Yorker right there. Come on. You can't disrespect. Don't
fighting out of
ever
New Jersey.
disrespect Queens, New York.
Born in New York.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
fighting out of New Jersey. I mean,
that's a New York boy. That's a Queens, New York boy. Don't take him from us.
Drewski. Shout out.
All right, well, shout out to Julio.
Regardless, just shout out to him. All right, time to go, guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Frank, you can hit the music. Frank, I have to go to a...
It's always something with you.
Yeah, I have to go to a parents' night out now.
A parents' night out. That sounds great. Don't sound burdened by this.
Oh, I'm extremely burdened by it. I mean, how many parents' night outs do we need? You know? Like, you do it once, you meet the parents, you pick the ones that you like, you move on with your life. You know,
I thought you meant just you and
Oh, no. Sorry. This is parents' night out.
Like a school thing?
Yes.
Oh, that's dumb. Yeah.
Where we have to go to like a place and socialize. Who wants to do that?
Send them pull a Frank. Just don't show up.
Oh,
They
trust
call
me.
it an Irish hello.
You may recall the last time we had one of these parents' night outs, it was the night of Royal Rumble, and so I had a great excuse. Less excuses this time.
You know what today's excuse is? It's Wednesday.
It is Wednesday. I just saw that Mitchell Robinson is coming back for the Knicks. That's incredibly good news. Just 2 more to go, and we're back in business. But what a day it has been here on the program. The man, Becky Lynch, came around. Not your average girl. There is the book right over there. And I think she may have signed it for me. This is what I heard. But this one doesn't have a signature on it, so I don't know.
Can I pull a Frank here and take the extra copy?
Hell yeah. No,
Wait. Why is that called a Frank?
Oh, like just demanding
Everybody
something.
just erupts back in.
Just like jumping up. And,
No, this one is signed, so you can have this one. This is all yours, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you to Ben Shalom. Thank you to AJ McKee. Thank you to Rebecca Quinn, a.k.a. Becky Lynch, and the great Saul Milton. Thanks to them. You back on Monday. Same time, place to be. Peace. I'm out of here.